Right, how's everyone doing? Good to see all you. Hope you're having a wonderful day thus far. Hope you had a good weekend. I can't speak yet, so morning voice. Ugh. Coffee will fix it, right? Coffee fixes everything. How you doing, Manatee? Danny, Guava Chips, Rona, Superman. Anyone else might be lurking about. I do not remember where we left off with Astarion. Um, so let's see. But as a recap, true vampire Astarion, which means I have to be mindful of the sun. I can't enter areas uninvited. We have a sun deaths counter in the bottom left. Um, and yeah, crossing running water is the thing I maybe can't do. So far, I can't do it. I might have to relax that later. But it's been an interesting experiment. We're playing as a one fighter, four rogue currently. The idea being heavy armor master and next level uncanny dodge. Hey, Leah, how are you? I believe the last thing we did was take out the Zents. So let me get the script extender console up and running. Let me get the command on clipboard. So it looks even sassier with that hair. He does. Alright, let's check the journal. Alright, I want to do the investigate Kaga stuff, but I need to get invited into the Tiefling Kid's hideout. Because I messed up the chance to do so with Donnie. Barth died, so I can't use that one. My options are Mattis or Murkon. If I'm gonna go with Mattis, I need to make peace with the idea of being robbed. So what's my answer to that? Move all of my stuff into someone else's inventory. Right, okay. Now we're gonna apply sunlight hypersensitivity. Only applies if I start my turn in sunlight. It's a little annoying having to reapply it like that, but it is what it is, you know. Where's my game music? There it is. Alright, and it's shady enough over here. Actually, I do want to see if I can have a clear path here. I don't remember if I have the warped headband yet. So we're gonna go in here so we can go to an indoor camp. See if I did send that to Will. I did. So I couldn't remember if what I have to contend with here is a perception check or an investigation check. It's probably perception, but I'm gonna just take that extra layer of prep. So the idea is we're gonna talk to Mattis and hopefully notice that we're being robbed.
Hold out. Go on. Take this ring. Anyway, forget that. Take the ring. I want to show you how lucky it is. Call it. Heads or tails. Hey, hold on. You gotta pay for that. Real. Anyways, you gotta call. I've got more where that came from. I don't know what you mean. Hey, that hurts. I'm running an on. Uh-huh. Huh. And I promise, this isn't a Tinker's trash scam. Look, last chance. You want to look at my stuff or not? That's what I got.
Failed.
Nothing caught your eye, huh?
You spot the boy.
Awkward. Yep, so the short sword I had in my inventory is gone. Oh, no, it's here. So, what was stolen from me? Should be nothing.
Hey, you're back. Look, here's what I got. Well, what do you think? Good stuff, right? Well,
You spot the boy.
I don't think I get to reroll.
stop. Oh, I don't have any money or what? I'm the my partner. I mean, he sells right.
Okay. So yeah, looks like I'm gonna have to go fight the Harpies and try to save Marcon. The problem with that is I don't know if there's any shady areas there. So I'll have to give that some thought. The reason why I'm doing this, again, to recap, is one of the rules on this run is I cannot enter, like, a home, uninvited. And while I have the ability to get into the Tiefling Kids' hideout, they didn't invite me. I didn't pick dialogue options for Donnie to invite me. I succeeded the check to notice the door, and now he won't invite me. I'm allowed to go in there in a, game sense, but in a run restriction sense, I was never invited. So I'm trying to get an invitation in there so I can get the Ring of Protection before I close out the Quag quest, or else I'll never be able to get it. There's... Have I gone and grabbed Helmet of Autonomy yet? Doesn't appear that I have. But I should. Plan is Adamantine Shield, Helmet of Autonomy. Can use Nimble Reply here. Keep my movement speed up. Technically, it's not their home. Sure, it's not, but it is where they are, like... It's their base of operations, I believe is the exact term they use. For Spirit of the Run, I think that's close enough that, like, I'm gonna require an invitation. Hey, dude, Tweedledope. Suppose I haven't done the Arcane Tower yet, either.
What the hells? Was that a boot? Must be one hell of a mole.
Yeah, I haven't done the wall stuff. Arcane Tower. Let's do Arcane Tower. Because I do want XP towards level 6. So also give me access to Survival Instinct.
What have we here?
Meld them as a vendor. Hey, Sayo. Hey, Jester.
A crooked touch.
I don't really care about these turrets. With the Helldusk armor on, they can barely do damage to me at all. They wouldn't be able to damage me at all if I had Uncanny Dodge and was running around in non-turn-based mode.
Something over there.
This is still water, by the way. Before someone brings that up. Hi, cat.
I feel cold. Empty. What are those flowers doing to me? That's curious.
Hey, Mick. Capitalization change? I think I did see that yesterday. How you doing? We're more or less just getting started in terms of what I actually want to do. We're doing some Arcane Tower. Then we're gonna go fight the Harpies. I try to save Murkon. I'm gonna need a darkness scroll for that. I'm gonna try to do that strat. The hope being, with 27 AC, they won't really be able to hit me. So as long as I can then finish the fight inside of, like 8 turns, Murkon should be safe. Hey, trade. Hey, Blue Collar Nerd, thank you for the 2 months. I appreciate it. Always good to see you. Thank you so much, seriously. Part of my morning call coffee with Quag. How's the vampire run going? It's going. It took me a few minutes to reacquaint myself with where I am exactly. Too many playthroughs going at once.
I'm not normally one for literature.
What?
But there's something there.
We're doing Arcane Tower, and then we are going to go fight the Harpies in an attempt to save Murkon to get an invitation to the Tiefling Kid's hideout. Because I messed up the ways to get it with Donnie, I failed the checks to get it with Mattis, and Barth didn't live, so I couldn't use Melly.
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quag.
I don't think Melly actually invites you even.
This has become a part of my morning I call coffee with Quag. How's the vampire run going?
Arabella? Arabella doesn't mention Mole to you. So, like, yes, you can go in. Thank you again for the 2 months, by the way. You can go in and do that, but the problem is that you haven't really been invited. The game considers you as being allowed to be there. Mole won't freak out if you're there, but no one invited you. Do I have to use bludgeoning damage here? I guess I do. Really have great options for that right now. I'll come back and do this later.
I can feel the tinkle of magic. A clever little trick.
I'm able to run around pretty freely in the Underdark. This building is not inhabited. Even if it were, Blurgan O'Mellum can direct you to go here through the quests. And as a colleague of the last resident, I would consider that close enough for the purposes of this run. Hey, move. What'd you get? I'm over here despite being a Monday. Quite satisfied with the progress I made in yesterday's stream run. Nice. Love to hear that. Or these gummy things for my keyboard goes on the key so I can play shooters again. Ooh, yeah, that is nice. Slime for cleaning it. I understood it as like grippy keycaps. But I could be wrong.
It's some kind of round.
You're using the cipher you found at the scare light or its lays.
sicker of the keys because I got long nails, so I'm not touching the keys. Like half-inch raised up. Yeah, there you go. For additional height lifts for your keys. Thorm's Suffering coming up in ranked run. I mean, you could get Garangoth pretty quick with the roof push. Like, you could reasonably 3-round her with that strat. Unreasonably 2-round. Visibald, I guess Wet Lightning of some kind. Because, like, you can, at the point in the game you're at, you could hit a 250, 260 lightning, whatever you want, really, if you spec for that. Both of Guild Artisan and Spos. Something I thought about for Malice is, abducting Balthazar to help me. Because I feel like Balthazar would have a pretty good matchup into that fight, as long as he doesn't have surgery performed on him. Wouldn't really make the fight go significantly faster in the context of a ranked run, but like Cloudkill does well against them. It was a thought.
You know these words.
Command as you see fit.
Garangoth has an athletics check that I can make with advantage, followed by 2 Sonic Overload boosted arrows of ice against its golf for less action into magic missile. Makes sense. Do we know if those skulls can be chasmed? I don't think I've ever tried.
This could do some damage. Waste not.
Ironic to get encumbered by picking up the Hill Giant Club.
A secret button.
You know, Big Boys just has Flourish and Concussive Smash. Yes? Yeah, I did know that. I mean, extremely common Big Boys shoot toy W. It's something that I don't really think about consciously. But yeah, it is one of those weapons that just has different maneuvers, isn't it? Hunter's Dagger and the like. Just that staff is crazy good. Legitimately one of my favorite weapons in the game, just because it has so many useful applications. What's the rank run about? So Trade has something of a formula for, well, there's multiple categories that Trade is scoring himself on based on values he's determined before starting the run. And he's trying to get a high ranking in each of these categories. Now, if you've ever played something like Fire Emblem or Devil May Cry or Resident Evil, you get ranked either after a mission or after a chapter or after the playthrough on things like how many times you saved, how many times you died, with your accuracy, your money, your kill count. Stuff like that. So Trade's determined a bunch of categories to rank himself within. And he's going through a playthrough trying to get good ranking. And it's a very cool concept. But one of those rank categories is tactics rank, which is effectively how efficient you are in clearing out fights. Rounds of combat to matter a lot. But then you also need to worry about your money making through the entire game, your inspiration points through the entire game, competing companion storylines, killing bosses with legendary actions, not entering combat when you don't need to, making sure to enter combat when you know you can secure some fast kills, when you know you could do a combat in like 1 to 2 rounds. It's better to do that than it is to kill someone completely out of combat. That's the idea of the run. Doing S ranks in Resident Evil stressful? Yes. In a good way. Morning Date, how are you? How's the run going? Quick question for me, is there a reason you think of why Call of Duty doesn't consistently proc? For instance, I've got 8 powers, currently just shot something down to 6 HP, didn't pop. If you have a bonus to your damage that is not itself an instance of damage, that will not trigger Call of the Week. So for example, if you shot someone with a bow and you have Broodmother's Revenge on, Broodmother's Revenge, taking someone below your Call of the Week threshold, will not cause Call of the Week to happen. Yeah, so Caustic Band would be doing that for you. Yeah. Been better, run's going awesome. Love to hear it. Also, Herd on the other thing. Herd Chef. Yeah. Yeah. Haven't bought Whispering Promise from Volo yet. Have I saved Volo yet? Doesn't appear that I've saved Volo yet. Well, I want to do that. Awesome concept, guess all solo. Yeah, Trade's doing a solo run. It is compatible with group play. I'm tossing the idea of doing a duo ranked run with Trade at some point in the future, you know, schedules aligning and stuff, and it would be much harder because the limitations for ranking are much more strict, because you can do much more busted shit with more people in your party.
Need something?
It's gonna be really fucking hard without double sight. So the purpose of the darkness scroll that I'm going for here is to stop Murkon from entering the turn order in the first place. An alternative I kind of have is I could spec into having Sanctuary, but the thing is, row rock abilities from NPCs are allowed to target through Sanctuary. I know the one that Goblins and Moonrise Pilgrims and Kobolds have targets through Sanctuary. I don't know if the Harpy one does, but I'm operating under the assumption that it does. That creates some issues. try making Murkon invisible with an invis pop. Problem with that, the area is wet. He's going to walk in and get revealed. Put down some chests to block him, but then he would run around into a more dangerous location. I don't really love that solution either. Something I'll have to figure out. Money. Skill issue. Guess that means I could buy something juicy here. Having an animate dead Skelly wouldn't be bad. Especially because I don't think they can be charmed. I think it only works on humanoids. So it shouldn't work on undead. Hey, Nunu, thank you for the 56 months. Let's try to hit him with Sanctuary. No, you don't know if that spell available. Oh, well, I just talked about Sanctuary, but and why I don't trust it here. Oh, there's hair literally grows on you. Might want to get that checked out. Fair point, Dade. Nice, Nunu. Thank you again, man. Different Astarion hairstyles here always mess with my brain a little. Always requires double take. That's the goal. I have new appreciation for water sparkers or lightning shard. Just don't have to really spend an action for. Yeah, I like them a lot.
Astarion, I have only one request. Takes his hand and presses it against my... well, don't use my neck to suck my blood. Qua qua qua.
Thanks, Nunu. But yeah, Trade. I was excited to get Hope You're Well. Terrible, but you know, it is 2025. Yeah, I was happy to get them on no looting, even though I never used them. The applications of water sparkers were something that I was excited about.
Pleasure.
What was I actually here for? Saving Bolo. Hello, Govna. Hey, Mark. How are you? Against entrance just issues, so just lightning burst and lose my attack roll advantage. Yeah, you lightning burst. Yeah.
Don't go bothering my... What's it to ya?
The mark glows, but you feel nothing in response. Your illithid power is beyond reach until you rest.
Blaze not flint.
I guarantee the storm. We mustn't tarry.
Definitely wake 100%. Oh, same.
I was just settling in and reviewing my latest findings. Mind flayers, cultists, and, of course, your esteemed company.
Alright, we have the Whispering Promise now. Bag up any alcohol. I need the supplies to rest. Should go get the AC gloves from the Mimic, too.
seems the ones.
No, I guess I haven't done the fights down here. I don't know why I assumed I had. Okay, well that makes sense why I'm not level 6 yet.
A quake of some sort, perhaps?
A dumb theory. Half these walls are still standing.
Well, cemented my idea that hand crossbows are just not it for damage without investment. Yeah, you definitely need late game things for hand crossbows to like come together as a damage dealing option, unless you are doing like very specific stuff. Like rogue hand crossbows, well, you care about having more avenues to access your sneak attack more than you care about what they're doing. The range limitation absolutely fucking sucks cheeks, but you know, it's at least more understandable there. Hand crossbows for the presence of having a ranged bonus action option, or just damage on your bonus action, sure. But in terms of competing with bows, yeah, without very specific stuff, I don't think it even compete is the right word. I think do enough that you don't notice the difference would be more of the thing. Yeah, heavy crossbows for the big damage die, longbows including the forbidden one. Topic may be more divisive in today's political climate. Fast food. Had a chat with a buddy of mine, and a statement of Denny's and Cracker Barrel, pretty much the same thing, was met with such shock and doubting my memory. Now can Americans chat how important my memory is. So, I haven't had Cracker Barrel. I couldn't tell you what year the last time I had Cracker Barrel. Last time I had Denny's was 2018? And it certainly wasn't good. But I could not attest to the quality of Cracker Barrel. Never had Denny's. It's basically, think of the shittiest diner ever. It's that. Sometimes you don't care. But it's that. The brace especially puts in work. Brace makes sense, yeah. More consistency. Mm-hmm. Jake, can you stop jaking?
Do you hear something? I believe there's a Kevin near you.
The right bow for this, do I? Oops. I guess I don't really need hunting short bow. Jake, stop it. Got a Kevin here. I got a Jake misbehaving. Sneak attack throws are so funny. They're very good. Warden, especially, is my nemesis. She has so much bulk, would have had to spend a force crit to one-turner. Had to take a two-turn. She's higher than expected AC. I guess what I would have done is aggroed her and then thrown her in the pit. Fish out the corpse with telekinesis later. Isn't Waffle House the place gets beamed online for their chair throwing clientele? Yeah. Waffle House is known for the fights rather than the food. Hey Naz, thank you for the raid. How was stream? Welcome in, everybody. If you don't know me, I'm Quag. I do challenge runs, mostly Baldur's Gate stuff. We're doing a true vampire Astarion run, so I have to use the script extender to add sunlight hypersensitivity to myself when I'm navigating a sunny area, which means I'll take 20 radiant damage at the start of my turn if I start my turn in sunlight. I'll also have no access to my sneak attack or anything, because I'll have disadvantage on basically everything. I'm not allowed to enter buildings without invitations, or inhabited buildings without invitations. Crossing running water is something that I have to be careful about. And I'm only allowed to use red meat and alcohol for long resting. Question if you or anyone play Trials of Tav? Yes. In fact, Naz and I have played together. It's bad because literally 0 Nautiloids. 0 Nautiloids? W? Also, you've changed, man. I remember when you used to give the people the content they wanted, but, you know, fine. Fine. Not in range. Try to move you. Oh, you weren't having that. It's gonna be so slow if I don't have sneak attack, so move up. For my 2 hours of Monday morning meetings, I yearn for the rotting of the brain. The famous Korn song, Rotting in Brain. I will be here a while. Just installed it last night, super excited, fully played. Any tips on it? Pre-buff. Before a fight, if you have access to things like Enhanced Leap, cast resistance or something else cheap that could have an impact in the fight, pre-buff. Just as in the base game, initiative is insanely valuable and insanely underrated. Gotta run, good luck. Thanks, Ness. I appreciate it. Hope you have a great rest of your day. Glad I added more loud rests since I do need Owlbear Comfort Damage as an ally. I don't really need anything else but that. And 1 long rest in Act 3 for Will. Right. Right, makes sense to me. Glass Jacket shirt, man. Thank you so much for the Prime and the 9 months. Appreciate it, as always. Hope things are going well. Normal, I think? Hey, we'll take normal. In these trying times, normal is very welcome. Doing alright, at the very least trending towards better. I'm alive. I appreciate the kind words and the support. One day at a time, yeah. Get closer. You really don't want to get any closer? Hey, Smug, thanks for the 100 bits. Good to see you. Been a minute. Hope you're well. Are you really not willing to go past the corpses? It's very awkward for me. I don't want to have to fight this thing straight up, but it looks like I may have to do exactly that. With throwing, I can still get my sneak attack bonus. Okay. Switch to Ring of Flinging. Got the AI locked down. Light Hammer hit Mimic for 3 piercing damage. It's always funny to see, because your thrown weapons will take the sneak attack of your ranged weapon. Yes, cat, you are a cat. I'm very proud of you for noticing.
Do you hear something? I believe there's a Kevin near you.
There's Kevin right here, and there's a Jake freaking out in the background. Don't swat at me like that. Dick. It was very much a, hey, keep petting kind of swat, but you don't have to put your whole shoulder into that, man. Cat is cat, gargantuan if accurate. See Ross Bryant's cat monologue from the Emerson bonus episode? No. Ross Bryant's fucking hilarious, though, so I should. You know what I realized too? Making Cyphers looks super positive for funds ranked, as they have gold value of 100 gold and the components are cheap. Oh, so what, you buy the Cerebellum from Omelum, craft, and then just sell them to, like, Dareth or Blurk? How much persuasion do you have to have and charisma for that to be positive? See if I can collect a second Darkness Scroll. Redundancy is nice. Not common rarities, so selling them does nothing. Oh, for the run. Yeah, no, I just meant kind of for value in general. Sorry, I should clarify. They're uncommon or higher. Ah, you're making them for... Right, okay. I see what you mean now. I think we're gonna get some minor elementals in here. Because if I can flood the battlefield with more summons... That's more potential damage to keep Murkon alive.
Welcome back. Have you made any... It's curious. Truly...
Are you looking to open your mind?
As a pit fit.
But the lava, and even without it, but not to worry. But there may be a way to... but Timusks, call... You must drink...
Yes. The world loses its
Institution.
edges, its final boundaries. You are fluid, but fear pierces your mind like knives of ice. The parasite digs deeper,
Not
one.
as if it needs to hollow out your skull.
Good thing this isn't a no-hit run.
That lava, such an out... I would offer it as a gift, but it's a fascinating topic indeed. What can you tell me?
I always forget to actually pick up the schematics.
I am afraid you have not offered any information I do not already possess. Of... I greet you, friend of the dark.
Let's take a peek. Yeah, 100 gold base. These are... Yeah, I guess with the transmutation crafter, you could probably make some pretty good money crafting these and then selling them. I might experiment with that.
Welcome back. Have you made any... I do enjoy a good bargain. If anything in my private collection is to your liking.
I never got Blurg Attitude. Why didn't I? I guess money was tight at the time. I'm pretty lax about that in runs where I'm allowed to respec. Shouldn't be, but I am.
Very well.
So we'll have to hope that, Aaron has a Darkness Scroll. Possibly Roland.
Here we go.
I didn't get Dareth Attitude either.
No point in lingering now I've got the noble stock. That's that then.
I'm gonna have summons for a Murkon thing. I do need them to be actually useful. So we're gonna make them here so that I can have Glut, order Gut to Shield of Faith them. Don't want to heal all the way yet. What strength do you need to throw half orc again? 24. I don't know if it's 24 or 26 trade. I know it's not 22. So it's either 24 or 26.
Will be no point in lingering now I've got the noble stock.
Do I elixir them up? No. Wasteful.
Have I got everything then?
Eat.
doom.
Alright, now I need to check Aaron. Dara saying she's not gonna linger is me saying every day I'm gonna quit my job and move into the woods. Base strength that I throw all the time every run these days. It's just like one moment, and then that's the run. I mean, that's part of why we do this, right? But, damn. I did bookmark, what am I talking about? It suddenly became Bostonian. I bookmarked the Karlach. Blind bookmark Karlach. I did bookmark the Karlach death because that shit was way too funny.
Need anything else?
MacBook the Karlach.
Of course. But please, remember, you're not the only one in need.
Say it 3 times in a row. I can't. Bookmarked Mox Karlach. This is gonna suck. I should use Fowler. It's just more damage. So I don't like relying on making saving throws. Just in general, as a thing. It's not a way I like to play. So we're going to be relying on saving throws. Heroism is probably the play here. Do they throw with their decks? Guess we'll find out.
Is someone singing?
It's put in work for me. I believe it. That's a shadow. That the game's being silly about. I'm in the combat. I just took a shit ton of damage from the sun. Reminder, I'm also not allowed to heal if I'm in the sun. So that's great. So I have to get into that darkness and end my turn there. Or I have to get into that darkness if I want to heal. I was hoping you would roll better. Want a big Astarion vampire like? No, I'm using the script extender and imposing some rules on myself outside of that.
The dance macabre. Time to move.
You +5, he can't hit me. I may not be allowed to heal in the sun, but my summons can. We need to leave the one that's singing for last. Breaking the concentration will cause Murkon to enter the combat. Can't sneak attack because of the sun. If my target is in sunlight too, the game's also like, nope, nope. I could jump up there, but then getting back is complicated. I think I might need to just attack from inside of the darkness.
Let's spill some blood.
Yes, cat, hello. I like that. I don't love investing this many healing potions, but Murkon being alive would be pretty cool. Alright, this one's gotta go down next. How many turns of darkness? 7? Okay, manageable. I put on spring step boots, right? Okay, I did. Jake. I don't know what you want, man. Ah, there's ice there now, though. I can't afford to slip on the ice. Hey. Just double dash, have our momentum stacked. Oh, well, I guess they don't stack up that way. It's okay. Ice breath for guaranteed damage. Can't afford to break the concentration yet. We're gonna jump up here. Miss, that part's important. Hey, stop that. Good job, Skelly. Okay. Two turns. 6. Need to make sure that I, like, Nova this thing down. You apply that. By Shriek. Got the mats for speed pot craft? I do. Swing or do I magic missile? I think I magic missile.
Are they gone? No. Yes. I need to get. Wait. You should meet Mole.
So I'm trading the 15 XP I would get from either Murkon dying in that fight or me scaring him off for him inviting me to the kid's hideout. I need to wait in the darkness for the lethargic, or actually, I can't afford to do that. Now I need to get out of the situation alive. I need a shadow. That doesn't look like it's good enough. That should be. Yeah, my original plan was to wait out the lethargic round inside of the darkness, but there was a very small margin of error there. Worked out. Put Monster Slayer Glaive for jump distance.
Don't linger.
Shady over here. see music proficiency on my bar, so that must mean I've already talked to Alfira. Hey, Hala. Acquired very cursed headcanon for BG3 and I hate it. What's that?
His eyes flicker to...
Excuse me. Well, Murkon invited me in, so I'm good. And the boar you can talk to in the grove? Yeah. So you want Halcyon to come back, promise him a mate. The rest to you. I don't think Halcyon promised him that, but I see where your brain went. No, I know he promised him a mate, but I don't think he...
My kids say
I see where your brain went.
busy since you got... Murkon says you got him out of a tight... You saved Arabella from the Druids. Don't know what... And we're happy to... I want to steal that big shot. Anything else?
Mole's got some nice stuff. Mole might get lunch moneyed. We'll see, though. Buy this stuff, at least.
Anything else? You've been a friend...
When do I get to run the ring scan?
Okay. Now I gotta deal with... I would like to reveal the swamp for what it is. So that the area becomes shady.
Ready or not.
You blink and the will...
The summons are not here to win. They already served their purpose. Maybe they could kill that one. Want your bow before you die. You made a skeleton bleed. Oh, that put me in the combat because that was my shield of thralls. I might be able to flee from where I am. I can't flee.
Time for a cull.
But this is an outdoor camp.
This will do nice.
And also the position here. I didn't think that bit through. Fleeing from combat here wouldn't be good. I need to break combat using an Invis Potion if I want to do something like that. I remembered at the last second. Blood Sages don't have hitboxes for conal AoEs like that. Can still trip on the terrain, I guess. Forced him to jump. I didn't mean to get in this combat myself. That's an issue. Hey Roxy, how are you? Triple dodge from the skeleton? Okay, you'd love to see it. Maybe I should have let you keep your bow. Been bed 6 of dog last few days. Oh no. Oh my, breathing. Hope you feel better soon. Method weaved one of those. Pretty good. Yeah, the Blood Sages don't have the hitboxes, but the regular red caps seem to. Which I'll take. Not worth using another healing potion. So the thing I'm wary of is one of them has the ability to hold person. And I have no protection against that right now. So we're going to try to get tanky. You heal from... right. Steeped in Slaughter. Bloodlust. Yeah. Forgot about that. Well, at least it healed the healthier one. So what's my move now? Let's put on this. I don't like this. I should maybe go makeshift bow for just the raw damage. I'm hiding on unconnected terrain, so they won't do anything until I'm ready. Skelly, you would have loved your gayer brethren. Yeah, don't forget. You've heard of Tasha's hideous laughter, of Ard's black tentacles, Big B's forceful hand. But have you heard of Danny's gay skeletons? I smell the game. Investigation successful. That sucks. Hello. A tree, tell me about the gay skeletons. Danny, you have the floor.
Leave no trace.
Oh. Oh. I'm nervous. That one's stuck. But, got some problems over here.
The subtle approach.
The, like, regular Skelly is just more fabulous.
Into the shadows.
I don't know why Jake is malfunctioning so much today. Need to reset my cat to factory settings.
Let's move.
I see I'm gonna uninstall BG3 right now and reinstall. Okay, bye. Cat recently started to pretend to be a prairie dog and stand on her rear legs. It's weird as hell. Ugh. We love lightning bursts in this house. Alright, we're gonna pop a heal for Whispering Promise. So we can save against that. Engage, hide. Jake is the true streamer. Let him meow. No lies detected.
Let's go. Let's find some prey.
Okay. Oof. That was far enough that the combat the last one broke. Cool. Hey, Grim Preacher, thank you so much for the 2 months. Appreciate that immensely.
Let's go.
Thank you very much. Alright, let's see.
I need to rest. The sunset can't come quickly enough.
Need to see if with this configuration, if this illumination is from the sun or from this skull lantern. Looks like it's partially obscured. Cool. So this is now a safe location to fast travel to. Still have one red cap to deal with, but this whole area appears to be overcast now.
Like a wraith. The subtle approach. On my way.
This was the hold person one. Okay, good that that's the one that stayed back. so detecting the illusion in the swamp here, for a lot of playthroughs, doesn't really matter. But for the context of this one, and for, let's say you're playing a Shadow Monk, for example, it does actually matter because it changes the lighting. You know, if it's possible, just steal that scroll from him and make that safe. I've never tried to pickpocket a red cap. That seems like a good call, but I've never tried. Something that I did on no looting was I just minor illusioned them over here and then threw them into the water individually while they were sheep. That's pretty safe. Seen 25 damage lightning burst in Act 3. I'm just like, why? Lightning burst is fucked up. I love it. Alright, 28 AC. They shouldn't actually be able to hit me. Taking on a dumb walks. I can't dumb exercise for 5 dumb days. Right. Right. Is it itchy yet?
Time for discretion. Now they see me.
Not itchy yet. That's good. To be honest, I like it breaking because the illusion is just a smidge too brightly lit. Also, like buying at the red caps, based. Also, that out of context. Listen, my brain clearly isn't that rotten because I wasn't being degen at all. And he got a tattoo. I was asking if the tattoo is itchy yet. Sharon BG3, I'm just shy. I just shy. Nice meeting you for the first time. First time chatter. I have bombs. No, of course I don't. Does look like I have
Let's find some prey.
good sight cone here though.
Sounds like fun. Ready or no? Into the shadows.
Love this spot.
Leave no trace.
One tattoo for BG3 and or another piece of media I'm obsessed with so badly. Yeah, I've been, like, wanting another tattoo for a while now. Then the pandemic hit, and... Well, then I moved, and then the pandemic hit, and now I just kind of don't want to go outside because I live in the US. There's always a reason. Same issue for me. Last tattoo I got was in 2018. Then my artist moved to California. Then the pandemic. Now I just haven't found a new artist I trust. Exact same gesture. Like, my last one was in 2018. I moved. Never found a new artist. Pandemic. Trust issues. Yeah.
We'll do it my way. Delicious. Time for a new approach. Let's have a little fun.
Nice crit.
They won't know what bit them.
Look at that damage, by the way. 31 piercing, 12 necrotic, 1 lightning. But how does Rogue do damage? I'm gonna go for a lightning burst here. Advantage of wet. Oh yeah. Yeah, that's that good shit. Yeah, since they're bad. Oh. So I get confused sometimes. Taking the combat log and I'll be in my bunk. What? Because Astarion used cunning action? The burst hits the target just right. Mm-hmm. You stop rolling good on investigation? Just actually rolling 20s? It's insulting. This is all still water, by the way. In case that was gonna come up. But I was thinking about relaxing that rule to mean that I just can't touch the water and that bridges and stuff are okay. Blast pendant things do make very large and disgusting blue markers in the combat log. Blue numbers. Why did I say markers? Blue. Brain is cooked. Alright, can y'all hurry this up? I gotta go piss, girl. Come on.
Just like old times.
Tested evocation with stuff and put that in a box forever. I was testing... I happened to be on an evocation wizard while I was testing other things over the weekend trade. And, just... Evo Wiz is so fucked up. Why? I guess the reason why more people don't know about that is because they think Wizard is, like, doomed to be squishy, so they don't even try to make it not squishy. But Empowered Evocation is fucked up. It's fucked up. I'll be right back real quick. Just gotta go piss. Alright, I'm back. Draconic Sorcerer wish it had a fraction of Evocation Wizard's power. Yeah, like, I'm pretty confident that with Empowered Evocation, Greater Flesh Gloves, Marco Rhapsody, Arsonist Oil, I'm pretty confident you could one-shot answer with Scorching Ray. Sixth-level Scorching Ray. Like, because Draconic Sorcerer is way more specialized? No, it's because it's worse. The way Draconic applies to your damage is not the same way Empowered Evocation applies to your damage. So let's say you had a +5 Charisma modifier, Draconic Elemental affinity, let's say Fire for Scorching Ray again. And then let's say you had Empowered Evocation on an Evocation Wizard, +5 Intelligence modifier. So seemingly the same bonus. But this is why actually playtesting things matters. Because doing the same thing, you will get different damage with each of them. Because Empowered Evocation will apply to child instances of damage, not to the damage bonuses, but to child instances of damage on your spells, and Draconic Bloodline will not. So for example, let's say you did a 5-ray Scorching Ray, Empowered Evocation, and you had Crater Flesh Gloves on, and they all crit. Empowered Evocation would be giving you 10 instances of itself. Whereas Draconic Elemental Bloodline, you get 5. So it's literally twice as strong in that instance. It's kind of like Titan String Bow with Evocation spells. That's not a bad analogy, Mick. That's a pretty good way of putting it, yeah. I might steal that from now on to explain why it's that good. Hey, Phil. What gloves did you say? I said Crater Flesh gloves. They're sold by Abazigal, the ballast vendor. Threw up a little in my mouth. Oh, what? At Evocation Crater spells, Mark? Yeah, they're fucked up. Then there's also more, like, conventional things, like, even just applying your int mod to, like, every hit of Magic Missile, that's already crazy. Applying your int mod to every hit of Chain Lightning or Lightning Bolt, and then having the Blast Pendant so that you get your int mod again on each of those hits. Yeah, that's also pretty crazy. Ice Storm is 2 instances of damage, so you get it on both. If you do Marco Heshkir for Thunder, Bone Shaking Thunder, and then you click Destructive Wave, you get Empowered Evocation on both instances because it's 2 instances of damage. Special smites, so like Searing, Wrathful, Thunderous, those, the non-divine smites, they're all evocation spells. So Empowered Evocation will go on the weapon damage portion of your attack. Healing spells are also evocation. So you know how people think Life Cleric's a good healer? Evocation Wizard is better at that. And this is all also on the subclass that gets cantrip consistency and changes Acid Splash, for example, to be save for none to save to half. And also you can't friendly fire with your evocation spells. All of this is on one subclass. And these are features you just get by leveling. Not the one. Ooh. Hello. Okay, good fight. Core Foundation, as a spell animation, later mods, Skull Spirit. Danny, can you save this? We gotta make sure we have the right stuff. The curated skeleton pool. Pick normal, auto-friendly skellies or feet-only file. Need a dedicated feet selection to gain his friendly spawns. Okay. Dead encounters, hand placed on dead fights. You guys managed to sidestep a couple of optional spoilers in the mod description. Okay. Cool. Yeah, we'll unfuck that for the next co-op we do. The next session.
Quick step.
Thank you very much. Got to run repower max the always selected that Monk Karlak run big number go burr. It's something I've been wanting to do for a while. I should mention that well, I'll save that. But yeah, I've been wanting to do that for a while. It may happen soon.
That's curious.
So we got the sparkle hands, which I absolutely love. We're gonna stick with heroism here. It'll help me save on Moonbeam, if things should come to that. Monk Run was even before the truly degenerate monk tech was found. Yeah, there's a bunch of things we could have done to take that farther. It was still a really good foundation for how fucked up 4 elements monk can be. I mean, monk as a whole. I used multiple subclasses, but it was mostly 4 elements. I really like Shadow Monk as a whole. Shadow Monk still remains my favorite. I do think Shadow Monk is, you know, fucking gun to my head, quote-unquote, the weakest, but like that is purely looking at damage output and efficiency and dealing damage with your class features alone. That is ignoring things like utility and the fact that I used Shadow Monk to complete my no-hit run. Four elements of Shadow Monk do compete with, on paper, highest DPS, but Shadow Monk's super impractical. Yeah, because Shadow Strike is just not a practical thing to include. Like, in practicality, Open Hand is far ahead for, like, full bore, dump all your key points damage output, when compared to Shadow Monk. But then 4 elements still wins over that, so... To watch you do 4 elements monk run. Never seen anyone do it effectively. So in the previous co-op that Danny and I did together, she was playing a barbarian multi-class with 4 elements monk, and she hit the brain for 305 damage with 1 Fangs of the Fire Snake. So there's that. But I do also have multiple runs that I've done on my channel of 4 elements monk. And Fangs of the Fire Snake specifically is, I don't think it's crazy to call it the strongest thing in Monk's arsenal. It is fucked up levels of damage, so you build around that. She didn't refuse to believe, abandon this run, do it again. I mean, Fangs is good. I'll talk about Fangs some more. It's a ranged punch that costs 1 key point, so that's already great. But then you get an extra instance of 1d10 fire damage, an extra instance. So, let's say you had something like Callous Glow or Lightning Charges. It applies independently. But then, for the rest of the turn, after clicking Fangs, all of your weapon, unarmed, and throw attacks get an extra d4 of fire damage. Including other Fangs that you click. So, like, you know how people think Flurry of Blows is crazy because it's 2 punches? Yeah, Fangs is also 2 punches. But on your main action. From range. And buffs you for the rest of the turn. It's a feature you get at level 3. And we'll pop another Potion of Healing for the Bless here, I think.
Why are you here? What? You think yourself quite the spy, don't you?
Hey, Control.
Go on.
Love having people
tell
surprise me in my office ready for a meeting. I'm still waiting for them to set up and take it. Ugh. World's broken because Harmony, Fire, and Water resets and region travel too. I mean, that certainly helps, but I wouldn't really consider it part of the calculus because of how easy it is to just region travel with the Sentient Amulet. Or use short rest potions. But it certainly contributes.
As you say, Olladin.
I do have a lot of... I have Persuasion Expertise. What is this? Plus 10? Minimum plus 11? I know the DC on Detect Thoughts is pretty low, but I have a lot of Persuasion bonuses.
No. Korga's voice breaks and her lips tremble. She heard reason in your words. Quag by the forest in the tower.
When so care you would.
Nice hit. I kind of want Aladdin to wild shape and eat another Moonbeam tick, so we're gonna leave her alone. Sneak attack because we have an adjacent ally. Can I push you into the Moonbeam? Certainly looks like I can. Not quite. Well, if you wild shape there, you'll take Moonbeam damage for sure. Like that. Kaga? Kaga. worried. I wish I had backlash for that, but it's okay. She is doing a lot of damage to herself. Lightning charges for lightning bursts. I like that Silver isn't in the fight. Silver is hanging out over there. Don't kill my XP. Fine as long as you don't kill my XP. Shot Wrath? Oh, well, Silver's in the fight now. Quag finally decided to heal. Surely.
Let's find some prey. What can we rescue?
Lightning Burst wasn't on.
Wrath thought me a danger. My fate lies with Sylvan. Meanwhile, well, I won't forget the wounds I've...
Watch your back.
Take my XP, you become the XP. Well, they're gonna be XP later. Remember, these druids are trash and they all deserve death. Except Wrath. Wrath is fine. He's a coward, but he's not a monster, unlike the rest of them. Wrath thought me a danger. You're more danger to yourself with the amount of self-beaming. Hey, sometimes a girl just wants to beam herself, I hear. You know? Hey, girl bossing comes in many forms. So this is very much an illuminated spot. Do that.
Step quick.
I can make it to the shade over there. We may be lunch money mole here. If I want the idol back, which I maybe do. No, can wait. That's not urgent. Let's take a look at what my AC can be right now, going all in on that. 28 currently. Certainly not bad. 29, actually. Yeah. Defense fighting style. For gore. So yeah, with Cloak of Protection, we could run around with 30 AC in our current setup. Pretty safe for Act 1. Kinda safe for Act 2. Not safe for the Crush, though. I would need 32 to feel perfectly safe in the Crush. Switching to the jump gear after I pre-triple dash and quick heals. Man, that's a lot of movement. Hey, Kara, thank you for the 6 months. Hopefully text-to-speech actually reads that. I'm gonna unfuck my alerts one of these days. Maybe.
What are we here?
Very happy to have you around. Believe it when I see it. They've only been this way for like 3 years, Control.
I'm told the druids have stopped. It's sparse.
There it is.
For what you've done for us. It's no small thing.
Kermit Gates, and my nickname in high school, and title of my sex tape. All wonderful things that are a part of my daily dialogue thanks to this stream. Thank you for being the degenerates I love, Quag.
Oh, thank you, Kara. You are wonderful, and I'm happy to have you as part of the community. Back to Bow of Awareness for a bit. Having only +4 initiative, or only +3 without it, it feels bad. It's doing some stuff in Grimforge is how I get the XP towards level at this point. Text on screen said puppy. Ugh. I guess because it saw tit. It saw tit in there, so it changed it. So titty's bad. Puppy play acceptable? Don't quote that. I'm fully behind you and you turn around like that, but okay. Who's... The scrying eye is here but not visible? I wonder what that cyclone was about. Examine that out real quick. Oh, sorry. What did you want to know? I wasn't looking at chat. Sorry, Mark. out of render distance? Why can't I target you? The game's just being stupid. I'm gonna F5. I'm on custom honor, so I can F5, F8. It's like, what the fuck is happening there? Examine this eye. It's brown. They're immune to psychic. Oh yeah. Yeah. You've got some things to figure out in that run. That's for sure.
You attacked someone.
Just like old times.
Have I mentioned Mage Slayer is hilarious against Dwergar? Because, like, they'll try to go invisible in your face, and you're like, okay. And just stab them after they're invisible, then they get revealed.
Leave no trace. They won't know what hit them. On the hunt. Ready or not. Into the shadows. Now they see me. We'll do it my way.
Look bad.
Tread lightly.
Did I get the Infernal Ally? Doesn't look like it.
The past is nearer than we think.
I guess I
Let's
have.
see what you've got.
Seems I did. Good job, man.
Just like old times.
Look at the cat. Look at this cat. Are you there?
Let's go. Moving.
Switched to one of my 17 Hill Giant elixirs. I kind of forgot I have that many.
Let's keep to the shadows.
Near dies, heads roll. And that goes for novices too.
Let's move.
I fought the American. Doubt it.
You attacked someone.
I forgot I'm draining dexterity, or strength, not dexterity now. I don't think he can hit me though. Guess he can while I'm on acid. That Didn't sound how I meant it to.
Just like old times.
Drug around, find out. What's an adult? So like a DLC I forgot to install.
A better position.
Yeah, depending on which version of the game you have installed, the difficulty of adult mode is wildly different.
Ready or not?
Adulting is possibly the worst sequel of all time. Real.
To let anyone in around here.
This guy has a bomb I want.
You attacked someone.
Be quick.
Can't actually hit me. Actually, you can. You have one roll that can hit me. Good for you. So we'll be draining your strength. Not the mid-damage lightning burst. I see he can't hit me with melee attacks anymore. Or that he wouldn't do meaningful damage. Whack him one more time, I think. Probably still kill him. Yeah, you only +5 on that. We've done that in the other order. It's okay. Get him with a lightning burst this turn. Should kill him. Oh. Not if we min roll again.
They won't know what into the shadows. The sun.
Oh, that's the max damage lightning burst. Doesn't see a damage roll that can hurt me anymore. This is why, this is one of the many cases where, I should say, ability drain is by far the most impactful tadpole power for a majority of playstyles in the game. You'll see people think that Call the Weak is some crazy busted stuff, but it's kind of fine. Ability drain is nightmarishly strong.
There better be a soft bedroll in my near future.
This weird bug in the latest adult patch where I'm sad all the time and have imposter syndrome many fixes. I think I have the same bug.
My mug's and dry, stick shit.
You heard her, stick shit.
But Dwarg our rogue uncanny dodge a bleed tick and stay invis. That's actually hilarious.
Attacked someone.
Yeah. Mage Slayer would go hard on that too. Need to think of all the things that Mage Slayer would be useful on in Act 3. Like maybe some Mage Slayer duelist prerogative stuff. Could be fun. Just you need to find enemies that are willing to cast in your face is the thing. Rather than trying to run away.
Let's have a little
Throw up at a ball, just beat you through my troubles away. I like that approach.
leave no trace. All right.
I love how much control you have as the thief. That additional bonus action on top of rogue simply having things to do with a bonus action. Thief Dip is one of those very few things that is as good as people think it is. But that kind of puts me in this position where I don't understand where the rogue downplay comes from. Because this is known to be good, so why is that dot not connected?
Time for a new. Make it hurt. Tread carefully.
Shit. On your
I'm a good one. I really just think it boils down to no second attack, people comparing to other martial classes that have that, not factoring and understanding the insane damage output you get from rogue. It's gotta be. You play, I just mod, get excited, test one fight, change everything, and repeat. It's beautiful cursed loop.
To the shadows. Go.
Yeah, let's go for the Marigan next, I think.
Friends still ain't caught up. Slaves are paying the price.
Alright, stomach, settle down. Wrath boots make an appearance. Oh yeah, I could go get wrath boots. Haven't done that. I do like wrath boots.
What's in here?
Looks like the oozes are still here.
All right.
Make sure to get Featherfall. Guess I could deal with the Hellspores first.
Don't linger. Time for a new.
Thanks to the Hell Dust, I'm immune to burning. Pretty sure the Merrigan can't hit me at 29 AC. Let's verify. Yeah, you have +8. I guess that's +8 with reeling applied. So you could hit me if I didn't have the adamantine shield. I should ability drain your strength a little bit. Alright, we're good now. +7 with reeling. You'll never have more than +8. Unless I go a turn without you trying to hit me. Keep doing that to keep the reeling timer up. Alright, you don't see a roll that hurts me. Tanky Rogue is an addiction. It is simply just that fucking good. And this is me doing AC Tanky Rogue. Once we get one more level, I can do DR Tanky Rogue. And of course, access to more gear. Because we don't have Uncanny Dodge yet. Need to pick up Fluffs and Missile Snaring. To cover some edge cases. But, that'd be great.
A curious mask. It's almost cute. A Marigold mask, no less. Hell's foot soldiers. Another mask. A whole gaggle of Merigons. They never fight alone, though. Where's their commander?
The alcohol in here. Yeah.
There, I wonder.
Hey, Candy Bay. Very kind of tanky is DR style. Let him try to tickle me. Yeah, DR is so fucking good.
I need to rest. The sunset can't come quickly enough. On the hunt.
Like, I'll even do something silly right now. You've heard of throwing, right? Check this out.
Just like old times. Prime spot for an ambush.
Alright, hit me. You have +7. You can't. Unless I get an acid surface. You have slashing resistance, lightning resistance. So I will still want to, do ranged sneak attacks. I should even... I'm not equipping that. With the makeshift bow.
Add a little bite. Outmaneuver them.
And now I'm in acid.
Just like old times.
Dark vision.
On the way.
I haven't spoken to Brithvar yet. I should do that. Should have done that before I came over here. That's okay. Hopefully he'll still talk to me. If he doesn't, only slight loss.
Ready or not? Yes. Now they see me.
I should note that this thief archery I'm doing is still holding back. I'm intentionally not using the Titan string bow because it's a truly stupid item. And I am not shooting special arrows, which I could be doing. So, orders of magnitude less damage than I'm capable of. But Rogue don't care. Rogue just do good damage anyway. Like that.
Infuse it.
I'll try and manage this to work. I started Mind Master and fighting each other when I was here yesterday. Did zero the dialogue to make it happen. It's kind of convenient though. It could happen if Nier coerces someone, or you have a summon that gets Mind Mastered, or one of them uses Mind Master and someone near is coerced, which they shouldn't be willing to do, but I suppose it's possible. Hey. Free sub? Sure thing, Rona. There you go. Alcatrix, you were the non-sub on screen. So, thank you for hanging out. Sub courtesy of Rona saving up 100,000 channel points. Ear was still under the rubble. One of my people did get my master first. Yeah, it was that.
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quag.
The subtle approach. Leave no trace. They won't know what hit them. We'll do it my way. Mutilate them. Let's have a little fun. Leave no trace.
Easy peasy.
Let's be quick.
Still have you to deal with. Yeah, let's do that first. Not interested. There we go.
Be very, very quiet. What can we rescue?
You attacked someone.
Yeah, huh?
On my way. Into the shadows. Keep them guessing. We'll do it my way.
Looking this way?
With
Are you
finesse.
looking this way?
Ready or not?
You're somehow looking... Ah, you're here looking this way. Right.
Yes, let's.
Alright, let's turn into a gift.
True soul, no less. It should split your head open and poke around in. The stench don't lie. In that case, but whatever the spoils, we'll drop you a fat cut.
Rogue gets advantage on this. I normally wouldn't attempt this, but I have plus 10 in advantage, so... Yeah.
Now move.
So say your chum blows near out of there. What then?
Now, Brithvar's faction with the Dwergar is allied to me, opening up a bunch of ways to handle combats in some preferable ways. That was a redundant statement. You get what I mean.
That rubble needs clear. Now get to the caning, before I thrash you instead.
Right, healing potion just in case.
Go. This way. All that brawn and they're trembling like leaves.
Trembling like what?
Leaves. Like a tree.
Might lose attitude with Volo from this. No, far enough. Cool.
Ready or not?
So because these Dwergar are allied to me, I don't have to make checks to push them or hide in front of them. So I hide right in front of their face. It's long as they're close enough to the edge, push them, and go to camp before they land. So that the kill happens when I'm in camp, so they don't attribute that to me. It's real Astarion, created a Astarion-like character. This is real Astarion. I wish I had just a little more strength to push this guy further.
Maybe they're hungry. Fetch him some moss.
Shove moss in your own gob and stay quiet. They've been fed plenty.
It's like that's not happening. Oh. Fusion in there.
Step carefully. Time for discretion.
This guy's perma-hostile. He's the last one. Dead.
Now they see me. Yes, here.
Everyone's gone. Full kid.
Break the rubble for me.
I'm so tired. How do people do this all day? Over there, a little souvenir. Gods, how many masks are there?
Thank you, Cave Cows.
Still only Merrigan remains, though.
Early. Hey, Woodsy. I can finally start the stream.
I'm not sure it's dead. Let's keep to the shadows. Let's hunch. Let's have a little fun. Let's play. They won't know what hit them. Time for a new approach.
40 damage off that. Ooh.
Subtle steps.
Again, because they're allied, I'll be able to shove this guy with no checks. What sword do you have? Fell or live?
Ready or not, the softest touch.
Huh?
Watch the shadows.
Minor illusion's so busted. Alright, now just this guy. Let's check his stock, see if he has anything I care about. Yeah, maybe I want to get big at some point. Arrows of Ilmater for Lava Elemental, sure. I do really like the idea of applying slow scrolls in certain situations, just so I won't really have spell save DC in this run, so. Special arrows. Yeah, sure. Only these, because those scale well with wet application, and I can get the other ones for better prices elsewhere.
You attacked someone.
Mm-hmm. I didn't position quite well. If I had positioned a little bit better, I could have gotten an opportunity attack.
Just like old times.
Cut first, then.
Big fella? I guess he's large fella currently. Big fella. Big fella's okay, I guess, but like one big lady. Hey Sora. Soup as always. Hope you're having a super day. Do you need me to explain it? Larger than average, dude.
Belly up. We gotta escape. It's Nia's game to lose.
Now that that's done, let's go deal with Philomene. I almost forgot about. Tomato soup and grilled cheese, one of my all-time faves on a rainy day. Yes. My brain almost corrected that to tomato cheese and grilled soup, and I think my brain has actually been cooked. Quag's modern kitchen show. Let him cook. Someone say soup, I love soup. Yeah, Panzer. It's dumb enough to attempt to get the rune powder and cart run, but I got it. Just so 40 to sell the bucket. It's not dumb if you have a plan.
It's mine now.
Let's get rune powder safely.
Not a sound.
Wait, go on. Drag me. It's the whole damn reason we're here.
It's proud.
Got all the rune powder. Didn't want to use a speed pot there, but rolled very low on my damage. And not the crit I was hoping for either. 4 with advantage. Barely even hit.
Yes, please.
Did smoke soup, it would be best having a pan so it spread out some more of the soup with the smoky flavor instead of just the top layer. Good advice.
Quick step.
I almost want to hit level 6 before doing this fight. Let's think about how I can do that. Go for the lava elemental. I don't think I did the methods fight either. Get me there.
Just be quick. I'll stick near. Pull near from the rubble. Time
5 Breath Bars healing potion and its javelins. I don't want the javelins, I just don't want him to have them.
good. Drop.
Steal the double foil mask for that XP early, I guess. Meh. Let's give Thryn the boots.
Hit! Move, Hoon! No, he's stuck in there with point. Thought you would.
Poison geezers. I take the ring. Now, if I push someone, I'll be at 30 AC for the turn. But I wish I had Perilous Stakes Force since Birthbar's annoying to hit. You can always start the fight by throwing one person into lava, so that at the start of their turn, they're just probably gonna die. Because if they have enough HP, they won't die from the initial impact with the lava. You could also, like, pre-wet them so that they have fire resistance on the turn that they arrive, but they don't have it in the turn where it ticks on them. For the second time. Just a couple of options. Alright, fire resistance, burning immunity. I have a bunch of DR. Even getting surprised by these guys, they shouldn't be able to do anything to me. So I don't need to unequip that. They just chose not to do anything. Ham good. Just could have done that first. It's fine. That's funny. I somehow caused a fire surface? Oh no, it was the Helldusk armor, and you were immune to that damage, but I had lightning as a damage rider. Very fun. Critical miss. Oh, the electrocuted water worked. Good to know. I didn't think it would. Electrified steam going now. You want to fly through that? No? Maybe? Didn't count. Try to push you into it. Hey, you actually disarmed me? Rude. Level 3. That'll do it. Now they're applying heat metal to my armor. Okay. Weapon up. Simply take the methods and move them over there. It's level 6. Yeah, sometimes forget how much XP this fight is. I need to start doing it earlier. It's a very dangerous fight if you're not prepped, but clearly with this much DR and fire resistance, I don't have to respect it at all.
Don't mind if do this all day.
This is now the ore for our second adamantine craft, which I still haven't made a decision on. I was thinking about the scimitar. I was also thinking about the mace. The scimitar makes the most sense. But I don't know, we'll see. There's potentially a world where I want the medium armor or the heavy armor as well. Pop a save. Let's assign that level. This Astarion hates the fact that Tadpole didn't change his life. Rogue level 5. This is two things. One, it's uncanny dodge. Two, it's a sneak attack increase. Sneak attack gets an extra d6 of damage on every odd-numbered rogue level. Also, now that we have 47 HP, I can take 2 ticks of the sun without dying. Without any damage mitigation. But we do also have 3 DR from Helldusk Armor, and we have Uncanny Dodge. So, I would like to try out dodging the sun. So we're gonna go do that. Alright, hit me. 8. Reduce it from 20 to 8. Good. Dipped a fight or two for action surge at one point? No. If I stay with this spec, you will never see me have more than 1 level of fighter. BRB, gotta go piss girl. Alright, I'm back. We're in ad jail for a minute, so I'll wait. The sun tries to hurt you, simply don't get hurt instead. Just dodge the sun. Rogue is bad, but like, what if you simply dodged the sun? This is also without radiant resistance, so I could reduce this to 3 damage. Does that be 20 divided by 2? So 10 minus 3. 7, and then Uncanny Dodge would subtract 4. So I can reduce the sun damage down to 3. But getting Radiant Resistance won't be really feasible until level 9. I can't think of a way to get it before level 9. And at that point, I'll be deep in Act 2, so it won't really matter except for maybe running around the mountain pass. A little bit of Act 3. Modulate sun damage. I'm using the script extender console to apply sunlight hypersensitivity to myself in appropriate situations. I wish it was more passive, but the condition gets removed whenever I do certain things. Like if I enter a non-sunlit area from a sunlit area, it gets removed. If I use the hide action, it gets removed. It's a little annoying. So I'm applying it where it makes sense to do so, rather than all the time. Alright, there's 2 Mind Masters. They're who I want gone the most. We are gonna do, as far as Rebellion, I will stash Thud away. Out of 1 to 10, how difficult is this run to path for? I mean, I don't really have a measure of that. Getting through the early game, before I had all my movement speed, was quite difficult. That's where we got that 1 sunlight death in the bottom left. Because I was still getting the hang of how to move, and I misinterpreted a pixel, and we didn't have enough HP to survive 1 tick of the sun. So that's how that happened. Act 2, it'll be mostly irrelevant. It does mean in certain fights I can't use daylight as much of a free I win button.
So say your chum blows near out of there. What then?
Then I'll stick near
Um,
down and sideways till he's more whole than flesh.
and then in Act 3 it won't really matter all that much. I'll be very tanky, but also I'll have access to things like Shar Spear of Evening, and I can ascend and then remove all the restrictions as well. There's no sun in Act 2. There can be daylight in Act 2. The daylight spell, using Blood of Lathander, which are both good counters to enemies within that act. So it still matters. Fighting Cazador will be interesting. It most likely just means that I'll be taking radiant damage too, but it'll be worth it, shutting off his healing.
Back on your feet or I'll bite your toes off 1 by 1.
Athletics failed, but they must have also failed.
Do that, as this one is about to demonstrate.
I love Thief. Have that extra armor class. I think any source of radiant damage he takes prevents his heal, is that correct? No, it's not. Where were you reading that from? You potent cantrip? No. If you did, and that would be scary. Also, I uncanny dodged, but it wasn't necessary. So it'll show uncanny dodge as adding damage, if it didn't kick in, but it doesn't go on cooldown if it didn't kick in. Oh, that's nice.
Let's find some prey.
Why don't I have advantage? Oh, my hiding was Dalthar. Yeah, right. Forgot. Invisible person. Duh. For you.
Step quick.
Wiki thought it had to be sunlight. Maybe not. The Wiki might have been on fandom, so you don't know where it came from? It did successfully take damage there. Uncanny Dodge reduced that from 15 to 6. Thank you. Or Helldusk still played a role, but Uncanny Dodge good. Like a little bit of healing. Also lower your rolls by making you bloodless. Debate the opportunity attack. I want to push you for the AC, but I don't actually need that right now. Let's make sure I'm not threatened. Reading a lot of stuff. I remember which site that had that. Nico pasted something in the chat. The vampire regains 10 hit points at the start of its turn if it isn't in sunlight or is taking radiant damage from holy water, in which case its trait doesn't function at the start of its next turn. My understanding, and I could be mistaken here, is the holy water clause there is accurate. It's holy water, or the regeneration is turned off if taking damage from the sun. My recollection is not that it's any radiant damage, but I'm open to being wrong about that. Do need you to stop casting at me. You're reduced now. Back to max HP. Soul guy. Action from evil and good prevents being frightened. Almost all sources, yes. It doesn't protect from every version of fearful. It does protect you from frightened, though.
Now they see me.
The writing means it should be any radiant damage. Yeah, I'm not willing to call that accurate off the top of my head. I'm not saying I'm guaranteeing it's wrong, but that doesn't sound correct to me. Remember, no source of information is infallible. Including the wiki, which is better than other game wikis. I want to reiterate that.
Ready or no?
I don't think this is worth spending special arrows. Start working on the archers. I mean, radiant damage taken during that turn before the vampire has taken their turn. So, vampire regen, start of its turn. This would imply that taking the damage will stop the next check for vampire regen from working. Specifically, the next check. So if you're applying the radiant every turn, if it does work that way, if it is all radiant damage, then you would be preventing it. But, again, grain of salt.
Quickly. Just like old times. No escape.
Hey GG, I can test it B&B, if you feel like it, trade. How's your run going, GG? I was lurking a little bit while I was barely awake in the wee hours of the day. Hey Rathana, watching's paid off. Yeti got into a chasm before she could alert the goblins. Let's go. Very useful to have that as an approach. I try not to put her in the chasm because I like her loot and tadpole personally, but hey, giving up that to make sure that the whole goblin camp doesn't aggro, sometimes that's a worthwhile trade. Someone in chat mentioned hiding the ledge behind the torture rack for fighting the goblin camp. Oh, that's a cool spot. Yeah, I've never done that from there. I like the idea. Found the pixel? Ah, you did the pixel. Nice, nice, nice. Yeah. Good old mustard pixels.
The subtle approach.
We'll spend a special arrow here. Elmater, it's kind of a waste. No, we won't spend a special arrow. I don't have as many supplies as I thought I did. Just keep clicking sneak attack. It's going good, just got the gauntlet yet. Halcyon died during portal fights, forgot to prep anything. Oh no, Halcyon died, oh no. Be ready for Merkle tonight? Let's go. Special arrows are a drug. Yeah. Let's go for a lightning burst here. Cat. Gotta figure out what I'm doing for food, actually. Taking a send out spiderlings from the egg sack after the war drums. Can I highly recommend that to anyone who uses summons? I can't really recommend that because you're wasting a unique summon on a task that doesn't need any real effort. I really prefer using those spiders for other things.
Over here.
Like, you can just, from the rafters, shoot all of the drums without anyone even being able to harass you.
Let's find some prey.
Just forget to use the spiders otherwise. That's valid, yeah. I forget some runs, too. I don't even know if I have them on this run. I don't think I looked. They're temp hostile. They didn't get witness from any of this. I already moved Thud, so I don't actually need to spare them. I want to get Dex ability drain on you. Improve my hit rate. Gilded chest's apparently a key. What is the process for getting that to happen? If you don't mind me asking. Because you've been talking about that non-stop, and, like, how do you do it?
Let's go. We'll do it my way.
Both down to +1 dex mod. Be able to just bash them to death now. Yeah. Still stand to lower your AC a little more. From the entry files appears passive tracks. If damage type radiant, apply status damage dealt radiant. Apply the vampire regen, which has condition not as in sunlight, and not has status damage dealt radiant. Just tick type start turn function check. Thank you for confirming, Breacher. That's looking right at the game files. It's definitely conclusive. If I keep them in the acid, this is worth it. Hang on. That time of year where every once in a while a bug will find its way through like the hole in the screen or something. It's gonna be flying around in here. Saw one flying around earlier and I think it was landing on me. At a camp, put it in my inventory and try to open chests. No idea what build the chest if there's chest doesn't open. Yeah, so like I know it exists. That's cool or whatever. I just want to know how to replicate it. I'd like to stop missing my attacks too. That'd be nice. Yeah, another thing that Astarion is quite good at is AC tanking, because he can, against the humanoid, he can make them bloodless, which reduces all their rolls by 1. There is no attack roll for this, there is no saving throw for this, just he can use a bonus action to make them bloodless. So, it is on a short rest cooldown, but you could take advantage of that against, like, Gith archers or some such to lower their AC an additional point, like on the first, or lower their attack rolls by an additional point. Like on the first turn, you ability drain them, and then you make them bloodless after opening on them with a dex-based attack. So you can lower their attack rolls by 2, because I believe they have odd number dex. They have 19. Yeah, you can lower their highest roll to 29 by the time they get to act. And that's quite helpful.
They will know a bit.
According to a Reddit post, is one of the 5 gilded chests in the dank crypts. Worth researching.
Into the shadows.
Nice crit. You take those. Use your repairs.
Over there. Certainly.
Let's go get Thud. Yeah, the Emperor's hideout are very annoying. How so? Algethar? I don't agree.
Yes.
Act 3 Githyanki are not actually difficult. Your player power in Act 3 is so high that none of them should ever pose even the slightest bit of threat to you. So what about them is giving you trouble?
Don't mind if I do.
You get with the crossbow still annoys me. Do you not gear up throughout your playthrough? Do you not increase your player power from Act 1 to Act 3? No trouble until I take the crossbow. It doesn't mean I don't hate them. But you're either intentionally or unintentionally, you're being obtuse here. Why are they a problem for you? And at the level of power you have in Act 1, dealing with an archer who has extra attack and does split piercing and psychic damage, who can hit you on 31 AC, that is a problem. In Act 3, nothing about that should be a problem to you. Right after the end of Act 2, but you just agreed that the Elf Song Gith and all Gith are annoying. So what about them is giving you issue? Which one is it? Are they a problem or aren't they? And if they are, why? Because here's why Githyanki are a problem. In Act 1, your player power is very low. You are just getting critical hit immunity, your means of getting psychic resistance are limited, your means of having physical resistance are limited. Especially magical physical resistance. And you don't have the feats to have both damage mitigation and initiative control, and to have immunity to hold person all at once. You're juggling a lot of things. That's why the Act 1 Gith are hard. Fortunately, the Act 1 Gith are completely optional. The Kresh Gith, you have more options at this point, because in non-region locked setting, you can leave them for later, but even in a region locked setting, well, you are leveling up to the point where you're getting more control over it. You can be level 8 before Warguess. If you're a fighter, you get your second feat at level 6, so you can solve the having to juggle things like initiative and damage mitigation that way. You also get access to the Defender Flail in that map, which is AC and damage reduction. Annoying isn't the same as they're an issue? Yes, it is.
I believe there's a Kevin near you.
Yes, it is. Annoyed that I have psoriasis doesn't mean it's going to kill me. Well, it means it's something that is enough of an issue on your radar that it matters. The entirety of the point that I'm attempting to make here is that if Githyanki are still an issue for you in any capacity in Act 3, it is choices you are making, not because they're actually strong. Is it just a language thing? No, it's not. It's you intentionally evading the point. What are you doing that causes the Githyanki to even be relevant to you at all in Act 3? Like, I'm not exaggerating when I say they are nothing. They do fuck all in Act 3. You can quite literally Just walk in there with gear you purchase within 2 minutes of getting access to the lower city, and they will be unwilling to attack you at all. They will see you have so much damage mitigation, they will be unwilling to attack you at all. So what are you doing? Other than not preparing? Defender Flail is really nice for a tanky build. It is. Remember a run way back where you did lose to those basement gifts, I'm not misremembering? Yes. You are absolutely correct, Tim. That was the first run I ever lost in Act 3, and it's because I didn't prepare, because I didn't know there was a thing they could do, because I had gone in unintentionally already being prepared for that thing in the past. So when I didn't go in, well, that got me. Then remember what that thing was? It was the first run I ever lost in Act 3. It was a rogue. Wish there were more good flails or a cooler weapon type than most others. Well, all the unique flails are good. All of them. So, there's that. Hold peanuts. Hold person. Yes. It was hold person. A lot of enemies in that room can use hold person. I had been just wearing the Ring of Reaction or the Boots of Persistence to like every fight for most of my runs at that point. So I took it off for that fight because I was like, oh, I can use this here and just end the fight fast. Didn't have old person immunity. And not one, not two, but 3 people in that room could cast it. Go play some Zambies. You enjoy, Kara. It can be scary. Player right, they're all a joke. Wargaz nearly ended me. That was on me for shitty positioning. Blood came back, kicked ass. Yeah, well, Wargaz is an actual worthy opponent. Like, in terms of, if you were to say, well, Wargaz is one of the more difficult enemies in the game, depending on approach, yes, that can be true. Because if you let him snowball, there's a lot happening. There's also high threat enemies in the room. There is an archer, and there are 2 ardents. And of course, he himself is an Ardent, in terms of he can do the cantrip thing too. So the casters are doing non-attack roll based damage, and it's psychic damage with Wargaz. He is taking you to vulnerability, or if you have resistance, he's taking you to neutrality. So that is a bunch of damage. And then of course, there is an archer. And then the swords can pile up. Wargaz can also do damage to you when you make him roll a saving throw and he succeeds. There's a lot of factors there to why that fight is relevant, because you have to juggle a bunch of different things. And a lot of the time, your player power is not all that high at that point. Again, in a region lock setting, you are, if you optimize, you are just barely level 8 at that point. So, it makes sense. Wargaz is the only legendary action gift that matters. I agree. Like, with Tiscan, the thing about her is that she's much like the Cazador fight, and the Merkel fight. The boss isn't the biggest threat in the room. With the Tiscan fight, there are 2 archers that have arrows of many targets. So, like, there's a lot. They have very high initiative. If the archers knock you down, they can stop you from being able to flee from the boss, who, if you're not prepared for that, can frighten you. And then the sword guys, who are normally the smallest entity in that fight, well, if you're weak enough, they can matter. And they can even disarm you. It is a pile-up of things. The boss, individually, fuck all there. Just like how in Act 3, both of the Githyanki fights... Well, Pataris is a joke. Pataris is an actual meme. If you let Pataris take a turn, you fucked up. That guy surviving to get a turn means your strategy was bad, actively. Especially if you're playing outside of solo. But then with Harak, it's like her legendary action also does basically nothing. It's temp HP when you try to crowd control someone. That's it. That's nothing. It's actually nothing. Obtain Helldusk armor early without the Tieflings die if I play as Origin Karlach? No. The earliest you'll be able to get it is when you are actually leaving Act 1 after having dealt with the Goblin Leaders, if you're Origin Karlach. Would it make that fight a nightmare if you're willing to do so? Get the 3 Gith bosses inside the same room? Yeah, and it's a cool fight. But again, let's put all those in the room. So Black is still right. Well, Wargaz is the only one that matters. Especially with Act 3 levels of player power. Watched Mark die there the other day to Tiscan. Well, that was 2 things. 1, he got scammed out of an attack. 2, he doubled down on an attack instead of, and this is his own words, he didn't prioritize killing the enemies that were the majority of the incoming damage. He didn't kill the archers. The boss means fuck all. He didn't kill the archers. His words. Alright. Do I have a fire arrow? No. Boo. Use the rune powder. Not because this is a good use of it, but because I will forget that it exists if I don't.
They'll feel this.
Beldron, can you hear me? Beldron! Beldron.
Oh, no more innocents will die. Side with the mercenaries. I'm not going double tap full here.
Spill some blood.
Love the Quag Mark said. Maybe there are others I don't know. You're very good to recognize the real issues. A lot of it's from experience. It's rough. A lot of it is, hey, this has been an issue for me or others I've watched in this fight. Let's prioritize solving this problem. And then once you solve that problem, the fight is no longer an issue.
We'll do it my way. Feel their anguish. Into the shadows.
I near. Oh, perfect placement. Perfect.
Step quick.
I'll take a little damage here, but that's fine. Maybe I won't. It seems I won't actually take any damage.
Ready or no?
Heretic! You should never have come here.
No patch 8 spoilers. Zero tolerance. Hey, Spice Sundet.
Quickly.
A lot of athletics failures, but that's okay. Mir has advantage on that. Well, he doesn't see a damage roll that hurts me, so I don't actually even need to push him in the lava.
Another parasite. Collected.
Shit. Brithos kicked the...
A better position. Leave no trace. Let's find some prey.
Off the warning? Just a warning for now. No. Not excited for new subclasses. I understand, but understand that thoughtlessly talking about things that not everyone has access to, and some people want to have their own first experience on, well, it's thoughtless, and we promote thinking here. You know this.
Nina and Ricky, did they?
And something to keep in mind.
He was over in a flash.
I'll be a little less mature about this part. Got it, my bad? You're okay. This part's not directed at you. I'm incredibly fucking bitter that 2 months of people having no chill ruined any possibility of me having an organic and enjoyable first experience with Patch 8. Thanks to Insanity Manatee being very generous and providing me with a spare code, I have been able to playtest Patch 8 stuff off stream, and I have been doing so. Still in no spoiler zone, and here's the thing about testing stuff in Patch 8. It hasn't been fun for me, because there have been no surprises, except for me finding and testing things that people like Trade, people like myself, are more known for at this point in terms of actual damage interactions and the weirder stuff and how things work. Because people were not testing those things. They weren't even trying. People were running around flexing that they could do a thing that other people couldn't. So my ability to have a first experience on stream with you guys for content, and also because I like sharing that stuff with you guys, that's gone. I will never have that. Do not do that to other people, please. I know it's not always a malicious thing, but just stop and think.
He did this to you.
Really?
Well, I shouldn't be surprised. And so, certainly not. And
He was over in a flash. They're at peace now. Praise Iron Man.
Let's hope for gold.
You.
We speak the Mind Flayer Corpse during Drags and the dialect doesn't arouse suspicions. Yes. I don't remember the exact sequence. I know it's available to clerics and bards, but there is a sequence where he won't get suspicious at all. I don't know what it is offhand. I suck at it. I get it occasionally, like, by accident. But yes. I don't know if it's available for everyone, but I know Cleric and Bard have class-specific dialogue that does work.
Wait. Is that a bruise there? No. Good. I'm grateful.
Sonic Hug offered to streamer if he so desires. I am big into hugs. Thank you, Candyman. I appreciate that. Hey, Gigi, thank you for the 1,000 bits. Very unnecessary. I'm glaring at you, but I appreciate it.
here. Things the cult would like to know too, it seems.
Alright, I'm not going to kill the gnomes right here. Slightly XP positive to actually let them get to the Myconid colony and kill them there instead.
What's this?
There's vanilla without classes selection, where you don't get to check every time. If you know the method, feel free to share. Rathana was curious about it, so...
GG love Qua.
Thank you very much, Gigi. Very kind. What do I want here? I guess call it a week. So we'll be fighting a bunch of weaker things. I am cucumbered. This is a sunny area, we'll have to apply hypersensitivity here. Not seeing the infinite skeletal Involucre exploding bug sometime till today. It's not really a bug, though. It's intended behavior. Ketheric has an aura that makes it so when something dies, it becomes an Involucre. That includes Necromites and Involucres. So, like, it's not a bug. It's just an interaction. Depending on what's causing the chain, you can stop it during. Like, I'm sure there's been the very viral clips of people sitting there with Spirit Guardians on, letting it continue to happen. Yeah, you can just click on your portrait, click on Cancel Concentration, and it stops. Same with Moonbeam. If it happens with Aylin's Moonbeam, that's a little more complicated. Then you might actually be fucked. All the weak Callous Glow, you're leaving out information. Because Involucres are neutral. You can't call the weak them. So you're leaving out information. Got hit with a Sunbeam spell, would that count as insta-death? No. It would hurt me pretty badly. And Sunbeam counts as a source of... You okay there, Nico? It counts as a source of daylight while it's active. So, if I started my turn next to the Sunbeam caster, I would be having a bad time if they were still concentrating. Rant, dealer's choice? Ooh, let me think about that. Ooh, I have a topic in mind. Electrified water surface on top of thing. See, there you go. That's what you left out. So, the Blue Collar had redeemed a rant, and a topic I want to talk about is the concept of opportunity costs, which is something that gets overlooked in like every build crafting space in every fandom I've ever participated in. And it's really annoying because you'll see people claim things like something is free, willfully not acknowledging, okay, but you could have put other things in that slot. That means it automatically is not free. If there is a condition for activating something, it is still not free. You have to do something to get something, whether that's equip a thing, meet a condition in terms of what's happening on the battlefield, you know, use a consumable. It is inherently not free. So this is part of the calculus of why some things are good from the perspective of experienced challenge runners and build crafters, such as our community here. Because if you're a regular here, guess what? You're in that category. Deal with it. That is what separates that level of knowledge and awareness of game mechanics from people who run around saying, let's say, for example, and this is not me talking down, this is not me being elitist about this, I fucking hate elitism, this is outlining a difference in perspective. People run around saying that Hill Giant elixirs are OP and the best things in the game. Because, here's the thing you give up. Your elixir slot. And your elixir slot can do a lot of things. Now, I have been using a Hill Giant elixir for half the stream today. The other half I was using other things, but half the stream today. Specifically because, one, I have so many of them that it's better than having nothing on. And two, I wanted the ability to throw things around. I wanted the ability to throw Dwergar. So that's why I equipped that. If we look at other elixirs I have available right now, Elixir of the Colossus, straight up more damage. More damage, better consistency on me getting throws and pushes on things I can already throw and push. Vigilance. My initiative's pretty shit right now. It's +4. In my current situation, if I were to get into a fight with Minthara right now, I don't have protection from paralysis, and I don't have an initiative advantage. So it is fully possible for her to Misty Step over to me, hold person, and that's it. That's the run. I can't do anything. Because a Hill Giant elixir doesn't do shit for that. So this is why you'll hear people like myself, people like Trade, will talk about the value of having your strength be good innately. So you don't need to shackle yourself to an elixir. You can still use them when it's useful. Like, for example, half-orc guards in Moonrise. Half-orcs and Dragonborn are slightly too heavy for you to pick up with Hill Giant strength. You need Cloud Giant strength for that. So that's a use case for you to still plop those on. If you really want absolute accuracy and you're doing a Tavern Brawler setup or you're doing melee weapons, then going Cloud Giant for specifically accuracy can be good. But keep in mind there's competition there. Elixir of Heroism gives you accuracy. It also improves your saving throws. It also gives you temp HP if you don't have another better source. And you can have that Elixir of Heroism alongside having naturally good strength. For example, when you're in Act 2, you can get up to having 22 strength naturally. In Act 3, you can run around at 24 strength naturally. And you can get even higher with specific setups. You can be running around at 26 or 28 strength, provided you select the right feats, use Devil Foil masks in a party setting, other things like that. But you can get enough strength that you don't need to shackle yourself to an elixir. When building an only Dex Rogue, how much strength would you still take? I would still take 16 strength. Because you have to keep in mind strength governs other things. For example, again, this is a rogue. Why wouldn't you want to be able to throw someone around? I'm currently using an Elixir of Hill Giant Strength to be able to do that. But my goal is in Act 2, I want to be able to do that without giving up my Elixir slot. So I'm taking 16 strength. Because I could use a feat to go to 17. I could use the potion from Mirage to go to 19. Then I just need +1 from somewhere else. Which could be Hag Hair, for example. It could be another feat. You've got options. You still go strength. There are worse ways to die than being held by Minthara. Amen to that one, brother. So that's just talking the elixir slot. There's other things that are similar, and you'll exactly get where I'm going with this. Hill Giant Club, that's another thing that isn't free. However, the opportunity cost of a Hill Giant Club, in a lot of situations, it's less of a hit to your overall strength than something like a Hill Giant Elixir is. The popular combination of Hill Giant Club plus Titan String Bow. The reason why it works is because at the point in the game where these items are first available, that gets you up to a point where you can throw around goblins still, if you wanted to. You have enough carry weight from being at this 19 strength threshold. You have enough jump distance to feel competent, to feel good. You are not yet at the point where you can just get to a higher strength bracket naturally. And your items that the Hill Giant Club is competing with, there's no real competition, at least for a one-handed stat stick at this point. Not really a thing. Because Knife of the Undermount King is in the Creche. Other very impactful things like Rhapsody, Dollar Amaris are way later in the game. Having a feat for Dual Wielder to free up even more stat stick options is something you're unlikely to have. Unlikely you'll be willing to spend for that until later in the game. Opportunity cost. Gloves of Dexterity are a popular thing. You'll see a lot of people who are newer to build crafting in this game talk about, oh, well, I can just dump my Dex and then get the Dex gloves to go up to 18. And there are builds and situations where that is a choice you can make. I do that in Retaliation builds sometimes, where you want lower Dex so that your armor class is lower. And I will equip the Dex gloves in situations where I want to remove that. So like Dex gloves to start the fight, so I have good initiative, then take them off, so I have low armor class, but initiative's already been rolled, so I'm still ahead. But you have to keep in mind the opportunity cost of that, and also, it's very easy to boost your Dex to that 18 threshold or farther via other means. You have Nimble Finger Gloves in Act 3, which will give you either +1 or +2 Dex, depending on your character's race, and you can shapeshift to get the more favorable outcomes there. Either 0, 1, or 2, depending on your character's race, I should say. But you could use that to go from 16 to 18. Same benefit as Gloves of Dex, you're just missing the +1 attack from those gloves, but that's fine because you have more control over your stats. You can also use that to go farther. You can use Hag Hair, Mirror of Loss, Feats to boost your dexterity. All of that is still very much on the table, and the glove slot as a whole is very competitive in this game. You have, in terms of just Act 1 options, Fleet Fingers is one of the most favorable mobility tools in the game. You have Wondrous Gloves for armor class. You have Sparkle Hands for lightning charge gen on punching and on throwing. You have Gloves of Archery, which I haven't bought yet. Gloves of Archery just being proficiency in a can and also flat damage, +2 damage on your ranged attacks. That's very significant. You have all of the throw and monk-coded glove options. You have a lot. You have a lot of stuff that's really good in that glove slot. And that was all just Act 1 stuff. You have Daredevil gloves in the Kresh. You have Luminous gloves and Dark Justiciar gloves and Flawed Helldeath gloves in Act 2. In Act 3, you have Crater Flesh gloves. You have Reviving Hands. You have Spellmite gloves. You have the real Helldust gloves. There's all sorts of things. And then you have the Hill Giant gloves. The Hill Giant gloves are actually a good stat stick setting item, because setting your strength to 23 is enough of a boon. That's close enough to your practical max strength that you can have, while still preserving access to your weapon slots, to your elixir slot, to your chest slot, to where that one is far more justifiable. Still stiff competition, because a glove slot is cracked, but that is an example of, much like the Hill Giant Club, the point in the game you get it justifies its usage. So, basically when gearing, you have to remember, or taking feats, or using elixirs, or whatever, you have to remember that something always has a cost. And often that cost is that you could have used something else. This is why you'll hear me say things like ability score increase is a bad feat. Because it is. Because you could use a feat in that slot that will do anything in the game better. There's always a more favorable feat to take for a specific purpose than ability score increase. Ability score increase is what you take when you don't know what to take. What's the least cracked slot? Amulets. Yeah, I agree with the Revan trade. Amulets. Ability increase for resilience. Resilient is a very good feat, Schoolquid. There's a lot of feats that will give you +1 to an ability score, while giving you some effect otherwise, that will collectively mean it's more impactful than ability score increase. Resilient is one of those. Resilient Con is a popular feat. Well, if it's not popular, it should be popular, because getting con save proficiency takes care of half of what you need to make sure that your concentration is never really at risk. Getting +8 to your con and advantage means that mathematically you'll almost never drop your concentration, as long as you're not taking huge spikes of damage. Tavern Brawler gives you +1 to either strength or con, and then all of its other effects. Heavy Armor Master gives you +1 strength and its effect. Athlete gives you +1 strength or dex and its effect. Moderately Armored gives you +1 strength or dex and a shit ton of really good gear proficiencies. You know, you get the point. We'll take a many target arrow. Won't say no. I am kind of low on heals, so we'll buy some more of those. This will be a bit of a spendy shopping session, but... The late length, you have to reply for that drawer thing. Should I copy and send it again? Yeah, please do. Fish needs like 6 ability points. They should nerf that? No, they shouldn't. Because here's the thing. Different classes get different saving proficiencies. So, like, I started as a fighter. So I have con save proficiency. At the start, that's +2. And then it becomes +3, and then at level 9 it becomes +4. So taking Resilient Con on this character wouldn't do anything. It would just give me +1 Constitution, which wouldn't even get me up a bracket, because I already have proficiency. And some classes get terrible proficiencies. For example, Paladin gets the worst saving throw proficiencies in the game. So if you cared about your concentration on a Paladin for some reason, well, Resilient Con very valuable there, where it does absolutely nothing of value for a fighter or a sorcerer, because they already have that proficiency. Moderately armors quickly become one of my go-tos. Yeah, Tavern Brawler is another feat people with the wrong perception about. Yeah, it's not about the damage. It's about the half ASI and the accuracy. Be off base here, the skills and ability +1 feats also play well with the way stats can be initially divided up 13 and 17. You're absolutely right, Chester. There's a lot of odd numbers in the default stats. Larian decided to give all of the companions and the default stats for players. Your primary stat is on the maximum it could be, which is an odd number. And then most of them also have 13 dexterity. So. Been bothered to get ASI or trying to get 2 abilities in a given number? No, because if I have 2 abilities at an odd number already, then I fucked up somewhere else or I took default stats. In a run where you're allowed to respec, you respec. In a run where you're not, well, make better choices. You can use Hag Hair to even out one, you can use the feat to even out another. That evens out 2 stats already. The order doesn't matter, you have to choose who killed you, your responses from drawer that are actually related to the death. Why are the gift chasing? He goes, they know something. Don't remember his reactions for every line you direct him into asking. It makes sense, no real suspicion. You can check, you ask about absolute. That will at the end get you to persuade him at the end. Sorry, link to reply. No, don't be sorry about it. Good info. Yeah, you have to ask about who killed you and then follow that line of logic with what were the gift doing? Why were they chasing the ship? Yeah, that sounds all familiar. Alright, I was yapping a lot. I was actually here to kill them. After buying the bombs from Cyril. Just for fun. That's what Minor Illusion's for? Yeah, Minor Illusion's awesome. Hi. Howdy. Hello. Like my cleric and my current ability score. So let me remind, everything is viable. Everything is viable. And when I say something isn't good, It is me comparing to something else, and often I'm using shorthand as someone who is into optimization. Ability score increase is a feat that it makes sense to take when you don't know precisely what you're doing, and using ability score increase to boost your casting stat often feels desirable, because getting spell save DC, especially early in the game, is not the easiest thing. Now, once you hit Act 2, Arcane Acuity is very easy to obtain, or once you hit level 6, you have Battle Mage Elixirs. So that kind of ruins the value of improving your casting stat. But it is an option among many others. Just because I would never take it doesn't mean you are wrong for taking it. Does that make sense? And sometimes there's also memes. Like, the last time I took an ASI was for Constitution, for big HP number for funsies. Was that direct sunlight? Did I miss something? Oh, I wasn't thinking. You know, that was direct sunlight. I got distracted by yapping. So here's what we'll do on that. Let's stand in the shade and do some calcs. This is the downside of I have to manually, my ADHD ass has to remember to apply it manually. So because I have Uncanny Dodge, I would have taken 8 damage on each tick there. How many turns was I sitting in the sun? See, lost condition, sunlight hypersensitivity. It goes away whenever I enter the shade, and I never reapplied it. So what do we think? I was out in the sun for maybe 6 turns? 6 turns worth of damage? I have 47 HP. As long as I was outside of turn-based mode, Uncanny Dodge would have reduced that to 8. So that would have almost killed me. So let's get rid of an equivalent amount of healing pots to make that fair. Let's drop all of my normal heals. Shame you can't shoot yourself in the foot. Yeah, I mean, I could turn on sun sensitivity and stand out there. But if I had been taking that damage, I would have noticed that I was taking that damage. So let's instead cut out the middleman and just pretend that I had to use these heals. In fact, I'll destroy these so I can't change my mind on it later. Or I'll just put them in a container and forget about them. There we go. 6 turns I'd be dead. I'd be 1 point shy of being dead. Or I would be 1 point dead. But I would have known that the damage was happening, is my point. You're right. So yeah, we'll just get rid of my heals. I wish I could automate it, but unfortunately I have to do it manually. Does getting rid of my heals sound fair to everyone? Should I drop more of them, or is that enough? This is me asking for input. Which feat gives advantage in con save? Warcaster, though I don't really value Warcaster very highly because of how many pieces of gear give advantage on con saves. You have 3 different chest armors in Act 2. 4 different chest armors in Act 2 that give advantage on con. And you have an amulet and a helmet in Act 3. Amulet and 2 helmets in Act 3. And then there's a chest armor in Act 1 that also gives you advantage on con. Fair, fair. I don't think you would just sit there and take all that damage. Okay, cool. Glad we're all on the same page. Warcaster for Storm Sorcerer for what? Opportunity, Spell, Shock, and Grasp? Yeah, I do like that idea. Yeah, no, you didn't cause a scene at all, Hollow. Thank you for bringing it up. I was yapping, I got distracted. It happens. I do want to keep this a challenge run and keep things in the spirit of the run, so me forgetting like that, there's got to be a consequence. Druid Armor in Act 3. Yeah, so yet another. So yeah, I don't value Warcaster very highly outside of the specific use case the trade outlined. But I will say that if it is your avenue, your chosen avenue to secure your con saves, there's worse ways of doing it. The sweet spot is having +8 and advantage, because that means if you roll a 2, you still succeed as long as the damage wasn't enough to force the DC to go above 10. So unless you're taking absolutely massive hits, like, think unmitigated Finger of Death level of damage, then you're pretty unlikely to fail. Alright, this is obscured. I maybe want the Doom Hammer. I can't sneak attack with it, but I maybe want it. I haven't killed the chicken yet. Snipe that when it's over here. Debating if I want Explosive Archery. Well, let's go kill the Lava Elemental, actually. Finger of Death. Gotta figure out what I'm doing about that with Full Party. I get us all Necrotic Resistance. Night Singer's Favor. Everyone except for Clerics of Selûne can just go get that. I'm gonna use the gross thing. Using Radiant Resistance Elixirs as part of my strat. Once they're available, but they are leveled loot creative Duda. They're not yet available. Oh, the right boots.
Just like old times. The subtle approach.
I don't have any ice arrows, which is a shame.
Now they see me. Time for a new approach. They won't know what hit them. Let's try this. Let's have a little fun.
Should have checked for ice arrows before doing this, but we're okay.
Let's go. On the hunt.
Just enough. Hey, Chocolate Skittle. Just wondering, they're one of the rarest elixirs alongside universal, which obviously you can make. Yeah, you're looking at vendors for Radiant Resist. You can't craft them. I don't know of any fixed location ones. At least not in Act 1 or 2. You're looking at leveled loot. Hey, Twister. Having jump gear is so nice. Dollar stopped being on my bar from when I was disarmed earlier.
Yes. Flying machines.
Let's laugh.
Walking brains. It's all so absurd.
In Gith with them? No, there's 2 Gith in the hatchery and the crush that have acid resist elixirs. Those are the only ones in the game. There's also only 1 cold resist elixir in the game. It's on a table in Sorcerer's Sundries. And as far as I'm aware, there are no obtainable thunder or force resist elixirs, though they do exist in the game files.
How unfortunate. Alas, thou must do. Return me.
Alright, 6.7k off the level. It is possible to hit level 7 before leaving the map in a region lock setting. I probably won't try to do that because I don't really want to burn exploration spots. We haven't fought Ethel yet. Which I'll want to do. If I go 17 base strength with heavy armor master and then a Raj potion, that'd be 20. What would I do with my hag hair then? 15 dex. Dex hag hair to get up to 16. I don't love it, but makes some amount of sense. Without free up stat points for things I don't really care about. Like I already have 14 con, I don't need more. What is my strength currently? 16? Maybe give that some more thought. I guess we go save Halcyon now. I haven't gotten Leviatar's Love. I can do that while I'm in here, too. I suppose that's an option. Abjuration, Leviatar's Love. So that if I get low enough, getting that condition would give me my baseline ward if I have none. I don't hate it.
Ah, pain without purpose is a. If you would simply. This will do nicely. The pain you suffer.
Don't go for Constitution here unless your goal is to fail. Your options here are either succeed Performance, succeed Intimidation, or fail Constitution. Bard gets it for free. Monk gets an option that has no rolls, but you fail it automatically. Offers like he changed his hair. He's in his glam rock era.
Wonderful. Just wonderful.
You can see my con save proficiency coming in here. +3 from that.
That's it. Welcome the pain. Let it become.
Grip naked at this point, you get a bonus to dice rolls on a certain choice. So I already have the bonus active there, Wookiee. It's called Ardent Apostle. You get +4 to Performance and Intimidation just for unequipping your chest armor. That's why I did that.
Let's try this technique. Or perhaps this one. Add a little bite. Let's keep to the
Durga's right here. I don't love that.
My beautiful. To the shadows.
Good fight, I guess. Durga, are you stuck? She gets stuck sometimes. Close fight.
Watch the shadows.
She's doing crime response over there. Responded to the theft, but not the moida. Impressive since Rog has no damage. Yeah, Rog bad. Also, all bows that aren't Titan string bow bad, you know.
A little souvenir. Time for discretion. Into the shadows. The softest touch.
fire dip for a little more damage. No sneak attack needed.
Just like old times.
Get on with Poppy's ears. Tear out his eyes.
Later. I gotta take it slow. Make it agonizing.
Something extra.
Recently started playing Cyberpunk. Ooh, what are your thoughts so far, Nico? Killed him outright. Kinda wasn't expecting that. Min damage. The arrow, by the way, and then sneak attack. Sometimes I forget Rog good, too.
Time for a new approach. Yes, here.
Your body blocked. That's so fucking funny.
An extra bite.
Let's unequip this. We get 2-hand damage. Yeah. Pretty okay. 23 slashing. Again, low roll on the actual weapon.
I should be able to make it to Halsin. The grove. But they ambushed us. The place was supposed to be abandoned.
I like it, trying to stealthy netrunner approach, hang back and make him burn. Nice. I'll get back to my Rog run. At the point when I can afford it, I'll invest in the DLC. Be a good investment. I can vouch very hard for it. Something I talk about fairly frequently is how modern approach to DLC in the games industry is fucking content slop, and people shouldn't go, oh, this should have DLC, this should have DLC, like with Baldur's Gate, because, like, if they don't want to make it, they shouldn't make it, and they made it clear they don't want to make it. Making DLCs that didn't need to or want to be made is how we end up with these dog shit monetization models, because publishers and developers, certain developers, will decide with the game dev by committee approach, well, this DLC sold well, so make stuff in this style, regardless of whether it's actually received well or not. So, just Phantom Liberty is much more an expansion. It's a classic style. Hey, you actually get a lot of fucking content and hours and game-wide changes for your buck. It's actually good. Colossus, more damage here. I don't need to be able to throw medium-sized creatures right now. Probably not for the rest of the act, honestly. Yeah.
Hiding in trees.
It's too far away. So we prioritize this goblin in this fight because Halsin will steal your kill in the cutscene and you won't get XP. I minor illusion the group away from the door so they can't free the wargs right away, but they will spend time trying to. I have a question. If you turn all the Goblin Camp hostile and knock out Minthara, can you find her Moonrise? Yes. As long as you knock her out on the same day that Gut and Ragzlin are dead. So you need those two to be dead and Minthara to be unconscious on the same day. Doesn't matter whether she's perma-hostile or not, doesn't matter where you do it. In earlier patches, it did matter. Current patch, it does not. I decided what spell to take at level 5 for my Bard. Fear and Plant Growth seem like the most useful. I'm a big fan of both of those. I usually take, for second level, first level I take Dissonant Whispers, Longstrider, Heroism, Disguise Self sometimes. Second level I like Enhance Ability, I like Heat Metal. Third level I usually go Plant Growth, Fear, Glyph of Warding. So if I hadn't killed Brawler Burka, it would have died to that, and I would have got no XP. Halsin being low in the initiative is good. It means he's unlikely to be able to burn his multi-attack, his once per combat multi-attack on the Goblin kids. So menacing attack from these Great Axe wielding goblins, especially if they have Fury of the Small available, this shit is demonic. This shit can kill you, like, very easily. Let's say you didn't have crit immunity or damage reduction. That's up to 41 damage before Fury of the Small. So up to 53 damage they can just crack you with. Oh. No. If I didn't have crit immunity, that could just kill me. I have Heavy Armor Master, so I would just barely survive, but... What do you think of Bestow Curse? Low value for the spell slot. You can kind of justify casting it from a scroll, though usually I just sell them. But, like, compare it to other third-level spells, and it doesn't do all that well. Like, if you're trying to lock down enemy actions, slow is the same spell level. If you're trying to just impose some disadvantages, X is a first level. And it being concentration in third level means I don't really think too highly of it. And the way Dread works, the one where they can lose actions, it's not as favorable as it presents itself. They have to fail a saving throw every turn, and it only denies them one action point. Whereas they still have their movement, their reactions, their bonus actions. Meh. We'll let Halsin cook over there. Here, we're going to set up Lightning Burst with a Lacerate. Didn't even need my sneak attack. Thank you, Call the Weak. Hopefully Halsin chooses to multi-attack the Beastmaster. Did it on the Butcher. I could maybe trust him to opportunity attack the Beastmaster, but like, what's your actual... that could kill. It's not that unlikely. Still gonna choose to do this. Of course he missed. That's okay. They were gonna break out on the next turn. He used his action surge to come back and attack. It's fine. All the weak popped that archer. There's the crit.
Over here.
Ooh. Max roll on the necrotic. Max roll on the piercing. Didn't max roll on the Colossus, but just casual 21 damage. Go over here to keep Halsin safe. Disgusting sentence. Had a lot of fun doing these little NCPD crime scenes to make it sidetrack on one quest to another. Yeah, doing the scanners is like most of the gameplay. I say that because I like that. It's fun.
Leave no trace. Outmaneuver them.
He almost did well this fight.
Make it hurt.
Pardon the Viscera.
Viscera.
Either way, I owe thanks. I am the druid Halsin. How is this? That must be where these enchant. I had no idea anyone beyond their ranks was in. If you want to find a cure, you must head there and discuss my. I cannot allow these butchers to threaten my. But they are the ones holding these The ringleaders have to die. Traveling to Moonrise is any who linger are. If you can find this place, I'll wager it. You've already been. It may prove impossible to avoid the shadow. I could come and help you.
I exhausted Halsin's dialogue, which gets me the XP from the conversation you would have with him right after the party. It gets you that sooner. The downside of this is if you were planning on doing the Act 1 knockout of Halsin in a way that doesn't break his quest and make the game think he's dead, you wouldn't be able to do it now. But that hasn't been part of the XP route in quite a long time, so. Excuse me. What do you do to tell him about Kaga with the Shadow Druids? I did the investigate Kaga quest, so that was an option. It doesn't do anything. Just telling him that. Gesundheit, thank you, Twister. It doesn't do anything. Just I like to rub his failure in his face. Think of Contagion, not Bestokers. Oh, Contagion, very, very good. Yeah, totally different story with Contagion. Really good. If you're playing a class that gets Contagion, that is a huge boon. I like Contagion a lot. Red meat, it's usable camp supplies. So now we have an alternative for damage dealing. Speedy Light Feet, the Line Breaker boots. It doesn't actually have the limitations the game says it does. Wrath stacks up to 7 times, so I could just get 7 extra damage on my melee attacks. Stacking that up with my bonus action dashes. If I were to use an alternative source of lightning charges outside of my glove slot, I could have my cake and eat it too. Wouldn't be able to do lightning bursts as easily, but it would still be good. Auntie that auntie. We could talk to Dror Agslin for a little bit of XP. The 15 XP is from progressing Halsin's quest. The sun, we're gonna make sure not to hang out in that. Let's finish dealing with the drums. Destroyed the one over there.
Radio note. Let's be quick. Just to talk, then.
Well, my day just improved. Very serious of you. Even if I could remember, I'm not sure I'd tell you. I don't want your ego to get...
Good talk. Just passing time so I can go back to the Goblin Camp without the crime response being active. Yeah, we should be able to hit the Shadow Curse lands and stuff pretty comfortably today. It's been almost 5 hours already, but good progress. I've been yapping a lot today. I was supposed to get food. I forgot. Hey, Kels. So I was late last night scrolling the shorts, saw something Rack 3 I'd never seen before, involved an animal, and interested me in telling you. May I already know? Yeah, sure. Play the Grove fight in solo, right? I do. I pretty much only play solo in November's Reigns. Which fight are you referring to? Baiting Minthara's full forces to the Grove and fighting them all off? I do that quite frequently. Yes? Yeah, I usually do that fight. It's XP optimal to do so. As long as you can keep Zevlor alive. It's also arguably an easier way of knocking out Minthara, because she has more targets to waste her spell slots on. It was usually a healthy decision. I mean, if you can afford it. Feel so liberated, chat. You know, the price of everything going up, it's liberating. Can't stop winning. Tired of winning. Bear with me one moment. I'm just securing lunch and trying not to look at what I'm clicking too much. Should be able to run around in the Goblin Camp again. Eagle screams as the banks fail and the stock market crashes. It's okay. It's okay. If it makes you feel better, the prices are never going back down. It's almost like it's all a ploy for an upward transfer of wealth.
Yeah, I will wrap you and bang.
Funny, we could cry. Mm-hmm.
Excellent.
Almost like after COVID, they raised prices not because of inflation, but greed. I mean, during. It'd be crazy if in a period where literally over 1 million people died from what was an avoidable public health crisis, if record profits were touted and prices went up, never to go back down. It'd be crazy if that happened. And it'd really be crazy if that price gouging led to a bunch of really, truly fucking stupid people voting back in the guy who caused that to happen. That'd be really crazy, right? It is my turn to round up some spiders, you're right. You get the sheep that has spell slots that call lightning, can use scrolls and consumables, immune to fire, light self on fire during combat, might blow up. You have to kill the comedian in Elf Song, then ring the Elf Song bell and open Hidden Temple, then egg shows up in camp. That sounds like a myth to the point where I don't want to believe you. Was this short uploaded on like April Fool's or something? But cool if true. Too much news and reality in my escape fandom. I am sorry to hear that that's upsetting to you, but I do not have the privilege to escape that stuff in my day-to-day, so... Am I done with the goblins yet? I'm not worrying about sunlight hypersensitivity here because it's mostly overcast.
You looking to spend it?
Double check just now to make sure. Cool. Oh, and a measles outbreak. Oh, yeah. You know, measles is back. Bringing back that story arc. Do you like the idea of boots of aid and comfort? Because if the sun damage is 3, and this is a sustainable source of 3 temp HP. Buy the Doomhammer anyway because it's cheap. Recently started my first tactician run, was playing BG3 on easier settings prior to this, so I'm excited to see how far I can get before needing to turn the difficulty down. Also my first time having Spellcaster as a main character, playing Shadowheart Origin, played Barbarian and Monk prior. That's awesome, Twister. Love to hear that. Updates like that do make my day. Thank you for sharing. I recommend that people get a vaccine test because I did want to need a new vaccine because didn't have any from the shot when I was a baby. Yeah, stay on top of public health stuff, especially if you happen to be here in the states where they are trying to fucking kill you. Reminder that our guy in charge of public health is an anti-vaxxer with a brain worm that died in his head, who once bullied his wife into offing herself because it was convenient for him. It's great here. Mr. Quag's a resource, not the wiki, that kind of helps steer an honor mode run. Say how you know what areas in Act 1 do before it triggers the Grove. So there is a... I know you said not the wiki, but there is a page on the wiki of time-sensitive events. So you can look and see if there's something you're concerned about on that list. It'll tell you when and how time affects that. So for example, Nier is on there, Joaquin's Rest is on there. I believe the Grove timing stuff's on there. I will say, in terms of...
I believe there's a Kevin near you.
There is a Kevin near me. I'm curious how your first fight against the Adult Frog went. Nothing eventful, really, because I inspected before I attacked it. If you're clarifying? Yeah. So I will say something to keep in mind when routing your Act 1 for Honor Mode, especially solo Honor Mode. You don't have to take fights as they pop up. So something like Flint, you'll see people go into early. You don't have to. If you see me go into Flint early, it's because I have a very specific strategy in mind. And I have experience doing things like level 1 runs, like no-hit runs, so I know what pieces I need to put together for that. Even then, I don't feel great about it. But you don't have to take fights as they pop up. I don't do Ethel early, I don't do the Flint early, I don't do the Spider early. I save all those things for quite late. Flint I will do once I have crit protection from Grimforge most of the time. Because think about that fight this way. Every single individual Null Archer is capable of sending you to the Nautiloid by itself in one round. Every single one of them. And there's like 5 of them in that area. The Flint herself also has the capabilities of an archer on top of what she can do. Like, just don't fuck around with that. You can get to level 4 without doing any combats, with the exception of that initial Grove Gate fight, and you can even skip that if your positioning and movement is good. You'll miss out on XP, but, like, you can skip that. So you can get to 4 without doing any combats, then you can get to 5 without doing any significantly risky combats, and you can get to 6 without doing all major combats in the area. So, like, I got to 6 earlier today, right before doing the Grimforge fight, with the Dwergar and stuff. So, like, I dealt with Grim, but that's easy when you have access to Minor Illusion or the high ground in general. You don't have to deal with Minthara, Ragzlin, Ethel, Spider Matriarch. None of that. You can get to 6 without doing that stuff. So it's a matter of consolidating however much power you think you need. The Gith Patrol is another thing you don't have to do early. Consolidating your power and getting safe before you take certain fights. That crit immunity really can't be overstated. It's very, very impactful. Linda and her nose were Harry, full party level 3 by Harry. I mean, Lae'zel walked with 1 HP while everyone else is dead. Yeah. Like, an individual Null Archer is fully capable of... Like, my character right here would only be alive because of Heavy Armor Master. And also the fact that they literally can't hit me or crit me. But let's say I didn't have that on. Okay, now we're at a point where if it's unlikely, but if one of them were to triple crit me, I would be in serious danger. Even with this much in my defenses, even with this much HP. Even being level 6. So it's something to take very seriously. The direct sunlight up here. Doesn't appear to be.
Look at all these sleeping beauties, dead to the world. What's that?
Thinking this helps, of course. If you have any specific, like, encounters or anything you want to know my reasoning on, feel free to ask. Want to push back a bit on the fire arrows better than fireball combo? Sure. Sure, the potential's higher, but DC 12 and elemental arrows means you need to put in lots of work. I jump here. Make them consistent, not saying fireball is good. In an AoE setting, sure, you have a failure rate where sometimes they could do nothing.
But you feel nothing in response.
I would say if we were talking in extremes, situations where a fire arrow does nothing, fireball is likely to still do nothing. But you can get away with fireball against very low dexterity targets that have low HP in a way where fire arrows can still technically fail you before you get ways to ensure consistency. There are specific cases where I could be like, yeah, a fireball's a better click here. But because of that fire arrow still delivering single target damage, I usually would still just send that. The closest thing to me saying fireball's okay, that I think we'll get there. Because, like, for example, if your fire arrow fails against a group of goblins, let's say they all succeed their dex save, well, you only did damage to the first person, and only if you hit the attack roll on them. There's a fire surface under them, so if you have, like, lightning charges, Call the Weak, you know, they could still end up dying anyway. But, let's say you don't. So you did damage to one person. And a fireball, let's say they all succeed their save. Well, they don't have evasion, so they're still taking some damage from a fireball. That's the kind of case I'm thinking about. Like on the current build, Acid Arrows Slap, they fail way too often. Yeah, you do benefit very highly from reducing enemy saving throws to get consistency out of special arrows. This is one of the reasons why Eldritch Knight is so crazy with them. Because at level 10, you're just imposing disadvantage on everyone you hit. It's very free. But it's also a shout for things like Oil of Bane, Gloves of Power, Gloves of Baneful Striking, which I find are all very underappreciated things. Yeah. Found something interesting. The Grove fight, follow the strat of Enhanced Leaping Lays all to the top of the board, calls below the horn, check out the 10 XP will usually steals from top of the gate, walk near the ladder. So this is kind of stuff that's pretty well known already, Zenmu. If you've ever heard the Kill Will strat, or ever heard someone complain that Will survived, someone in the challenge running space complain that Will survived that initial fight, it's because him dying means he won't walk through the gate to get that XP. You going and getting that XP before he does isn't really beneficial because it's 10 XP when you could potentially save that for quite a while and get up to, like, reasonably close to 100 XP out of it. So optimal is Will doesn't survive long enough to walk through that until you're ready to have him what's the problem with my phone? But yeah, jumping up top to blow the horn is a common strat. You can do that with Enhanced Sleep, or you can do that from specific spots with either 21, 18, or 16 strength, depending on the angle. Or you can build a tower of crates and then jump from that. Trying to see if I can handle some aspects of honor mode, because I want to tackle that eventually too, so fights... I'll be avoiding saves coming mid-fight, basically just save at the start, letting fights go as well as I can manage. Take the hits as they come. Yeah, I like that approach. Rate Spectator fight hard at level 5 2-man. Depends on how prepared you are. November's Reigns. Like, if you're going in with necrotic resistance, paralysis immunity, and fear immunity, then easy. If you're going with a paralysis strat to where it can't act at all and you're doing 4 crits on it, easy. If you're going in with, like, Sovereign Glut with the reanimated Boulette following you to Goomba Stomp the Spectator, easy. But that is several layers of preparation. If you're going in without paralysis immunity, fucking hard. If you're going in with bad mental saves against Befuddled, fucking hard. If you're going in without immunity to fear, hard. And without necrotic resistance, that Wounding Ray can and will destroy you. So I would say your preparation matters. I don't understand the question. If I go like an orc smorking, I don't understand the question. I didn't mean to wake this guy up, by the way. That was just me not paying attention. Yeah, Darkness Devil Sight's a good answer for the spectator. Oh, that's... I forgot this is sunlight again. Alright, hang on. Hang on, I'm gonna force myself to take a tick here. Maybe 2. Let's be fair. Okay. Not a consistent way to talk to Mattis, a wizard, rogue, warlock, sorcerer for 45 XP. Not ever looking at stuff and calling him out for Ticker's trash scam. That's cool. I did not like taking all that damage. Ugh. We gotta keep it honest. I would like my dexterity to outpace my strength at some point. But that won't happen until Act 3. Does run feel easier than the no-loot one you just wrapped up? Oh, absolutely. Not being able to loot means things like this AC tanking strat that I just kind of default to a lot of the time wasn't possible. Things like having high DR wasn't possible till Act 3. My strats are way more open-ended in this run, rather than having to basically always hit and run. Explain what advantage setting sneak attack as a reaction have. Sure, you can click a special arrow and sneak attack. So, like, I can sneak attack from the bar here, and it'll be a regular attack with sneak attack combined into it for one instance of, you know, very large piercing damage. But if I were to regular attack and then reaction sneak attack, well, I did those things independently, and that means I could do something other than a regular attack and then still reaction sneak attack. Like, for example, arrow fire, react sneak attack. You could do rush attack, react sneak attack. Lacerate, react sneak attack. That's the appeal. Also, you can divide it up into multiple instances of damage by reacting, which allows you to do things like interrupt conversations to get more consistent surprise rounds. There's no downsides. Separate instances of damage, so if something has damage reduction, for example, it will get applied to both. Like, let's say you're fighting Answer, who has 4 damage reduction. You would want to combine them into 1 rather than separating them out into 2. Unless you were doing something like shooting arrows of slaying, which obviously makes more sense. Also, you can wait for the crit sneak attack if you get it. Yeah, right. What Derev said there is very big. If you do your attack and you notice that it crit, well, then you could choose to use your sneak attack and get more. Clicking sneak attack off the bar applies damage riders differently than reactions. Call the weak triggering because it's treated as a bonus damage, kind of in the same way as, like, Broodmother's Revenge and the extra damage from Flawed Helldust Gloves won't itself trigger Call the Weak, because it's not its own instance fully. Do I have a candle? Right, I forgot I leveled up. Donkey's tank attack. Yeah. Good stuff.
Stepping softly.
I should heal before I do this, but I ain't gonna.
Delicious.
I'm not dirge, so I don't care about the survival of the meat down there. I am a charlatan, so I do think I want to poison it. Poison them.
Tread carefully.
And it's kind of overcast in this area, so I'm not worrying about the sunlight.
Over here, lads! I propose a toast.
The element of surprise. Let's keep to the shadows.
I didn't wait long enough. That's okay.
Just like old times.
You're my favorite streamers on right now. Tough choice, right one to choose here. Thanks, Karen. I appreciate that. Pretty far out. Sneak attack range. Love to see it. Thinking about doing a no shopping run using a variation of the transmutation potion crafting build. I like it. I like it. Because if you are transmutation already for like your build, then you just kind of passively have the double crafts, and that gives you a lot of stability. Multiple universal res, thanks to Astral Prism. A lot of speed pots, thanks to all the gnolls. A lot of combustion oil. Trying to think what issues I'd run into. You'd run out of, like, suspensions pretty easily, I guess. You would run out of, like, the lesser mats to craft potions without being able to shop. I think that would be the bottleneck. Gear would be, I guess, something of an issue, but you could still do the adamantine stuff, so, like, does it really matter? Still get adamantine and arcane acuity without shopping. Your Pifter's Boon, Guidance Amulet, all that. I think it'd be interesting. I can't think of any huge issues. They're still asleep over there. Right, forgot to deal with them. No killing merchants. Ooh, that gets interesting. But who classifies as a merchant? That if you get pretty hardcore with that, that gets very interesting, because like that means you can't kill Balthazar. It's possible to get through without killing Balthazar, but you gotta be real tricky about it. And it's, most importantly, XP negative.
Let's have a little fun.
Oh, water's electrified.
Ready or not?
Well, you to consider people who have trade in their dialogue options. Ah, in their dialogue options. Okay, yeah. That does include some weird things still. Like, that's Ethel. That's Roa. Gandrel. Jira. That's still pretty cool in terms of what you can't do.
On the way.
Railing in the way.
Do the unexpected. Let's find some prey.
Colloquially, I think merchant is anyone with trader tag when you hover them. Yeah, that's the most player favorable definition. We're challenge runners. Really just Corolla right now.
This should work.
Bugbear didn't aggro. Mod creators out there in chat, someone gets rid of the whirly sound you always have with Long Strider. Never noticed it had a sound.
There better be a soft bedroll in my near future.
You attacked someone.
Yeah, huh?
Don't linger.
I think the most important thing for the run is not looting them, so for cases like the guild hall fight, Anti-Ethic just kill them, not take any loot. Makes sense. Hey, mod creators in chat, please make an all denim Gort so we can have Jort. Yes. Oh yeah, Crusher's still here. I was using him as a blood bank for a bit.
Step quick.
Found a use for the Everburn Blade, Gale Food. Yeah, that's a good use for it.
Just like old times.
Yeah, it's not sunny most of the area here. I guess I never did chicken chase, huh? Well, I didn't get that XP, but I still got the money. But what about the money? Dutch.
Help myself.
Sorry, I'm mature.
Interesting.
Another 25 XP from the inspo. Yeah.
Ready or not.
Your actions.
My actions. Food is here.
This way.
Alright, be right back. Alright, I'm back. Do a couple more combats before I break into the food. Mildly annoying that the door puts you farther up than the actual door, but
So much fun that those fiends almost got past.
big crit. Big damage. Goosh? Yes. Looks like there's less in here, and two of the rolls, the filling appears to have, like, popped out the top. But yeah. crits. Look at that, 18 necrotic, 33 piercing. But how does Rogue do damage? You think we'll ever know? I already got the XP for that group I'm talking about through earlier. Just killing them for the statement.
I'm so tired. How do people do this all day? Elemental, my dear.
So looking at the list of exploration XP sites and locations, you know where the Risen Road 90 exploration XP triggers? Yes, it's Origin Karlak exclusive.
They won't know what something different.
Another crit. Cool. What about being tired while actively murdering someone is peak Astarion? I agree. Reason for that? Karlak gets XP when she gets near her companion starting location as Origin. Gale has an exploration XP spot in his starting location, similarly. Will indirectly has the perk of you don't need to worry about Will taking the exploration spot because you're him. Excuse me. Shadowheart. If you don't recruit Shadowheart on the Nautiloid, then she can take the XP you'd get from reading the book next to Aaron for the Explore the Ruins quest. So I guess technically that's her equivalent. Actually, it's optimal to give up your sneak attack damage for an extra attack multi-class. You can't do damage without extra attack. It's illegal. You just can't do it. Never mind that sneak attack peaks at 144 damage with pure class rogue. Rogues can't do damage. Rogue class ends at level 3, I don't make the rules. I think they fixed Rogue having more than 3 levels in patch 8.
Magnificent.
Good, I did want you in the fight. Good, good, good.
Leave no trace. Break them.
Even at the crit? Nice.
Just like old times.
Why am I critting all the time? What's happening here?
Ready or not?
Makeshift bow? Okay, so pretend I'm controlling my skeleton, Verizon. See this preview button down here? See how I can click that and fade everything out? So it's just the character. Well, when I click, the stuff fades back in. Now, the same behavior happens when you're controlling your skeleton. Your panels will fade back in here before, after a few frames, they'll go away again. Because you're not meant to be able to see your weapon slots here. But basically, before they fade back out after you make them come back, you quickly mouse over to the makeshift bow and you drag it out and you hold it down so that you have it in your hand like this. And you hit tab to open your group inventory and drag it into an empty slot. Alternatively, you could get your summon arrested with you, and then its weapon will go into the evidence chest. Either one works. I don't even ask how I figured that out. I didn't. Something that has been known for a bit. I don't take credit for discovering that. It is known. Whose turn is it? I don't know. Chat, tell them whose turn it is. Yeah, Derev, I checked. This is still in patch 8. Sorry, spoiler. They didn't fix it. And Biggs was not broken. Fair. Patch 8 spiders around Butte. Harness romance confirmed. Please no harness, my trichophobia. Here's the thing, Danny. Extra holes, extra goals. What a banger.
Let's go. Don't look now. Into the shadows.
Hello. Trying to create a masterpiece of the say? Yeah.
There better be a trap. Someone doesn't like visitors.
Thanks for breaking.
You're welcome. Thank you. Say is I haven't watched streams in a while. He's been playing Neo 2 again lately.
No, it ain't.
Yeah, let's talk to Horizon. I'm not really going for level 7 pre-grow defense or anything. Kinda go through the motions.
You ever talk to a dead squid? Now's your chance.
The hid, use the your heart seizes. Under questioning, the creature might recognize you as its
So yeah, with the earlier discussion of this thing with Droraxlin, a key difference is Cleric and Bard can start doing the interrogation themselves without a check. Then they can pick the right options that make Droraxlin not suspicious at all. But for other classes, Wizard might be able to do that too, actually. But for other classes, you have to roll a wisdom check. You have to either do a wisdom at the beginning and pick the right options, or persuasion at the end. Hey, young man. Played BG3 last night for the first time after months of thinking I wouldn't like it. Had so much fun. Any recommendations? Experimentation. That's my recommendation. If you think something is cool, try it out. If you're curious how something works, try it out. This game gives you a lot of latitude to play in all sorts of different ways. And I can say that as someone who has over 4,000 hours. challenge running the game. You can do all sorts of stuff. Great. Community's been pretty welcoming so far. I'm learning a lot. Love to hear that. BG3 community's been great. Out of every directory that I've spent a long time like streaming in my time streaming, by far my favorite.
The memory fades.
Okay.
And the corpse awaits the again used.
Persuasion. For the Borderlands, I would rather put both hands in an actively flaming bag of dog shit than hang out in the Borderlands fandom.
Yeah.
I would take the burns and the smell.
You're right. You're a real true soul. I felt it.
The corpse collapses.
No, Rick. Seem she's mounting an attack. Ray.
That weapon the cultists seek.
Up through 2 stream, making a solo honor run guide in Google Docs to share with my friends, brag appropriately. Hey, that's cool, Verizon. I like text-based resources. They're very fun. And of the, non-spoken word ways to convey theory crafting information, I do prefer text-based guides. So, this is saying I'd rather shit in my hands and clap. Hey, I like that one. I would rather do that. Tell me you're a millennial without telling me you're a millennial. Caught. Never done anything similar. It's sort of relaxing exercise. Definitely suggest to other people. Is that even possible to get desired outcomes too? There's lots of things where there's checklist avenues to get desired outcomes. That's why we have a term for it. For example, if you want Vezirk to walk away, you just need to be branded and a drow. No checks. You want Get Cold to be chill with you. You just need to be branded and not a gnome. If you want Leviatar's love for free, you just need to be a bard. No checks. If you want to save Arabella, you just need to be a druid with Speak with Animals. No checks. There's lots of things in the game that you can completely eliminate having to roll any die. When groups, is there a way to make the entire group crouch together? Yes, on mouse and keyboard, it's Shift-C. Young man. I don't know if console has an option, if controller, but it's Shift-C. What am I fighting next? Still a couple more goblins I could take out. I don't want to deal with Ragzlin yet. Haven't pulled Gale yet. I'd like to wait on that too. Haven't dealt with Balwal, but meh. I go for Silver Sword in this run? I don't think I do. Killed Findal, didn't I? Let's verify. Long press down the arrow to make the group crouch on console. Ah, thank you, V. Ridley. Gotta put my boots of speed back on the bar. Here. Notice how I have the group following me and carefully walk around fire traps. Some members get very close, hitting them while they hit them, but not mainly guiding. Yes, they are not smart with their pathing. They can and will hit traps. They'll walk off of cliffs. They'll walk into traps. It's very painful.
Ready or not. They won't see me come. Glowing eyes are so rarely a good sign. Best tread carefully.
Doing this without healing is certainly a choice that I'm making.
think the fight up front went bad? Shut it! Boss and talking that way.
Well, at least we got the druid.
They're not interested in cats while they're talking. We'll change weapons for this. This is a hand crossbow situation.
Oh, this was more fun when he was screaming.
Could wake him up by chopping off a toe. That'd
Oh,
be
well,
funny.
that works, I guess. Okay.
Step lightly.
Sorry for the excess questions. Oh, please don't feel bad about that. I have the questions welcome tag on my stream for a reason. We're all turbo nerds here and enjoy sharing whatever weird knowledge we picked up about this game. Because we all find that enjoyable as well. So, ask away. You're in the right place. Still asking questions thousands of hours later. Yeah. That's part of the fun. Even, again, over 4,000 hours of gameplay in, I am still learning something every single time I boot up the game. Which is crazy to me. But still actively learning. Every time.
His breath.
I don't want to waste a heal on this guy. It's nice being in a place there's no judging or shaming for not knowing how certain things work. Yeah. Like, here's my stance. Ignorance is natural. Like, there's gonna be things that you don't know. And everyone should act accordingly. Because nobody starts out knowing everything. And ignorance is fixable. Ask questions, be open to new information, and surround yourself with people who like figuring out how shit works. The thing I hate is stupidity, and ignorance and stupidity are different things. Stupidity is when someone with their entire chest rejects the idea of different perspectives, digs in their heels whenever confronted with the idea of them being wrong. Elitism is a form of stupidity. Spreading misinformation is a form of stupidity. Trying to say that people cannot do something a certain way at all is a form of stupidity. I despise stupid people. But not knowing something does not make you stupid. That's a different thing. You plan to check out Celasta when it comes out? Looks similar to BG3. Celasta 2 is the one that's It's coming out, right? The first one's been out for a bit. It's on my radar. I didn't really have any solid plans for it. Shay gave me, but it's on my radar, yeah. I'm saying ask and you maybe get what you want. Don't ask, you never get what you want, because no one's Nostradamus. I like it. Learned recently that the magic initiate spells you learn only once per long rest. Sad, you don't want to hex my swords bard. Cool thing you can do though, Kels, is if you have access to region traveling, that restores them. So, much like a lot of other things, region travel kind of bypasses the cooldown on. You can use that. Magic initiate for hex is very, very powerful when you can bypass that cooldown. Hex is on magical secrets. Yes, it is. You can get it that way. I believe on my last lore bard that I did, I took Hex, Armor of Agathis, Contagion, and Spirit Guardians for my 4 magical secrets picks. We could go fight Ethel. Kind of on the fence. I would rather get a long rest in right now. I don't think I've killed the sleeping bugbear. So I do have a easy bite target. What camp am I in? Greythroat Glaive, also once per long rest, restored by region travel. Yes. You can also set up, this is usually what we mean when we talk about throat sorcerers. You can have a companion in camp, take sorcerer levels, and pick up twin spell meta magic, and then you could have them target 2 weapons with Drake Throat at once. See, let's actually see if I have the camp supplies to do a rest. That's something I need to check. Sleepy blood bag, yeah. Looks like it should be enough.
You carry a Githyanki relic.
Walk away now.
Lies. She carries an heirloom of my people.
You hear?
You seek no others.
You get to.
You had every chance to look the other way. But here we are. You chose this.
Spare me the justifications, coward.
They're very good friends.
If anyone asks, I'll say you were transforming. Don't expect to be mourned.
Streams, now my body double, I fight this laundry boss. Oh, best of luck, Dave.
She's a liability.
This should be no camp supplies for this rest, actually.
And I'll show you. Surrender.
You would better warm to that notion very rapidly. It's not good. Imagine what we might.
Did that put a dagger in Shadowheart's inventory? No. The cutscene where Lae'zel puts a dagger to your throat creates a dagger in her inventory. But the one where Shadowheart does that to Lae'zel doesn't. It's useless information, but it's information. Cool, free. Yeah, Bard spell list is very fun. Magical Secrets elevates it to another level, but even without that, I do like Bard spell list. Dissonant Whispers is an incredible spell that doesn't get talked about enough. It's guaranteed damage. Like, it's saved for half, but it's saved for half on not a dex save, so evasion won't be relevant. So you will always get some amount of damage, unless you're throwing it at someone who has psychic resist or shit ton of damage reduction or both. You will always get some amount of damage. It's a first level spell, doesn't require line of sight, it's not an attack roll. You can upcast, and it upcasts very well. It frightens if they fail to save. Like, Dissonant Whispers is such an awesome spell. I am fully willing to use every single one of my spell slots on Dissonant Whisper.
Very glad Shadowheart and Lae'zel settled things without letting any blood. I would have enjoyed the spectacle, but not losing either one of those lunatics.
Took care of those paladins.
You did? Wow.
I plan on using the Rune Powder Barrel. I plan on selling it, Milk Enjoyer.
Why'd you do it?
Rune Powder is not all that desirable offensively. It's very inconsistent because the number of die being rolled and the fact that it's a dexterity save means that, like, against things in Act 3 that have enough health to justify it, they're likely to just not take damage in the first place. Remember, Steel Watchers have 22 dex and advantage on dex saves. Gortash has 20 dex. You know, Orin and a lot of Ballists have evasion, so if they save, they take 0 damage. Rune Powder is not valuable to me offensively as someone who values consistency, so I sell it because it's got a base sale value of 2,500 gold. You can fund a lot of stuff with that.
Glad to be counted among them. Really glad. Wish I could have been there to watch those Ignots crumble, but I'm just happy they're off my tail. Then again, facing them down might have put my tin can into overdrive. Thanks to you, I'll live to fight another day. And get this bloody
Snorkin still shard? Yes, ma'am. Oh, yeah, I forgot that Karlach has... It should be 2 bottles of booze at all of her campsites. Maybe it is just 1. No, it's 2. Camp supplies. Low investment multi-bomb shifts on Rune Powder easily. More controllable. Cheaper. Still more than enough damage output. My Colossus wore off, so carry weight's an issue now. Hold those for now. Hey, buddy, come here. The Against Looting Druid got me trying to run as Bard 1, Druid 1. Lots of fun, great spell selection, dialogue options. Oh, for sure. Multi-classing your casters into each other, if you are specifically not going for something like, you know, your 6th level spell list in one of those classes, really does get you a lot of value. Because you get combined spell progression. So if you're primarily upcasting things, you don't lose any power to do so, within reason. To a point, you'll start losing access to feats, but you could still get great value. He's very adamant about having access to my hand right now. Like, he's got both paws wrapped around it. And he's got my hand trapped under his head. Okay, can I have my arm back? Okay, I try to move, and then he starts biting. He's like, no, this is mine. Means one-handed solo honor challenge. Hey, Mystic Line. Lore Bard, Great Old One, Warlock a lot. A lot of psychic-themed stuff in there. Chaotix, yeah. Because the Astarion use good berries? Yeah. Getting catnapped? Okay, I'm gonna move my hand now. Okay, we're good. is camp supplies, not wares. Silly. Go back to bow of awareness. Let's think about my Ethel strategy. If I go in with fire resistance, poison resistance, freedom of movement, I'm just expecting dissonant whispers and melee attacks. Or not dissonant whispers, excuse me. Vicious mockery. If Ethel had dissonant whispers, that'd be a really cool fight, actually. Sucks she doesn't. I believe it's a charlatan inspo to sneak past the masks while wearing one. I have peg scrolls for that. Do I want to be hag-eyed in this run? I don't think so. I forget to use the charm frequently enough that... For many, every BG3 runs a one-handed challenge. It reminds me of that meme I saw. This was last year at this point. It's, like, Skyrim cam style first-person view. Someone has a sword in one hand and, let's call it a personal massager in the other. And then it's captioned what it feels like to play BG3. Tried to do almost full psychic damage build once with a mod that adds elemental spells, could fully get to work, but it was fun. Hey, fun is what matters. Didn't mean me to be clear. No, I made no accusations, Danny, but you jumped to your own defense awfully quickly there. You okay? You sweating? But I came off a lurk right then.
Perhaps Amelia is right. I should get a mask. Welcome back. Have you made any new Welcome
Immediately
back.
have two questions.
I do
Yes.
enjoy a good bargain. If anything in my private collection is to your liking.
Some of these are useful. I'll want C Invis just for quality of life. I have enough AC that they won't be able to hit me at all. So I don't think I even need the poison resistance. That'll bother. I'll bother. Because it's smart too.
Hello, chum. I greet you, friend of the dark.
I just knew what they were doing with a certain sword weapon in Cyberpunk. It's a blunt weapon, actually. And yeah, there's two of them. And funny thing about those items is they're not even, like, joke items. They're legitimately just some of the most desirable melee weapons in the game. So it is unironically just an optimal build choice for a lot of blunt weapon builds in Cyberpunk to beat people specifically in the face with, personal massager. Because it gets a chance to stun when you hit someone in the face. Cyberpunk understands, First one's possible to reach 30 strength without getting the potion from making a Astarion bite. Araj, or the must have 30 strength, what you're going for. 30 strength in what form, Mystic Lion? 69% crit chance as well. It does have that, yeah. 30 strength in what form? In Slayer form or not? PK Throw Fighter, you will not be able to get 30 strength in a non-shapeshifted form without being full party in Act 3. because it requires use of the double foil masks, Mirror of Loss, and Spirit of the Land. That's if they even stack up in the correct way. Literal moment of shock when you're like, do you just hit me with a... and then you fucking die. Yeah, the last thing that goes through your mind is ribbed silicone.
This'll do wonders for the shop.
Gotta get lunch now, thanks for the stream. Thanks for hanging out, Twister. Lost track of time. I've yet another meeting. Bye forever. Bye forever, Danny. Two kind of chatter. Nunu and Nico. What an odd time to come back. Welcome back, Guilty Sphere. I miss Danny. Yeah, it's a shame she hates us and is never coming back. Let's go sell some stuff to Roa.
Watch the shadows.
I'd like to run Colossus again, I think. Is Belm the ideal offhand weapon for melee dual wielder? It's more complicated than that. So, like, Belm does allow you to make a bonus action attack with your main hand weapon. That's a nod to how people used it in Baldur's Gate 2, by the way. Which is very cool. Getting your rolls fixed Nightbot, please. Oh, sorry. But, like, that isn't necessarily something that you always want. Because you could, for example, be using Crimson Mischief in your offhand, and that gives you the two-weapon fighting style for free. So, asterisk, opportunity costs, connecting it back to the earlier rant. Maybe you want to have $2 Amaris equipped. Maybe you want Rhapsody as one of your weapons to increase all of your damage and accuracy and saving throws. Or spell save DC, rather. Like, it depends. There's no optimal or best or most desirable without getting very specific in the context.
Need something?
Got movement. Don't have to craft one. I can just buy one. That's nice. Miss an opportunity cost rent? You did. Blue Collar Nerd redeemed and said dealer's choice, and I chose that as the topic. Second question for Eldritch Knight Throw Fighter, save for Returning Pike, counter redundant attack weapon. Weapon you recommend using for better result throw attacks before Nirelna. So Returning Pike is by far the least desirable throwable weapon in the entire game. It's not hyperbole. So you got some good answers in chat there. Verizon said Lightning Jabber. Lightning Jabber is going to be, in a majority of situations, your ideal throwable before Act 3. Now, you do have to worry about the crush damage issue, not to the extent of the Returning Pike, but you do have to worry about it. And that crush damage issue is part of what Trade recommended, a bag of daggers, is a great answer. You'll see on my character, I have a shit ton of daggers right now. Because the good thing about these is they have a favorable throwing arc. Two-handed throwables have problematic arcs with sometimes the terrain will stop you from being able to throw at someone. So even on top of the gravity thing and that, you have that as an issue. With daggers, you can have a ton of them. They're very easy to deploy. They will never steal your XP. Piercing resistance is pretty uncommon. And if you're throwing regular, non-magical daggers, you don't have to care about them coming back. You don't have to care about picking all of them up every time. They're just great. Regular ass daggers are your friend. Now, if you're gonna bind a weapon for throwing as an Eldritch Knight, you're most likely looking at the juiciest dagger you can find for a while. Dagger +1. You get a free dagger +1 in the Blighted Village. That's likely your peak for a while. You could do Wargfang if you want to just hold that for forcing goblins to have disadvantage attacking you. Also carry weight, that's another reason. Ass dagger was my finish. And then once you get to Act 2, yeah, you could throw in Lightning Jabber as a competitor. Throwing around light hammers, really good for dealing with things that have bludgeoning vulnerability, such as almost every skeleton in the game has bludgeoning vul. So a well-boosted light hammer, you could be hitting for up to 80, 90, 100 damage with just that. Hey, actual Sailor Cat. Grim Preacher told me about your duo stream with Valcrana's mods. Thanks. Fun watching you somehow skirted all the encounters so far. Give an update before next Friday if you can. Absolutely will. Thank you for your hard work. Yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to updating that. In fact, when Grim Preacher was giving the explanation earlier, did get it's pinned in a Discord convo with Danny now, so neither one of us will forget. You could throw a salami if you'd like delivering me to your enemies. Well, salami doesn't have the throwing property, so not all that great. It'd be funny though. But the takeaway is, returning pike is garbage. You don't actually want it.
Pleasure.
The use for the returning pike is when you absolutely need something to return and you can't play an Eldritch Knight for some reason. Does salami have thrown? Here, let me check. I'll eat my words on that one. If so, then, like, yeah, salami supremacy. Nope, doesn't. Or are you saying it should? It should. It doesn't? It should? Yeah, if it did, that would be very cool. I see. I understand now. What was I doing? I was getting ready to do something. Oh yeah, let's go fight Ethel. Hopefully she's not AI broken. Do I want Speedy Light Feet here? No, I think I prefer Linebreaker Boots. A little bit of sunlight there. We'll just be careful. Also, I did starting combat throwing the returning pike cause it does not return. Yep, if you start combat by throwing a bound weapon, it will not come back because it happened in a different round. That's actually tech that we've started to weaponize for getting rid of certain enemies that the game doesn't want you to be able to chasm, but you still can if you throw them in a different round than where they land. So the Mind Flayer in the Merkle fight, for example, a way of getting rid of it is throw it into the chasm to start the entire thing, like from Invis, and it won't come back. For the same reason the returning pike doesn't come back if you start combat with it. I don't want to get hag-eyed. Do a Helmet of Autonomy. Wisdom save proficiency. Take a little bit less Vicious Mockery damage.
I can...
Gods grant me patience. Eat up, Mayrina.
I don't want you to have your potions. Do I want your water? Kind of. How much is 30 water bottles? Not that much. Give me these 5 too. Orland's Grace? Not this run. So, Atheist? Yeah, sure.
And that wriggler swimming. I'll talk about your wriggler. You want to...
Well, the water, because applying vulnerability to... She's AI broken. Motherfucker. Because applying vulnerability to lightning and cold damage throughout the run is very useful. Well, there's no fight. She's AI broken. This is a patch 7 thing. Sometimes Ethel just doesn't work. Giving myself sunlight hypersensitivity. This is a brightly lit camp. I'll take 1 tick, but... Aha, uncanny dodge, go burr. Not get the hair then? I still can. Oh, she didn't even move. Ugh. She's somehow more broken than usual. I gotta try to pass the investigation check and go down that way. How is AI gonna take over the world if you can't even handle Ethel? I don't know, you have governments using it to decide tariff rates, so... Even stupid AI is smarter than stupid people. So I'll pick a bald Astarion Cursed Knowledge. Doesn't he always look like that? And if I reload, well, in normal honor mode I couldn't do that, but that doesn't do anything. I am on custom honor right now, so I could try, but it won't do anything. Tried it before. Guy's gonna send me to El Salvador. Yeah, probably. Not letting me go for it. I do need to flee again and try to invis past her. Act 3 still bug? I don't remember if this will affect her Act 3 AI or not, actually. That's a good question. I have not been in the habit of letting her take turns at all in Act 3, because, again, player power is so high by that point that you don't have to. And either one-rounding her or killing her from outside of combat. So, I don't know the answer to that. Quickly we forget there's a significant overlap between the smartest animals and the dumbest humans. Isn't there that infamous quote from like a park ranger or something talking about making bear-proof trash cans would still it is a crapshoot because it gets a certain amount of people as well.
On my way.
Okay, she actually left this time. Yeah, I had to, like, run away.
That's no fire. There we go. What are you hiding?
Now, she's still AI broken. You won't be fighting back. But I can still get the hair.
No. Where are you hiding? Stop. Well, this is delightful. Two in there.
You feel crushing waves.
You let them in?
Alright, I have protection from evil and good. Which means I can equip this mask without immediately getting a game over.
You are. This is my personal. Okay.
Yeah, sure, Ethel. Masks are not hostile to me. See how I failed that save? If I didn't have protection from evil and good on, I would have game overed right there. Not like get in combat, not take some damage, just run over. There we go, that's the inspo. We're gonna double back and kill them anyway. First, let's group them up. I do want to do this at an angle where I don't have to worry about them seeing me when I unequip the mask. Like that. Alright, lost initiative to the Mask of Terror. Get my happy buff. Start stacking Wrath. Therefore, my question, you get the Brawl cutscene, just goodbye. I don't know if you get the cutscene in solo or not, Dade, but you get, like, you just game over. If you're in party play, then that character will just be, like, effectively confused. Look at Bear teach us not to set forests on fire, we still do. Not just women, I trust bears more than men too. Fucking real, man. Memory leak with Ethel in Act 3? Ooh, first I've heard of that, but doesn't surprise me.
Let's have a little fun.
Damage.
With finesse.
I won't! I'll break their pretty little bones.
They could play. But how does Rogue do damage? That's a great question. Oh, but I'm just remembering, Dade, you asked for a recap of the opportunity cost rant. Basically, I talked about value of elixir slot, value of gear slots, time at which you get the item in the playthrough, the value of your feat slots. You know, this stuff you know.
Traps. How considerate.
Which unique companion buffs like Happy, Soul Coin, etc. do you think is the strongest? Soul Branding. Soul Branding followed by Happy.
There, in the cage.
Doesn't matter that I'm surprised. Or AI doesn't work. The water was in case it does, but it doesn't. That's the surprise round. So if we had actually gotten Ethel to function, the preparations I took here, I have poison resistance, I have fire resistance and burning immunity. I have good wisdom saves. I have guileful movement elixir, so I'm immune to hold person. I have protection from evil and good, so she has disadvantage on attacking me. And I have enough armor class and crit immunity that she can't hit me unless she's on the high ground. And even then, she'd have to roll very well through disadvantage. Do we know why this Ethel Spaghetti happens so often? I have no idea. I just know that it's something I never saw before patch 7. It used to never happen to me. I've not really changed how I handle Ethel, but it started happening to me. It's pretty much always happened to Mark. But it's been happening to me a lot lately. And I don't know why. Oh, camera can't even focus? Oh, thanks. Sometimes I gotta just turn it off and on again. It's an old cam. I've had the same webcam since I started streaming. Arena's sight cone is stopping me from being able to sneak attack here. Sneak attack ranged, I guess. Weapons don't apply their additional effects if thrown, right? Unless they specifically tell you they do. So, like, Nyrolna gets that Thunder AoE. Lightning Jabber gets that extra instance of lightning damage, etc., etc. But yeah, weapons do not apply their effects by being thrown.
We'll do it my way. They will know a bit them.
Auntie bent over with her hands on her thighs. I did my job.
Just like old times.
Just take a mirror lax, I think you'll be back to normal in no time. When you get Dread Ambusher, as soon as you take Gloomstalker subclass, it's a feature you get at level 3. The patch 8 fixes this, and Zarel, and a handful of Moonrise Guards, and a handful of the Goblins in the Goblin Camp. And Harper Boar. Leader going Gloomstalker? No. Gloomstalker Assassin's popularity as a build archetype does not mean that it's as good as people say it is. Does not mean that, even if it was, that every challenge runner is doing that. I'm playing a pure rogue with a fighter dip for gear proficiencies. I may change builds later on. Probably won't. And also, if you're multi-classing Ranger with other classes, Hunter is better in a majority of circumstances. Just Hunter is more, it's less of a, hey, I don't know how to get this bonus, so I'm gonna get it from Gloomstalker type situation. Like, if you're playing a race that doesn't get Dark Vision, Gloomstalker takes care of that. If you aren't taking initiative bonuses, Gloomstalker takes care of that. If you aren't getting movement speed, Gloomstalker takes care of that. But if you are already knowledgeable in how to get those things, each of those boxes that you can tick off on your own increases the value of Hunter a lot. Hunter is incredible, and I do recommend it. Precisely why I'm playing Gloomstalker and Astarion far simpler for a first playthrough. I would absolutely agree with that. My first solo honor clear was Gloomstalker. So, yeah, I absolutely agree with you. So many mechanics to learn. Yeah, I do think it's, as far as which builds are popular that actually deserve their place in terms of getting people interested in challenge running, I'm glad that that one is as popular as it is, because it's not bad. Unlike something like Paladin plus anything, which, by the metrics of what you can do in this game, is just weaker than a lot of other stuff. Gloomstalker Assassin has a very clearly defined purpose of it gives you a good baseline. You don't have to worry about your crits, because Assassin takes care of that. You don't have to worry about advantage. Assassin takes care of that. Don't have to worry about initiative. Gloomstalker takes care of that, etc., etc., etc. It's very much automating your gameplay to you can just attack and dip in and out of combat to beat the game. That's why it's popular. And I think that that's fine, because it gives you that opportunity to learn, as you said. Missed. Or with advantage. What do you think does not deserve its popularity? Anything involving Paladin, because Paladin is just comfortably the weakest class in Baldur's Gate 3 in every possible area. Every possible area that matters. Asterisk. It restricts your roleplay the most. You have terrible action economy. You have terrible resource economy. Your damage is worse than every other melee martial. You have terrible saving throw proficiencies. Your spell list is, depending on your subclass. Your money negative. And as far as taking a 2-level dip to improve what options your character has available, there's better options. Be one change you make to Paladin to improve it. Let Divine Smite go on ranged attacks. And throws. And punches. Let Divine Smite go on any kind of physical attack roll. Gotta be at 28. Make improved Divine Smite a toggle. That would be change number 2. Isn't Wisdom a good saving throw proficiency? No. So a stat there are more Wisdom saving throws in the game than any other? Yes, that's true, but that doesn't mean Wisdom is a good saving throw proficiency. Because here's the thing. How many of those Wisdom saves are hard countered by easily obtainable immunity effects? Freedom of movement, protection from evil and good. You have those 2 effects on, and almost every Wisdom save in the game no longer matters to you. Why allow the possibility of you having to roll against an effect when you could just be immune? And it's a complete non-issue. Paladin gets Wisdom and Charisma. I can't even name you more than like 3 charisma saves you'll have to roll in the game. I can't even name you that many. It's like if someone casts Bane at you, like, okay, but do you care if Bane lands on you? Most of the time you don't. What else is a charisma save? Rolling for the charisma buff in the Sharon Sanctuary. Like, meh. You can roll fine without having proficiency there. Soul numbed, yeah. But that's in all of 2 combat encounters in the entire game. And it's a non-issue in both of them. Might be a dumb question. Do you need Wisdom for Tempest Cleric's Thunderwave? So, the Thunderwave will scale off of Wisdom or its spell save DC, but there's other ways to boost your spell save DC. Like, as soon as you have access to Act 2, you have multiple means of getting Arcane Acuity. As soon as you get character level 6, you have access to Arcane Acuity elixirs. You have spell save DC boosting gear in Act 1 and in Act 2. Why is Paladin so popular? For 3 reasons, I would say. 1, because of its reputation in tabletop, and people equating tabletop to BG3 without accounting for the fact that there are a lot of differences. 2, clickbait, YouTube, TikTok, Reddit content that does not understand why things work the way they do, so they will attribute certain things to Paladin that just aren't the case. Like this idea that Divine Smite does good damage, it simply isn't true. I know that's going to sound like some contrarian shit, but it simply is true. Objectively speaking, that relative to every other thing that fills Divine Smite's role in the game, Divine Smite does it worse. It is inconsistent. It is in a damage type that really hurts you in a couple of key areas in the game. It is locked to your melee weapon attacks only. And it just doesn't scale all that well. Like clicking it tickles my brain, and that's based. If you like something, do it. This is not me telling you not to do it. This is me evaluating the value of the class from an optimization perspective. And then the third thing is, roleplay. The roleplay of Paladin is very attractive in terms of, like, it's got a clearly defined theme. You even choose a sub-theme there, kind of like how you choose a patron for your Warlock. So that can completely affect the vibe of your character. You do the same thing with your Oath with a Paladin, and some of the dialogue's pretty cool. Compared to Hunter's Mark, Divine Smite only deals 2 average damage per hit. You can get multiple hits off Hunter's Mark. Right. Things like Hunter's Mark, Hex, will contribute more damage overall for the same spell slot as Divine Smite. The same cost, but you get way more out of it in the long run. But then going in the sphere of things that act like, hey, I'm going to hit with an attack, and then I can choose to respond by adding more damage to my attack, or I can passively add more damage to that attack, it's outclassed by everything. Hunter has Colossus Slayer, which is 1d8 damage as long as the target is below max HP. No resource costs, just on a once per turn cooldown. But that works out to be more damage, because it goes into your hit. It doubles up on crits. You can take advantage of vulnerability. You could apply it on melee or ranged, or whatever. You have Divine Strike over on Cleric, which fills Divine Smite's role, but you get it twice per turn. No resource cost, and more favorable damage types. Can be done on ranged attacks. You have Sneak Attack. You see the trend. Good to bring up Hunter's Mark, Blue Collar Nerd. I think that's an important point of comparison, because if the function is to add more damage, and then it's not doing that job as well as other first level spells that class even gets access to. If you're Oath of Vengeance, you have Hunter's Mark, and it is more damage than Divine Smite is.
It's your choice, sweetness.
Both is good. Maybe both.
Deal's not that I can set up shop else bollocks. Bye.
What do I want? Alright, base. Just make sure Marita doesn't go anywhere. I think people don't realize how many options they have, these Paladin, because they aren't in the mindset of using stuff like protection from good and evil, etc. That's part of it. But part of it is reputation. As others have pointed out, and when we've had this conversation recently even, before the game came out, Paladin was leading popularity polls. So if a large number of people on social media are declaring that, yeah, this is going to be the choice, it's going to be so good, they're going to see what they want to see, whether it's true or not. Once you've made up your mind. And of course, there's some people who are just like, hey, I like the flavor of this. I want to play this because I think it's cool. And that's valid. Paladin is some of the most raw dialogue in this game. And I bring up frequently, the specific line that I like the most is the one you can have against Nier, where when challenging him to a fight and trying to save the gnomes, you can go, your god, my oath, let's see what's stronger. Like, that's fucking cool, man. Reputation plus not reading plus, oh, I can automatically add more damage for free on every hit. I just like having Oathbreaker Knight around. Oathbreaker Knight voice actor goes crazy. So I'm torn between Dex and Strength here, by the way. That's what we're considering. I open my character menu right now. I can't. I can click that. So my Strength is 18. If I go with Araj's hair, or Araj's potion with my current strength, that would take me to 20, which is the threshold to throw around most creatures in the game. And that's where I want to be, naturally. But I would like to have higher dexterity as well. It's looking like my starting stats were 17 strength, 16 dex. If I flipped them, 17 dex, 16 strength, hag hair on dex, I would still be one short. So I would need to pick up another +1 somewhere else. I'm getting 1 from Heavy Armor Master right now. That's why I'm at 18 strength. Might go with just temporarily having odd number dex, which feels really weird. We value more the throwing or the dex. See, I can also scale my attacks off of strength if it's higher. My thrown weapons, my weapon attacks. So I'm a bit torn. Like the Barbblind and Nettie, I don't need to transform to a Mind Flayer to kill everyone in the Grove. Yeah, that goes hard, bash it. I got Thrall has the same properties as the Melisande, specifically when she dies. I don't really understand the question, Woodsy. Are you trying to have a Melisande specifically? You can just control undead on her. They're not immune to that. An athlete for big yumps? I could. I was thinking I wanted to do alert at level 8. But I guess that would be level 9 with this current split. Dex, even it out with athlete, have big yumps. A barb dialogue is 90% of them just screaming. Yeah, it's pretty good. Alright, yeah, we're gonna go Dex here.
You bastard! You ruined it! You ruined... Ethel was going to bring my husband back. Back from the dead. And now I'll never see him again. Because of you! Just a bit longer and more than I could have done.
Alright, 20 XP. And it's a shame that Ethel got away with Marina. Did I see the 29 AC? Yeah, it's probably defense fighting style that you're not accounting for. It's got a bug where if you're wearing Heldusk armor plus another compatible item, it applies twice. So I'm getting 2 AC from that, from my 1 fighter level. This is part of why level 1 fighter is so good for level 1 runs. You just get 2 extra AC, along with proficiency with all gear, and good saving throws. Hey, Control, welcome back. The reason why we killed Marina, well, 2 reasons. 1, 21 XP. 2, I want the bitter divorce version of Connor. What's considered compatible gear for that? Armor. So, for example, Helmet of Autonomy is light armor, that counts. If I take that off, you can see my AC go down. Put it back on, goes back up. So we could use Speedy Light Feet for that, because that's armor. Could use, you know, Helmet of Autonomy. Could use the Reviving Hands. It's whatever. Most lifesteal possible in the game. Oh, you want to heal when you do damage? You could use like Shattered Flail or Sword of Chaos with Periaptive Wound Closure. Force max rolls on it, and use Perilous Stakes on yourself. Like, Sword of Chaos is... How much healing? Is it 1d4? 1d8? If it's 1d8, then that plus Perilous Stakes, you'd be healing yourself for 24 each time you hit. You could have Derivation Cloak and Poison with those hits as well. You could potentially be healing yourself for quite a lot per attack. We take Mother's Loathing, Heart of Stone, Broken Promises here. We're going to send them all to camp, but we take them. I'll do a Vampiric Touch build. It's one of those things that's kind of awkward because of, you know, the existence of Inflict Wounds. But if you ignore that, then yeah, Vampiric Touch, you could do some stuff with it.
Just like old times.
Connor's now permanently hostile. Having Connor is very useful. Oh, hang on. Sunlight Sense. Daytime camp. Wasn't thinking. Concentrated Blast. If the target is concentrating, heals you for up to 18. No reason not to go after after getting Leviatar's buff. It's possible to lose that fight. I have lost a run to him hitting me with a crit inflict wounds, one-shotting me. Hit me for 45 damage, I believe. So that would be a reason. But if you can take him in a fight, then yeah, I would recommend killing him. His mace is quite good. Very desirable item. Necrotic damage, shit, some things are resist VR at immune. So necrotic resistance and immunity is not that common, Tweedledum. People like to spread around the idea that poison and necrotic are, like, more resisted than other things. Sometimes I've seen people say fire is in the same boat, too. That's not a thing. It's not a thing. If you're looking at some undead, then yes, they have necrotic resistance. Name me some other things that do. Big bottom mace and axe. So I don't know if it still works this way on current patch, Rathano, but in earlier patches there was an issue where if you got his mace, he can just kind of like teleport it back to his inventory. I don't know if it works that way in patch 7 though. Like fire is by far the most common element you encounter. In terms of what resists or just the being dealt fire damage. There are 91 things not all creatures that resist necrotic damage, doesn't include immunity. Most of Act 2 resist or immune. Name specifics, Tweedledope. I'm challenging you for a specific reason here. Name specific instances, because something we talked about, just advising them to keep that in mind. Yeah, but here's the thing. That's not actually an issue. Because something I mentioned a bit earlier when we were talking about the value of wisdom saving throws. It was pointed out that by the numbers, wisdom is the most common incoming saving throw you have to deal with as a player. But most of those don't matter at all, because you're running around with immunity to those things. Or the wisdom saving throws themselves are effects that you don't actually care about. So, what is a specific necrotic immune or resistant thing where clicking Vampiric Touch, for example, would have been the play? Because that's the crux of the point. Does it matter?
Thanks, boss. We'll be looking a lot worse if not for help from a friend.
Same as us, I expect.
All right.
We'll be clear. No point in lingering now. I've got
Being
the
dealt
noble
fire
thought.
damage. Yeah, I would agree, Carrion. Outside of, you know, the trinity of slashing, piercing, bludgeoning, I would say having fire resistance is probably the next most impactful resist you could have as the player. There's sections of the game where you're looking at a lot of psychic or a lot of poison or a lot of necrotic, but fire seems pretty persistent just throughout the game. Want to get full immunities for a full party too? Yes. The freedom of movement spell is something that druids, clerics, and bards can start casting at level 7. And you can just spend a 4th level spell slot to cast it on another creature each time you cast it. So you could have one person get half the party, another person get the other half of the party, or once you have spell slot restoration mechanics, and one person get the whole party. You have the Ring of Free Action, which you can cover one person with. Guileful Movement Elixirs, you can get the materials to craft 2 if you're using a Transmutation Wizard. You can craft 2 at any point in the game in Act 1 as soon as you have access to Gridforge. And then they entered leveled loot starting from character level 6, where you can craft the mats. You can craft them from buying the mats from shops, or you can buy them, or you can find them out in random loot. You can find them out in random loot without them being in the level pool, to be clear, but yes. And for the fear-related stuff, Protection from Evil and Good is a 1st level spell that is in almost every caster's spell list, but also it's a 1st level spell that has scrolls in vendor loot, and also there's guaranteed scrolls of Protection from Evil and Good in Act 1. You can just have immunity. In Act 3, there's boots that give freedom of movement and Longstrider. Level 7, druids get a summon that creates a freedom of movement aura around it. All the Gauntlet of Shara creatures? Yeah, no, that's not even true, though. Or many of the Gauntlet of Shara creatures that you would be fighting. You can, for example, set up fighting alongside Balthazar's undead, and Balthazar's archers have a bonus action that imposes vulnerability or neutrality for necrotic damage. Something that Larian very intentionally put there for fighting that kind of enemy. So, already off to a rough start. The Cursed Kuo-toa, you mean the ones that don't fight back at all? That you're going to attack from out of range because they have no pursuit AI? Visages in Act 2, the Visages that are immune to damage outside of combat, and that you are going to kill from range so that you could safely strip down their HP to strip Garangoth's armor. 31 AC how? I'm hasted. Haste Spores, or +2 there. Or not the demons, I'm not talking about those. We'll keep going. Hollow armors, that's one enemy. One. You use plural, that's one. Shadow Curse Creepers and Vines, those have 10 HP. Etheric is resistant, sure. Resistant and has 2 DR. Immune also includes shadows. You would never click a necrotic damage spell against them. Tweedledope. Or at least I would hope you never would, because they're Radiant Form, and they have 31 HP. Any blighted creature, Shadow Curse Undead do not have Pursuit AI. You're attacking them from range, from outside of their aggro range, rather than getting in and clicking Vampiric Touch or Inflict Wounds. A ton of Undead, such as... saying don't rely on your build to focus on a single damage type or spell. You're going to have issues with it? No, you're not, is the thing. I'm going to give you examples of creatures that did that. Yes, and I added on that matter. Because I anticipated something like this. This is, once again, the exact same thing as wisdom saves. You are never going to put yourself in a position where this matters. Because, again, yes, almost every fear effect in the game is a wisdom save. Almost every one. You could have full immunity to fear on every single character quite comfortably at level 1, with minimal resources expended. So does fear matter? Paralysis, you can get immunity at every part of the game. Do paralysis effects that go on your wisdom saves matter? I want to focus on single damage type and a single spell, they're going to have trouble with it. But that's the thing you're not willing to accept, is that no, they will not have trouble with it. Because almost everything you put on that list can be completely avoided. But here, let's go back to the list. And this is just discussion, this is not hostility for anyone who doesn't understand what's happening here. You can avoid all of this. Like, of everything on that list, the only one that I would find supports your point is Ketheric. That's the only one. There is a difference between a case of like, okay, yeah, this element won't work here, versus an impactful case. Like, this is more towards the side of a disingenuous example. This is an extreme example, but I feel this might be relevant for the point. Minor Illusion is immune to all damage. Do we count this as a case of resistant or immune to necrotic damage? It's completely irrelevant. You're never going to try to hit this thing with that kind of ability. But, like, does it count? It's very clearly immune. So if we're just including things, you know, Counter Charm. Yeah, Counter Charm's immune to damage. Those Visages in the Garangoth fight, they're immune to damage before the fight starts. And I would also like to point out that even if that nuance that I'm applying to this was not the case, you can still use damage riders to use whatever damage type you want. I think Quag's point is you can complete the game using only necrotic damage except Ketheric. No, that's not my point, because you could use necrotic damage on him too, if you wanted to. You still wouldn't really have trouble. And this is part of what I'm getting to here. Depending on what your rules and restrictions allow, if you're allowed to put damage riders, if the point is to use Vampiric Touch as the build and not to use specifically only the damage from Vampiric Touch and nothing that goes on it when you click the button, well, then you can do whatever you want. I have killed Raphael using Scorching Ray. Raphael is immune to fire damage. I still clicked Scorching Ray until he died. It was also easy. So, like, the assertion that you will have trouble going through with a specific damage type as an absolute, no. It's a false premise. It's a bad starting point. Because that is not necessarily true. You can, for the specific case of Vampiric Touch, I know of ways you can get radiant damage onto it, you can get lightning damage onto it, you can get bludgeoning damage onto it, you can get force damage onto it. I can think of ways to do all of that quite straightforward. Did I say psychic? Psychic, if I didn't. Like Mark said the other day when he started Bard run, decided on psych damage only. Oh, if X mob's immune to psych damage, I guess I don't fight it. Right. Do for that one, Sonic Overload, Crater Flash, other damage riders. Lightning charges. Sonic Overload, Crater Flash, lightning charges. And I forced crits until Raphael died. Looks like I've dealt with the Hokorus. Yeah, I remember I assassinated Philra. Okay. Who can I fight while I have Guileful Movement on? I could get Minthara, the Grove location. Set up for Grove Defense. Will I be doing Grove Defense on this run? Elemental Depth applies the damage you do to yourself too, right? Yes, is there a way to get around that? Not really. You would need to have immunity or damage reduction to cancel out the fact that you're no longer resistant. Like, Elemental Adept with heat builds is really, really rough, because even if you were then to go on and do something like Helldusk Armor, well, that's 3 DR, and you can't resist it anymore, so there's always a roll that can hurt you, unless you're Gale in Act 2. But then as soon as you put in things like Rhapsody or Formless Slaughter, you are boosting your damage outside of the range that you can mitigate the self-damage at all. Elemental Adept is more of a hindrance than a help. Pushback for me is not that there would never be instances when Necrotic's not optimal, it's just not any more of a downside than other elements that are resisted. I think that's a fair point to make too, because like let's look at, again, Fire has pretty good neutral matchups through the entire game. Myconids are vulnerable, Mummies are vulnerable. But overall, and then you have supportive Arsonist Oil for a lot of situations. But basically, you have good matchups, you have bad matchups, you have some attempted hard counters in, you know, Fiends and that sphere. Infernals, they tend to just be immune to the fire. But you can apply that for every element. Steel Watchers are hard-coded too. They are, in, at least as of patch 6, in Honor mode. I think this applies to Tactician as well. You cannot make Steel Watchers vulnerable to lightning damage. It will always be neutral or resistant, depending on what's happening. But they can't be made vulnerable. And Steel Watchers are immune to psychic damage. But psychic damage is known to scale incredibly well in the game because of access to the Resonance Stone and things that do psychic damage that are inherently already good. Piercing damage scales very well, but when you run into things like Cazador, that could become an issue. Mystic Carrion, depending on your approach to him, that could become an issue. Radiant damage is pretty good in some areas of the game, but it's an outright death sentence in other areas of the game. Every element has an area where it's good and one where it's not, except for acid damage, which has like 3 enemies it's not good on, and then is just kind of baller for the rest of the game. Shh, don't tell anyone about acid damage. Alright, let's go to Goblin Camp. Ones are bad for acid damage build. Oozes are immune.
Very well then.
Mimics as well, yeah. Oozes, mimics. I cannot think of a third thing. Like fighting the Watchers? Me too. They're a good knowledge check. They have a lot of specific things that you benefit from countering.
Need something?
I think they're pretty cool. I also like that they are completely optional. There is not a single mandatory Steel Watcher fight in the entire game. First Imp is acid immune, right. Varsh Koku is acid resistant and acid surface immune if he's wearing his boots, I guess. And the 2 Gith in that room, if you allow them to drink the elixirs in their pockets, then they'll be acid resistant, but like, you know, we're getting into the weeds there. I was hoping its corpse would make caustic brine, but it makes acid. Aww. Was that a change or something made to Steel Watchers? Yeah, patch 6 change, if I remember correctly, Carrion, for Steel Watchers. Because it used to be very popular to do wet lightning on them, which is why they made Steel Watchers more of a counter to that by making it so they cannot gain vulnerability to lightning damage. Like, they don't have resistance, to be clear. But if you throw a water bottle on them, they don't get vulnerability. They can become wet. They cannot gain lightning vul. A Blight Scroll. Run Invis 3. Would kind of prefer more, but I don't want to spend more money here. Yeah, alright, let's go save Saza. Does Blood have any acid resistance only associated because it causes acid damage? I wouldn't know off the top of my head. Let's look. Yeah, acid resist. Logical. It does acid damage. It resists acid damage. Hey, Carney. How are you? Good to see you. Those intellect devours in the Morphic pool might leave behind caustic brine in order to use them. Use the tadpole standing on the ground and no looting run, because using things on the ground is allowed. There was no option to use them from the ground, shame on you. Right-clicking on them, there was no consume option. I could add them to my inventory, I could send them to camp, I could send them to companions. Those were my only options. And none of those were allowed.
More goblins. What's next?
Knock him out, back him up, drop him in an area, kill them with the pool, some motion, the intellect powers. So, intellect gluttons are the enemies we're talking about, Carrion. They do not exist before the Act 3 finale. You have lost access to the rest of the game by the time you see your first one. They're in 2 locations, the Morphic Pool and the top of the brain. That's it. So, that's what So Black means, like, there's nowhere to use them. There's no game left at that point. Friends who their first honor run recently got 2 panic messages. One was 2 owlbears, other was about lightning the Steel Watchers. Nice.
Need anything else? Of course. But please, remember, you're not the only one in...
I have been warming up on haste scrolls lately, because with AC tanking strats, if you get yourself at or close to that threshold where no one can hit you, a haste scroll does allow you to, stay there and keep acting without having to do things like use spore grenades or speed pots. So I have been buying haste scrolls. Not something I'm used to. Like, I probably use this one to help with Minthara. Now, a question earlier was if I ever do Grove Defense, and yes, and it is one of my favorite fights in the game. But lately, I've just genuinely been too lazy to do it. Buy gloves and this is snaring here. Never considered how sunny this game is till now. It's really only the first 2 maps. Like, the Wilderness and the Mountain Pass. Shadow Curse lands, it won't really be an issue. And then by the time I have access to the Act 3 maps, I will be tanky enough that I could just walk around in the sun and eat the damage. Also, I'll have access to, like, Char Spear of Evening and stuff like that, you know? This patch is something annoying, though.
My selection's pretty slim. I had to leave most of my...
I should bring Karlak to get her upgrade, right? Astarion's gonna thrive in Act 2? Yeah. Yeah, Act 2 is gonna feel real nice. I'm looking forward to that. Oh, get out of the sun, man. Creatures immune to non-magical piercing damage mean you can't attack with the bow? It means you can, it's just the piercing will do 0. Sun, ow. See, I keep yapping and going into the sun.
What's on your mind? So, Zariel used to top me up. Sort of. Next time...
Make sure I'm not using Infernal Alloy. Any tips for Merkel? I'm really struggling with Mountain Tactician. So what about it's giving you trouble, William? If you could be specific, it would give me a good idea of where to start. I could just go through things that I keep in mind in the fight as well. I'll do both if you want, but if you want to zero in on what's giving you trouble first, I can start with that.
I'd worry about surviving the night first.
Hey, soldier. I think we...
Take...
Damon's up. I don't think I've ever felt more powerful.
We're rising shard. Though, Astarion Karlak is a very wholesome romance. But I plan on ascending. We'll just romance Astarion next time I play Karlak. Okay, damage him and kill the cult. He's out healing me. So, do you know what's causing him to heal? Let's go through this piece by piece. Walk me through exactly what's causing him to heal. I know, but this is a good exercise here.
want to, I'd love.
Yeah, we'll flirt anyway. I don't have to decide yet.
For your thoughts.
He eats the cultists? Yeah, he eats the necromites. So, you've got a few answers there. You can make it so Merkel can't benefit from healing. So I can't say Karlach is Astarion origin. You can. You can. You have to ascend, but you can. Yeah, as Tweedledope said, you can bone chill. I would not recommend bone chill or arrows of a mater themselves because the duration isn't long enough. So if you were gonna do it with the bone chill spell, you would need extended spell meta magic unless you were behind him in the initiative order. But the Doomhammer is a great recommendation because if you have someone hit Merkel with that, it'll apply a 2-turn bone chill, which will stop him from benefiting from any healing that's incoming. You can also throw the Orthon bombs that Dammit can make from the double foil masks. They apply, I believe, a 3-turn he can't heal effect. But my favorite solution is don't let the Necromites get to him. They don't have much HP. If you plop down like a wall of fire, an insect plague, you know, a couple fields of spike growth, you can stop them from being able to get to him. That's an approach. Also, he only has a limited number of times that he can heal. Effectively, the way it works is he's trying to maintain a certain number of active necromites, but each time he successfully eats one, whether he heals from it or not, each time he successfully eats one, the number that he can maintain goes down by 1. So eventually, he'll eat enough, he can't have any necromites active anymore. So this will shut off the spawns for the fight. And if he can't spawn anymore, he can't eat anymore, which means he can't heal, he can't Finger of Death. If he stays to spawn, yeah, if he stays to spawn, the order of events means, yeah, you can't go with her. I would say other things to worry about in the Merkel fight. You want to have necrotic resistance in all your party members. You want to kill that Mind Flayer ASAP. It's the biggest threat in the room. And then it also pays to, if you have summons that can do bludgeoning damage, keep in mind the Necromites are vulnerable to bludgeoning damage. So you can have an Earth Elemental, some Mud Methods, some Zombies. Can you blind Merkel? Yes, you can, and it's very effective. That's a good strategy. You can have summons that do bludgeoning damage, just positioned to kill the Necromites before they can really do anything. If you have someone on the platform who's able to bait out, you can disarm him. I would not recommend that, because disarming Merkel makes him do more damage. Not less, more. His unarmed attack hits harder than his scythe attack. So, you can, but it's a trap. But if you are able to bait Merkel's melee attack, he will be unwilling to do Call of the Damned on the same turn that he did the melee attack. So if you have something on the platform baiting out scythe swings, then everyone else in the room will be safe from the room-wide AoE. Merkel doesn't really move. Wall of Fire work wonders for me. Wall of Fire is great there. Wall of Fire, Insect Plague, sufficiently upcast Cloud of Daggers. All good answers. Good old Wet Lightning works well. You can get him wet with whatever means you have to. Pause. But that Glyph of Warding, Lightning Bolt, Call Lightning, Chain Lightning, all of those are great. Or Chimpanzee Barbarian could blind Merkel with thrown food. Any thoughts? Sure, but you can also blind him with, like, anything else. He has no resistance to blindness at all, Zenmu. So you could use a Darkness Arrow, a Darkness Scroll, a Blindness Spell, Fog Cloud. Anything will blind Merkel. Admittedly wide and no disarming is a trap. In my general personal way of dealing with Merkel's Barrelmancy, fully aware this may be seen as lazy. It's more so, like, you have the self-awareness here, Mystic Lion. The reason why you don't know how the fight works is because you haven't engaged with the fight mechanics. Because Barrelmancy is a, okay, press button, skip fight, as long as you brought enough TNT to the room. And, like, you didn't learn anything, you didn't do anything. You skipped the fight. So, if you're okay with that in your rules, then no one can tell you that it's wrong to do that, because it is your run at the end of the day. Just know that treating fights like that means you don't understand what's going on under the hood. Which is why you'll see a lot of people like myself don't really care for doing that. I've done it in the past. My first ever honor run, I did use barrels. But then after that one, I was like, alright, I want to actually understand the fights, so I stopped doing it. Hey, SK. Do my boo with his hair. Listen, he's in his hair metal era. Glam Astarion, you know? I love Nightmares. You still love him. Not gonna lie, I like it. See, the Astarion fandom is divided here. I'm getting mixed messages. Normally I like having positive attitude with a roll-in. I didn't bother this time. I should get more gruel from Soup Lady. I'm also gonna be lazy about that too. I can't go in here and kill Pandir now. Well, I mean, I could kill her from up there, but I'm not going to. Because I haven't been invited in there. She'll even tell you haven't been invited in there. Blood bank right there. I can't step foot in there. I haven't been invited. Making it hard for Necromites to get there, like Hadar Cloud's great for the area and they start out at... Yeah. Yeah. Making it difficult for the Necromites to get to Merkel is a good strategy.
Shoot before you... You! Move!
Go away, Arca. You get to live temporarily.
Why do you care if a goblin lives or dies? You'd better...
It's alright.
I'd normally kill them, but I don't feel like getting Will disapproval right now. Looks like one of the vampires from What We Do in the Shadows. I can see it.
What's that?
Sorry, looks like an older woman who attended the original ones. Yeah. Yeah.
Even your cages are boring. They're gonna burn this pretty place. The absolute is god. Could probably stick your head. Get me out of here. Then...
Don't ask how I have the key already. Understandable. I do with self-awareness to know I didn't know how the fight works. The time surgery experiments. You understand it better these days. Might just use speed on throughout my first honor run. I reach him since frankly, if I get that far, I don't want to lose a run to Merkel. Hey, your run, your rules. I will point out the disarm incident that we just had. And that it's a learning opportunity. But at the end of the day, your run, your rules. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise. Never done Barrelmancy. It's not for everyone, SK. Like, for some people it doesn't... Like, the novelty wears off pretty quick, or it just doesn't occur. The idea doesn't occur. Close enough for Sadler to come with me.
Good to be free again.
No, I'm Josh, and every word and character in this game is perfect. Doesn't need anything to change. Not you, Will. Will is great. It's just they didn't give Will content. I'm a fan of Will. Unfortunately, he is not really in the game after Act 1. He's going through the motions. Any suggestion not break the oath of vengeance of the hag for not killing her? I would recommend just not being a paladin when you fight Ethel. Even if you're in a paladin run, just like respect to something else for that fight. If you don't want to break your oath, because there are some situations where an Oathbreak is just going to happen. Like, dealing with the Strange Ox in most capacity, it is an Oathbreak. Dealing with Ethel, if you want the stat increase, Oathbreak. Talking to Gortash at the Coronation, most likely Oathbreak. Like, there's just a couple of hotbed spots in the game where you'll just be like, okay, why the fuck is my oath broken now? Vengeance has the fewest of those, but it does still have them. Everyone down here. Neat. Yeah, Connor's another set of potential oath breaks. Mm-hmm. Baromancy Gortash a lot. Funny thing about Baromancy on Gortash is it's actively weaker than other ways of handling him. Baromancy trains you into bad habits, because Gortash has a really good dexterity. He's also, in his transformed state, immune to fire and force damage. So... The other day I lost like 2 hours of my playthrough, still mad about it. Yeah, SK. The game has gotten less stable with updates. Patch 7 especially made crashes very common. There's even some location-based crashes. Like, Mark usually crashes when trading with Aaron at the start of a playthrough. Common crash is if you get Enemy of Justice in Moonrise and step in the room where Mig, the ogre, hangs out. That's almost always a crash. There was something involving ladders that is a consistent crash as well. The game's just not very stable these days. Or the Rune Powder Explosion did pitiful damage to Gortash. Yeah, he's got really good dexterity. If he saves on that, and you don't roll high on the die, it just doesn't do anything. And again, if he transforms, he's immune to force damage. So it will do literally nothing. All elevator is still bugged for me, killing anyone who stands on it. I don't know what causes that. So, like, I have never had it happen to me. I have seen it happen to other people. I don't know what causes. I've seen a theory that going to main menu and back can create a window where it won't happen. I've seen a theory that making sure everyone's standing still on the elevator will prevent it, but like those are theories. I don't have the answer on that. Why did I come to Blighted Village? Yeah, Saza. Oh, I got an elevator stuff playing with the start party, never solo. Yeah, it's not happened to me. But again, that's not me saying it doesn't happen, because clearly it does. Did I ever loot Feather? I always forget. Nope, I didn't. I get to solo on her, bring a second person just so they can fall and die. Yeah, that's a perfectly reasonable failsafe, SK. This is one of those things that one of the reasons why I allow having companions in for non-combat purposes, because I used to do the same thing for Faith Leap Trial. I would just keep someone in the party, but not in the room, so if the game screwed me, I wouldn't have to just do all my shit over again, you know? I think that's perfectly valid. One thing I learned is a really good way to survive the bombs. The traps shoot bombs the throne room, Gortash fight in his room, just move them out of range. Dragon items from one point to a floor, and then there's free action. So in Tactician and above, those bombs have a passive where they will immediately explode when interacted with in any way. Again, don't do that. Added someone who was scared of messing up with the Blood of the Thunder traps. The Blood of the Thunder traps are funny because Larian clearly knows that that's like a hot button death trap area, because they stealthily added damage to the traps. They used to not do damage. They were just knockback. So if you had like Boots of Striding on, you were completely safe, even if the traps are going off. But once they added damage to them, they can break your concentration. To my knowledge, that was never in any patch note. They just kind of stealthily said. Almost died to the bomb traps. Tank 2 that landed in the surface I made for the Elemental Torment necklace. Yep. Those traps are wild. I really like Silence for that area because Thunder immunity. Are you so knowledgeable about each companion's lore? You mostly do solo runs? I mean, I've done something like 50 playthroughs, if not 60 at this point. I didn't always just do solo runs. I've done full party. Played as every origin. I allow companions to be in my camp in my solo runs because I like having the lore in the background. And I hang out with a bunch of people who are enthusiastic about the lore, so we chat about it a lot. Like, anytime I co-op with Dade, like, the stream is usually 1/3 us playing in the game, 1/3 us both just being very, very neurodivergent, and then 1/3 lore. Although, maybe that's overlap with the neurodivergent part. Wonder if I ever get to do solo. I know, like, maybe 1/10 of what you know. I knew less than that when I started doing solo, SK. You make good choices. You know what you're doing. You can absolutely do it. You do a lot of cheeses solo in BG3? No. Your base combat's normally. Define normally, little Yuki. I understand what you're getting at, but I'm making a point here. There's a lot of people who will classify things as cheese in ways that don't make sense. Like, for example, the way Rogue is structured. You are given a bonus action hide at level 2, and sneak attack is most of your damage. Hiding is a way to get advantage to allow you to sneak attack. So you would agree that playing Rogue in a way that's true to the class would involve you looking for opportunities to hide and sneak attack, right? Well, some people call that cheese. What do we mean by that? You know? If you're playing an Abjuration Wizard, one of your subclass features is that you just have a shit ton of damage reduction. Well, once you get over a certain threshold of damage reduction, a lot of enemies in the game will simply choose not to attack you ever. Is that cheese? Because you're just playing your class. You get what I'm getting at? Some people told me cheesing is like going in and out of battles, get free hit all the time before going in fights. That's something you can do when playing the game if you want to, and some play styles are built around that. That is how some people choose to tackle the game. But let's think about let's apply some critical thinking here. You are asking if a play style that someone else told you about that you have not done, and it sounds like they haven't done either, is cheese, and you are operating from the default point of view that that's not a valid way to play the game. Like, honor mode is not the intended way to play the game for the player base. You gotta remember that, including people who use cheats and mods to make the game easier and everything, including that, the completion for honor mode is still under 3% of the player base. Under 3%. So, like, it's already a version of the game that is intended for people who are really going to push things to their limit, or at least who know their stuff. Now, speaking from my own experience, I have completed the game with every class. I have completed the game as a level 1 character with 2 different classes. I've completed the game as a 1 HP character who never got hit in any capacity. You can do whatever you want and get through the game as long as you know what you're doing. So I hope that answers your question. But I'm trying to encourage, throw out the whole this is cheese, this isn't cheese. Focus on how you want to play. If you prefer a more straightforward, less complicated way of going at the game, sure, you can make that work. Just understand that you're going to have different challenges, and you are going to have different things you need to keep in mind than someone who is willing to use all of their game knowledge. And myself and every other challenge runner will tell you there's certain things that individually some of us want to do, some of us don't want to do. Like, I don't use Barrelmancy. I don't find it interesting, so I don't do it. I don't have companions in camp casting buffs on me before I go out and do my combats for the day, because I don't find that interesting. I don't want to do that. I tend not to do any sort of vendor-related exploits with, hey, I can get this vendor's entire inventory for free so I don't have to worry about economy throughout the game. I tend not to do that. Because those are things I don't find interesting. So, view it that way. At the end of the day, the rules that matter for your run are the ones you want to apply to it. So, whoever was telling you, oh, this is cheese, that's cheese, that's not legit, fuck them. Like, they're being a toxic influence on your experience here. Not sure what class to go for and how to make builds. Genuinely, whatever you think is cool. They are all viable at the end of the day. So if you think a certain class is like, hey, I would like to play that. That sounds like something that would be fun. Do that one. My recommendation for first honor mode run is whatever you find yourself most invested and most comfortable on. Because I could give you a build, right? And if it's not your style, you're not going to enjoy any of it, so you're not going to be invested in it, and you probably get burned out and don't finish the run. Solo runs any builds possible, assuming to play well? Yes. The biggest thing is strategy. Strategy and attention to detail. You got to be willing to read what your abilities do, inspect everything in your environment, understand what enemies are capable of. You can make any class, any combination of class work. It's just managing certain problems. Denied, I swear. Want to beat the game once, took like half of your break, intend to try the game again. Hey, welcome back. It's a little tactician. Perfect. You're on tactician. You can reload. If there's something you don't like, you can just load an earlier save. Run it back a different way. If you want to try out a different approach to a fight, run it back. I used to do, in my early honor solos, I would do a practice playthrough on tactician because I wouldn't be familiar with the class, so I'd want to learn it on tactician. So I'd do a solo tactician run, then follow it up with an honor solo. It looks like I'm here just in time to tell you you're playing the game wrong. Okay, cool, bye. Bye, Mark. Bye, Mark. Me cheese is like abusing shackling or particularly intentional buffs and stuff. Yeah, for some people, that's an example. For some people, that's not. But yeah, in summary, gatekeeping is cringe as fuck, and it's usually done by people who don't even know what they're talking about. Here, those of us who actually understand things and want to have other people to enjoy the things we love with, we're all gonna tell you, play the way you like. You might hear challenge runners, build crafters, people who like optimizing things talk about, hey, this isn't good in this situation, or this is better than this, but that is never you saying, hey, that's never us saying, hey, don't play this, because if you think it's cool, fucking do it. I'm curious for solo runs, right? For class like Wizard, such how do you solo encounters 10 monsters, for example? So Abjuration Wizard is the second tankiest in the game, little Yuki. Abjuration Wizard, I mentioned this a little bit earlier. We were talking about Abjuration School at level 2 gets a passive that makes them literally the tankiest thing, other than Rogue, in the entire game. You could just run around with so much damage reduction that most enemies will not even try to attack you. That's just one subclass of Wizard. Evocation Wizard is an absolute nightmare in terms of how much damage you do, especially later in the game. Necromancy Wizard gets really powerful summons at, like, a pretty reasonable level. Divination Wizard can just point at someone and be like, actually, no, you failed that saving throw. There's lots of options. Alright, we're going to be a little bit questionable with my approach here. Let me make sure there's no quests I need to be keeping an eye on. I haven't done enough rests to get the Astarion event.
Looks that way, but scouts said they heard something moving around out there. Something big. It's not our concern. Our prey is elsewhere.
Alright, oil of accuracy.
The killing, on the other hand, participating in.
I'm here to slaughter you.
Out of my sight.
Yeah, scrying I can join. That's fine. See, something they don't understand is they can't hurt me. Way to get Bliss Spores, Dawnmaster's buff back after a long rest? No. In earlier patches, there was a way to get Morning Lord's Radiance again, but not in current patch. AC, what supports outside shield and ring. Well, I'm concentrating on the haste spell, that's +2. I have defense fighting style from fighter, that is +1 currently with my gear choices. I have ring of protection, aside from shield and ring. Eldusk armor, gloves are +1. I can change to a helmet that gives me a little more. Do this, defense fighting style activates again because it counts Helldusk and other armor independently, so 31. Thara has advantage on attack rolls against me, but like the question is, do I care? The answer is, I don't. She hit me for 0. She can hit me on a 20 thanks to Bless. She can actually hit me on an 18 thanks to Bless. Good for her. I should lower her strength. Down to +3. I must say, exploding the game is taking turns to combat. 'Cause I think a lot of the criticism from cheese tactics comes from a lack of knowledge of power levels. Well, yeah, it's the same thing as the Barrelmancy effect. If you are ending combats before you can see what any enemy in the game is capable of, you don't understand threat level. Like, people don't appropriately value how absolutely fucking dangerous Gortash is. For example. Because he's uncommonly fought, but also, before patch 7, you would rarely see his transformation. And even in patch 7, a lot of times people will be like, oh, well, I'm just going to push him off the side, right? There's a lot of enemies that, if you never allow them to get in combat, you never see these things. So it's viewed as cheese, but a lot of the time that's just a smart counter. For the record, I don't enjoy the dipping in and out of combat playstyle. Been there, done that. Meh. Fought on my Evil Dirge run, and yeah, he hits. Usually just bring him to the brain. Yeah, it's a good counter to him. Like, in his transformed state, he has 3 damage immunities. He's big enough that it's very hard to move him around. He punches for a crazy amount of damage. He has a retaliation effect that can hit you for up to 200 damage. Yeah, 200 force damage. He's no joke. Traps if you're not careful, yeah. Should almost wipe the stupid boss my blind armor playthrough. Wait, Minthara or Gortash? Minthara is tough for this point in the game. 4 turns of haste left. Once I ability drain her enough, that won't matter. Imagine I had a Gortash, haha. So, let's put Mark on the spot here for a second. His personal rule set that he's crafted, one of my favorite challenge running rule sets, Restless Region Locked, forces him to fight Gortash in the hardest configuration for that boss fight, which is at the Coronation, surrounded by the Seal Watchers, with Duke Ravengard there, like, all of that. He has to do that because he's not allowed to come back to Rivington after. So that is the only way he can get Gortash's Netherstone, so that is the only way he can beat the game. And it is a fight, especially post-patch 7, where Gortash can do his transformation outside of his own turn. He can do it inside his turn or outside of his own turn. As soon as he hits the health threshold, he will break out of any paralysis effects that are on him and immediately transform. And it is a dangerous fight. I think it's very fair to call Coronation Gortash one of the most difficult fights in the entire game. His initiative's just insane. Yeah, +10. Gortash and Cazador are very high initiative. Gortash, Cazador, Yurgir, Raphael are at this level of initiative where it's like, you can tell if someone actually has experience doing limited party size challenge runs by how much they value their initiative. If you have someone tell you, you can get by with only dexterity, yeah, self-report, you don't actually have playtime in the game. Because no, the fuck you can't. Not if you are averse to gambling your entire run on a coin flip every time you fight one of those bosses. How hard is Ascended Cazador compared to Transformed Gortash? Easy. Ascended Cazador is literally easier than Ritual Cazador. So Cazador, when he has like all the spawn trapped and is doing the countdown to ascend, is stronger than after he ascends. Crazy, right? I call suicide. Is it doable? Coronation Gortash? Yes. Mark and I did it in co-op. Mark did it solo on his Astarion run. He also did it solo on his Will run. Both in patch 7. He did it on Lae'zel before patch 7. The fight got harder in patch 7, but yeah. Hazard can ascend during the fight? Yeah. If he has all the spawn there, there's a 3-turn timer. If you don't remove at least one of the spawn from the ritual or kill him in that 3-turn timer, he'll do the ritual and he'll ascend. Alright, Minthara's unconscious. All neatly tied up in the duration of my haste spell. Special cutscene or something like that? No. It'll just happen during the fight.
You attacked someone.
My accuracy's not great right now. Doing a bit of off-stream farming, thinking about our conversation earlier. Some people probably think extensive minor illusion used as cheese. Right, when you're using it for its explicit function. Cheese, like, makes him weaker after ascending. He heals less. He heals less and he doesn't have his, damage aura around him.
I'm so tired. How do people do this all day?
Feel so naked without minor illusion in my current playthrough. The number of times I take high elf on a character, or just so I have minor illusion access if I want it. I mean, I'm doing it right now. I don't have to kill him right now. Go deal with Droraxlin. Sorry, Droraxlin. Do I want hand crossbows for this? I think I do.
The Absolute honors you and slays her enemies. You fertilize the fields with the dead.
Surprise round. How'd you cook another retaliation build? Trying to think up something using riposte. So I was thinking about for Act 3 doing Flail of Ages with Wave Mothers. So like main hand Flail of Ages, offhand Wave Mothers, or not Wave Mothers, Trident of the Waves, excuse me. For that freeze possibility on riposte, you know, the double swing. I was thinking of that. Also, maybe actually using Purple Dark Justiciar Half-Plate in Act 3 for that damage retort. You need to have Shield of Faith active, but you can use Adriel for that if you want to, at least for the lower city map. Those were things that had crossed my mind. You do a run or you don't go to Overgrown Ruins till level 10, does it mean you also don't even discover the ruins before then? Just wait going inside? Well, I get the waypoint on the beach, but I don't go up to the top part at all. Why would I? There's no need. Get you into the spider pit. Like if you joined. Here to rate the main saving throw scale 1 to 10, what con, dex, and wisdom rate as. Wisdom's completely unimportant. Dex is very, very impactful. Con is like, if you're concentrating, sure. If you're concentrating and fighting Merkel, I guess, are the two big things for con. But wisdom saves are largely worthless. There's alternatives. Those can chill down there. And Booyag is a void bulb. I don't want to mess with them. Even more reason to love Bard and Rogue, yeah. I could riposte with Trident of the Waves, Cold Snaps, or something similar. I like it. The fake Battlemaster build, yeah, that's a fun trade. I still want to do the fake Battlemaster, fake riposte with Giant Killer Hunter. The levels of Viva Wizard for Pocket Freezing Sphere, I like. Not that those matter anymore, but I do think it's funny to just bully them. Okay, that's my uncanny dodge. I rolled a 19. But he can hit me quite a few rolls right now. I have Heavy Armor Master, so I don't really care. He can hit me with quite a few rolls. Let's get in the corner. Yeah, Mage Slayer has a riposte of sorts. The thing is, it's very picky in terms of what enemies, because you have to have someone willing to cast a spell, and then they have to be in melee range of you. A lot of enemy AI will try to run out of melee range to cast, and then at that point, well, you just opportunity attack them, so then Mage Slayer didn't really do anything. But I do like Mage Slayer a lot. It's really funny in Slayer form, because then you'll just pounce on someone with the Mage Slayer attack. We did not know the game. First time I fought Raphael. Is a demon, Luthander, Sunbeam on him. Yeah. I would encourage using that inspect feature. People get real comfy in Act 3 and they start clicking radiant damage. And it's like, Alright, I didn't use my reaction, so Uncanny Dodge is back. Push you for AC.
Come on then.
30 AC on actor is just not comfortable. I mean, 30 AC isn't that much. It's not a great defensive measure on its own. Because AC is for attack rolls. How many attack rolls are you actually worried about that you can't just tank in this game? Not all that many. Well, literally none, to be honest, but... I'm much more worried about non-attack roll things. For example, Raphael's spells are dex saves. So if you have evasion, if you have shield master, you can just say no to incinerate. You can say no to a Death Knight's Hellfire Orb, which is up to 120 fire damage that ignores resistance and immunity. However, if you have evasion, you can just be like, I take 0. Not a hyperbolic, I took almost nothing. It's no, literally just, I choose 0. Of the defensive stats in this game, I don't value armor class very highly. I don't know what that crunchy sound is. I'm a really big fan of damage reduction, of evasion and similar effects. That's where I try to operate. Let's see what Adora's attack rolls look like now. So he has plus 10 with the Bless max rolling. Plus 9 with the Bless max rolling now. You're concentrating. Can't hit me anymore. So, my armor class didn't change. I still have 29, 30 if I push someone, but I've been lowering his strength. Armor class is good, but ability drain is what makes armor class tanking really shine, in my opinion. But even then, it's only really noteworthy on enemies that are doing their damage through attack rolls. So, you don't care about it against Cazador, you don't care about it against Raphael. You don't care about it against the Netherbrain. Because that's not the threat. Don't even really care about it against, like, Answer. Because how often are you sitting in melee range of the big stupid dragon without being able to disengage? The answer should be rarely. Basically, AC stacking is good when you know your enemy relies mainly on attack rolls, not so great when they have more save-based attacks. Right, because it does literally nothing against anything other than attack rolls. Armor class doesn't make you tankier at all. It just makes you harder to hit. If you want to be tankier, you're looking at raw HP increases, you're looking at damage reduction, you're looking at mitigation effects like evasion, like uncanny dodge. you're looking at movement speed so that enemies don't get to do what they want to you anyway. So worth to let Volo gouge out of your eye? Usually no, because it's just the effect of a C invis scroll that you can't opt out of anymore. You could just have a C invis scroll and use that every day. Also, when Volo pokes out your eye, he leaves the game until Act 3. I missed. Whoopsie. And that means he's not available as a vendor once you make him leave. So if you're gonna have him do it end of Act 2. Like, I'll be doing it in this run, just because I didn't take Ethel's eye. Doragzon has determined he can't damage me anymore, so he's not trying. But I believe the amount of AC you need so that no enemy can hit you in this game is, I think you need 39? You need either 38 or 39 for Act 1 or Act 3 Voss. I don't know of anyone who has more attack bonuses than him. Possibly super buffed Orin, but I don't remember. I can't think of anyone who has more accuracy. Mountain Pass Voss has less because he doesn't have the silver sword. He has the other sword. Super buff Orin? Yeah, if you speak with Dead on the corpse in Orin's bedroom, you get some information that you can taunt her with. And if you succeed a pair of high DC checks, she will lose her will to fight. And at that point, Baal himself will be like, actually, no, you're fucking fighting anyway. And he will forcibly turn her into the Slayer and give her a buff. Can you explain why enemies stop attacking when a crit roll and still do damage, like couldn't roll nat 20? No, crit immunity. Adamantine shield. A nat 20 is treated as a normal roll. That means if his result of 20 can hit me, it'll hit me. Which it did earlier in the fight. I believe the first time he hit me in the fight, he rolled a 20. Let me look at this. A 19. We'll see, he hit me on a 19. He would have also hit me on a 20. Because that clears my armor class, but it's treated as a regular roll.
Into my pocket.
Oh, good fight, I guess. I accidentally picked up any garlic yet? Not yet, Renda. How you doing? What do I like here? I think Charm. I can do Tadpole Elixir stuff. Never do any of the bigger fights if I don't have any crit immunity gear. Lost one too many runs to untimely crits. Yeah, it's something I take very seriously after losing a couple of runs to crits. My previous run, the no looting run, I was forced to operate without crit immunity, which meant that I approached basically the entirety of the game differently. That's why you saw me doing so much Moonbeam hit and run. Because the idea was never let someone have line of sight to make an attack on me. I never brought Lae'zel to talk to Zoro, did I? Whoops. An XP in the hole. Couple things I didn't do that I normally do in here.
A scout, and I took a collection. But perhaps we need not speak of farewell.
Long hair to look like Castlevania Alucard. No, it's just because I thought it was a fun change of pace. No deeper theme to it or anything. I just thought it was fun. Can you knock out the Strange Ox? Has anyone ever done that?
Let's hope for gold.
Practice solo tactician? Yeah. Getting comfortable with soloing as a whole is a way better benefit to you than immediately going to the beat grinder of honor mode, if you ask me. The intrusive thought of just trying to knock out the Strange Ox right now, it won't go away. I don't have acid resistance, though. I think it only does up to 36 damage with that explosion, but like... I have Uncanny Dodge. Yeah, no, I won't do it. For science. I really want to, but I won't.
Do not forget who invited those shadows. You have much to learn.
So as you say, and so it is done, Master.
You tried to imprison a child.
A misjudgment.
Misjudgment.
One that should weigh heavily upon her. But the Grove still needs her passion.
You think Halsin works
Speak
for
to
ice?
Wrath. He will reward you for...
Stop, no. Don't you dare. He's not that bad.
I cannot imagine taking on
I'm just here for the reward, Wrath. Hottest take you said all stream. Gotta keep it interesting sometimes, Kels. You actively welcomed an immigrant? Yeah. It's not like everyone he was responsible for teaching decided to immediately apply as much xenophobia in their policies as possible the second he was out of sight. Surely, you know, sorry, everyone but Wrath. Surely that's not a reflection on their teacher. Surely.
There's a wicked edge to this. I can feel the dust.
Guess let's just ignore the Shadow Druids then. No. The Shadow Druids strolled in and compromised the place. Easily. But they're all dead, so let's talk to everyone else. Let's see let's see what public opinion is. Okay, well, Nettie, we're not gonna talk to her because I have personally seen her cast Flaming Sphere at refugees. So I don't think we need to go with that one. Kaga, she's repentant. Kaga will admit that she was used, she was manipulated. It's very easy to get her to the point where she was willing to do that. But, you know, that's fine. Wrath, he's a real one. He's literally the only one who will defend the tieflings from the druids. Literally the only one. What's your stance?
You did this grove a great favor. And now leave the rest to us.
Okay. You know, pretty neutral. I know what he means by that, but benefit of the doubt.
I think it's high time you all left. Our sacred grove has sheltered you enough.
Where were you?
Within the inner sanctum, of course. It is not for us to fight your battles.
You know, your grove, but it's not your battle. I see.
I assure you, the feeling is mutual.
Okay.
Master Halson's past his prime.
Here's the chick talking to the bird. Oh, she'll help kill the tieflings too.
The first letter from Quag came a season ago, but when Halson departed, the shadows truly took root.
Mark Earl's a breath away from saying you people. How about you?
I wasn't sure about you at first. Thought you might be trouble. I was very wrong.
That's wholesome, but don't forget that depending on your character's race, she will throw some racially charged dialogue at you. She's the one who's telling you to stay out while the dude does the very unconvincing roar at you when you first get here. Yeah, that's her. Hey, TV Raymond.
You think you saved us? You just prolonged the inevitable.
And that is what exactly?
Sooner or later, other outsiders will bring trouble to the grove.
Well, surely that's a one-off.
I know you stopped the goblins, but I can't stop looking over my shoulder. Makes it hard to sleep at night.
Another person who will attack the tieflings. How about you?
Things are starting to calm down, thanks to you. We can finally get some rest.
But like you weren't doing anything. But okay. Okay, how about you?
I hear the goblin leaders met their ends. Unfortunate for them, but very fortunate for the grove.
Okay, you know, fair enough. Fair take. I remember right, this one's okay? This one? No, it wasn't this one.
We wasted so much time fighting each other. Sylvanas taught us a lesson by letting
It is this one, yeah.
save us.
See? This guy. It's like, oh, hey, we were wrong. That's something. Don't get me wrong. He will still participate in the genocide if Kaga orders it. Really need to hammer that one home.
Hear them? The birds. They're beautiful. I've thought of nothing but goblins and tieflings for so long. I stopped listening.
What was that inflection on tieflings? Hang on, hang on.
The grove feels safe again. We have
You want to say that one again?
for that.
Oh. She didn't want to say that one again.
The goblins are gone, but so is our idol. We are exposed without it.
I don't know where it went. I have nothing to do with that. The fact that most seem willing to let tieflings die. It's not that they'll let the tieflings die, DB Raymond. It's not that. They will participate in wholesale slaughter at the drop of a hat with absolutely no dissent except for wrath. You talked to the gnome? This guy? Yeah, I did. Other gnome? This one? let's see. New region travel,
This
kidnap
will happen
vendors.
again. We won't have
I don't
you
think
to
so.
rescue us when it does.
Yeah, I did. Yeah, this will happen again. Yeah, we did talk to that one. Thanks for the clip, Dade. Goblins and who now? Yeah, that was the... and the dude I killed in the underground passage that had the, you know, this thing, the Key of the Ancients, he will just casually call tieflings foul bloods when you ask him what he was doing down there. Aaron, who considers himself enlightened in the fact that he'll criticize you if you say that tieflings have devilish powers, which they literally do, by the way, he will also participate in the genocide if the order is given. But, like, fuck them. Fuck the druids. Even if they weren't worth XP, I would still come back and kill them later. Am I good to long rest? I think so.
No, an Albert.
Aaron will come down for his defense, though. He's probably just a creep. It's definitely just a creep. This save's come out of curiosity. Struck on the shadow result as a rat, turned to leader, ran off. Quag immediately went kill them all and everyone hostile. Racist druid, you save sides against Kaga. That might be a programming error. Does that guy? That's funny. Alright, are we... I don't know if I even have the approval to Riz Karlak, actually. Maybe I do. We're currently Risen Shard. Let's see what Karlak has to say.
Would you look at this place? All these people happy because of us. It's nice to be somewhere where good is still possible. And with good potations too.
Enjoy yourself, Karlak.
You too, soldier. Enjoy yourself tonight.
Okay, no, shit. We didn't get the approval that high. So I'll have to worry about the sun after the rest. I mean, Halsin's a bad leader? Yes. You can also tell by him abandoning his responsibilities at literally every possible point that he can. We can get a free arrow of Roaring Thunder from Barkus here.
Do you mind? I'm trying to work. Yes, thank you. Now, please. Well, me drinking beer won't save them. Explosive.
Yeah. You can get him to give you a Roaring Thunder arrow that way. That came in handy on no looting. I have to actually use camp supplies here. I'm allowed to use red meat and alcohol.
Buzz of you've picked up a few. Her mind is.
Why'd Halsin go off the Mercs again? Is that to investigate the tadpoles? Say that's a fair reason. Yeah.
I trust you enjoyed your evening. After all, it may moon with luck and the Oak Father's blessings, we might actually survive. Are you ready? On.
Ah, sun. Ah. Where am I even going next? Galactic Colony. Alston's golfing again. The fact that someone is hedonistic to irresponsible as Halsin became leader of the Grove is quite concerning. I mean, look at their entire power structure. Number 1 is Halsin. Number 2 is Kaga. Number 3 is some druid we never get to see who had absolutely no involvement in events. Any questions?
No point in lingering now I've got the noble stock.
Song of Madness and Timasks will allow me to do tadpole elixir stuff. Have any Timasks? Don't. There's also the worm. The worm calls to me. Budweiser USB, we are so back.
That's that then.
Aren't you tired of winning? Don't you feel liberated? Alston's character only makes sense if you understand him as being responsible for the Shadow Curse, because then his arc's all about him regaining control of himself, taking responsibilities for his errors, which is far more compelling than him being some hot bear guy about it. Aggress by giving any depth at all, would just make his ass crack 7 pixels wider. Yeah, like, if they had had a narrative focus in the game of atonement being his thing, made it a through line, and then had him change in any substantial way after going through said arc, that would be compelling. But he never changes. Not even a little bit. And that by itself isn't bad. A character does not always need to end in a different place than where they started. For example, Will very much is who he is, and he doesn't change. He gets some maturity in the sense that he learns when a sacrifice is a senseless one. Or he doesn't. But like, Halsin never changes. He's a bad leader with absolutely no sense of responsibility to himself, others, or any cause at all beyond a nebulous concept of nature, like fucking literally every druid. So like, what do you do with that kind of character, you know? Doesn't change, breaks up with you after you save the world. That's why I don't understand why they cut his content. It only makes sense as a companion who ties into Isabella at all. Yeah, but they cut it. Because media literacy is dead, and they wanted to throw a bone to the horny people who can't read, as opposed to you, a horny person who wants to read. I don't have Amulet being worthy yet. I should go get that. Intelligence is sexy, am I right? It is at the very least a green flag, you know? into Barrelmancy. If you have a source of fire next to boss enemy, repeatedly just drop smoke powder bombs on the ground, drag them to the fire repeatedly as many times it takes to run out of bombs. Yeah, you can. After you cure the curse, Halsin's just kind of there. Have a run in mind with planned companion deaths. Halsin gets the Orin treatment. It's kind of fucked up that that's a good bookend for him. Also, you get the most compelling performance for Halsin out of the dialogue where the long rest event where Orin is impersonating him. And, like, this is not to say that that's the actor's fault. No, because the actor cooked. He did a great job consistently. Just the only time he was allowed to, you know, emote was when his character wasn't even his character. They allowed him to act while he was playing Orin playing Halsin. So I think a lot of Halsin is also bad direction. I don't have a lot of critique of this game, but that's on the list. Or why did I come here? Training sword. Long hair Astarion's throwing me off. Practice sword, my beloved. Missed you. It's been far too long. Alright, now where was I going? Ah, Minotaurs. Yep, yep, yep. I remember. I could go kill Quag now, too. Should do that first. Sword of First Blood is appropriate.
Yes, let's.
That was an awesome call here. Have a good one. Take it easy, Mr. Klein. Thanks for hanging out.
Ready or not.
You've heard of Kermit Gape. What about Quag Gape? Quag Gape next. Damn. You gotta be like better than me, Dade.
Let's move. The subtle.
Oh yeah, I forgot.
Do the unexpected.
Come on. See step into Moonbeam? Thank you.
Ready or not.
Yes, inciting howl. Yes, good call. Nice crit.
A better position. Into the shadows. Time for a new approach. Leave no trace. Time for a new approach.
Really, Kaga? Well, I wasn't trying to end combat. But alright. You're supposed to go for the opportunity. Okay, cool. Yeah, fine. Hey, what are your thoughts on Moonbeam? Ah.
Just like the old time.
I don't think she liked it. Linebreaker boots. Here all looks correct. I could honestly do this. I like this better for my purposes. Surprised she hasn't used Moonbeam. Yeah, she did use it. She ran out of spell slots. She used Misty Step and then 2 Moonbeams. Then she started Wild Shaping. So she might have had one last spell slot, but I was out of direct line of sight. So she was prioritizing other things. And it'll be unworthy? Yeah, that's why we're here.
Into the shadows.
I'll do some coal mining. That's the luck. Jake, you having some trouble burying that? My cat's not very good at shitting. fine. Nice crit. Okay, excellent. Now we have Amulet of the Unworthy. We're a little over halfway to level 7. Plenty of stuff I could continue to do in this map, but I got what I needed. I'm on the fence about the Scimitar craft. I'll let that one cook. Time for the Shadow Curse Lance, I'm thinking. Let's go there. I'm gonna take on the Spectator. When I feel like it, I kind of forgot about fighting it. I could do it now, especially with Leviatar Scourge. But I'll probably come back during a free action, so I don't have to honk too much. How much do I play DOS 2? A bit. Not too much, Chris. Getting into it after BG3, just I kind of don't view it very favorably. If I'd played it in the other order, I'm sure I would have loved it. Yeah, Gale's still just chilling. I feel no inclination to change that right now. Alright. A lot of people will first go into the Mountain Pass before going to the Shadow Curse Lands. Lately, I've been enjoying going directly to Shadow Curse Lands. Allows me to save the exploration spot at the entrance to the Mountain Pass for longer, so I could be higher leveled for that. And there's more stuff that I would like to be geared for in the Crush than there is in the Shadow Curse Lands. Yankee do a lot of damage. Obviously, this isn't possible in a region-locked setting. Will the Harper Brain Cell function? I don't think so, man. I do wish I had another haste scroll for this. Though my con saves aren't fantastic yet. Fair enough. Spectator, freedom of movement, peg, necrotic resistance, any other preparations for that fight that could help. Good wisdom saves against Befuddled. Now, let me qualify that. Yes, I did spend a large portion of today's stream talking about how wisdom saves pretty much fucking worthless. But you cannot have immunity to Befuddle. You can improve your saves against it. This does not mean it is worth investing into wisdom, in my opinion, especially because you can put on the Helmet of Autonomy for proficiency in wisdom saves. You can have Ring of Protection for +1 to your saves. You can have Whispering Promise for +1d4 to your saves. You can have Absolute's Warboard for another +1 to your saves. You can put all of that in there. That helps. That's enough of an impact. And yeah, you can go for Wizard's Bane Oil on it. You could go for Paralytics on it. Having summons bait the reaction beam if you're a melee character.
Is that? I'm not sure I want to step in there. I lived in the shadows for centuries, but never seen anything this unsettling. Alas, this is the only path to Moonrise Towers. So into the dark I go.
Temple Baldurn works on Befuddled, does it? Cool. I'm not at all aware. I don't feel like it does, but maybe. If it's in the status group, then I'd be surprised if it didn't. Hey, don't push Jonas into the fucking chasm. That's my main concern. I don't have a fantastic grouping here. So the goal of this fight, Harper Megan has to survive and Jonas can't go in the chasm. That's the goal. Yeah, I saw the despawn incident trade. That was weird. Torch isn't lit? Why isn't it lit? It's supposed to be. Fine. You're there. 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 Alright, I don't have a great line.
Feel so hungry. Like it drained me dry.
Not magical bow. Didn't do much, but...
Shit. Shadows took Jonas. Make every strike count!
It ain't lit. Hey, don't shoot. Shoot Megan. Caro didn't run off with the Shadow Curse? That's a first. Good damage. Sandra? You want to explain to me what the play was there? I can't use holy water. It's one of the stipulations of the run. But we're going to use precious bombs. Arrow's now in the Shadow Curse. You're almost helping, Lysandra. Fortunately, I do need to keep babysitting Jonas over here. Just you now.
Well done. Keep your torch high. If you step into the shadows, that's right. Protected by magic. If you want to catch your breath, the inn's the only place to do it. Hope to see you there.
Invitation to Last Light?
Help us move out.
Remember, I have to be invited places. I also technically haven't been invited to Moonrise. I could have gotten that from Nier, but I'm gonna have to speak to the door guards for that.
It's mine now.
Shadow Curse protection, also not a huge deal on this, because I'm a rogue. I have necrotic resistance from Leviatar Scourge. I have 3 DR from Helldusk Armor. Necrotic, the Shadow Curse damage does double every turn, up to a cap of, like, a pretty significant amount, but even at that cap, it can't actually kill me with Uncanny Dodge. Unless I allow myself to take 3 ticks without healing, and it high rolls every time.
Let's hope a dead bird is the creepiest thing around here.
I have a Vigilance Elixir, so I'm fine with triggering this. Around me. Turn that off for now. Necrotic immune? No? Cool. It's fine. Huge XP chunk. I'm not stepping foot into Moonrise yet. I'm gonna go right on over to deal with Karnus. Also, let's evaluate something. This looks like a lake. Still water? What do you think?
die. But to die in a place like this... Oof.
I do want Shadowcloak Ring here. It's one of my favorite items for throw builds, and thrown daggers with Shadowcloak Ring and big sneak attack is quite chonky. But I think that could wait for now. Running water much of an issue so far? No, there's only one spot where it's factored in at all. Limited my ability to go from where Scratch is to where Karlach is. Have I even spoken to Scratch? I don't think I've even done that yet.
Alright.
Having the happy buff would be smarter here, but I have very good talkie-talkie. Look, it's Strider, man. Take pictures.
Every day, my queen. Your followers are legion.
Here, we're boss.
Your true souls.
Yeah, the absolute protected me. You're holding my lantern.
Queen.
Oh, my lantern.
Where is their lantern?
Okay, go away.
This is not Her Majesty's will.
The absolute's blessed you. You'll be safe. If I turned into Drow, I would have had, I can speak, advantage there. Okay, we got a couple inspos in the pipeline. Be annoying if I have to fight Karnus here. I'm not worried about it, but it would be annoying.
That's the sound.
Yeah, my dice don't like me in this particular conversation. Took me 3 inspos. Vampires can't cross running water. There's dialogue about it in this game.
The way when I am hurting night and did me a good turn there, didn't you?
Help me with the shadow curse. Thank you.
She was a delight.
We have our shadow curse protection. Which means I don't need to have light on Leviatar's Scourge anymore. I will be putting it on the short sword of First Blood, just to remove it. Put the waypoint over here first. Or not the episodes of Buffy I watched. Yeah, it's a thing in this. Astarion will occasionally comment, at least in the early game, on things that he used to be unable to do that he can do because of the tadpole. Includes entering houses uninvited, crossing running water, obviously hanging out in the sun. Have a good one, Mick. Thanks for hanging out. I appreciate it. The restricted camp supplies thing is just because I sometimes like restricting which camp supplies I can use, and the things that we see Astarion or hear Astarion talk about consuming are, you know, animals and wine. Don't think I do the Marcus trick here. Rather take the fight this run, probably.
This place is protected. Must be the refuge the Harpers spoke of.
I want to try to get the exploration spot though.
shimmering shield of light. It should be a reprieve from the shadows, if nothing else.
Yeah, if you move fast enough, you can get that 280 XP before Jaheira takes it. Where even is Jaheira right now? There she is. You could also lure Marcus out if you wanted to.
Quag Cozy.
Hey, Galley Angel, thank you so much for the Prime and the 10 months. Much appreciated. Use DX11 or Vulcan. I use DX11.
Blood, this is heavy.
You eat.
Name's Astarion. I rather dislike vines in uninvited places.
You won't have to like them very long.
Promise. Save your soldiers is the thanks I get?
Kindness is too often a decoy.
True.
This is why we're here, you see. It is a curious creature that hides all manner of secrets. But if there's one thing that we know, it's that it knows its own kind. You should never have come here, true soul.
Not a true soul.
Stop! What are you doing? He's the one who saved us! He's the one who protected the Emerald Grove.
Yup. Didn't leave a goblin standing. Not so bad to hang around with either. Saved two of my friends. One from a harpy, and one from a mad druid with a snake. Didn't make a fuss of our thieving either. I pretty much trust him with my life.
A true soul with a mind of his own? How is that possible?
Artifact.
In the hells is
Kill everything. Destroy the absolute. Yeah. Alright, because Megan survived and I have Jonas' sword, once she gets in position, I can give her that. Minsk and Astarion have bantered in Act 3 about fish. Ah, good to know. Does Astarion speak favorably about fish? Or does he not care for fish? Wonder if I could keep Art around as a blood bank.
I brought enough to see us through.
For a while, at least.
If you're all right by Jaheira, you're all right by me.
A little too expensive. Do you want that cloak, though? You can wait. Did I ever get attitude with Damon? I think I forgot. I was supposed to. Well, respecs are allowed. So it's fine. No, he thanks him. Still prefers red meat. Gotcha. Actually, before I do that,
and when
Alright, I found this metal in a place called Grimforge. But I don't think you heard me, damn it.
Need anything?
Because I found this metal at a place called Grimforge, and I really would like you to focus up this time. I found this metal at a place called Grimforge. Alright, cool, we got all the pieces. Masks. Pick the 4 masks. Now we bring Karlach.
What's on your mind?
Larion's recommendation is Vulcan. I remember them specifically talking about how they are very glad to leave Vulcan in the dust and they hated having to use it, so I think we've seen different things.
Karlak. Off. Well, two things.
Yeah, sure.
Only one way to find out.
Ugh.
Thank you.
Wholesome.
I can't believe
It's before. I won't stop trying to figure out.
Thank you.
Oh my god. Cop. This is. I'm so happy for me. Withers was giving me the old. Copper for your thoughts.
Okay. So I could grab Harmonium Halberd from Damon if I want to use that as a stat stick to be at max strength. Or not max, be at 20. But money's a little tight right now. How much would that cost me? I could buy Ring of Geniality from Barkus first. Give me 1 second.
There must be something more we can do, Bran. Do you trust your hero? With my life? Then give it time. We will see victory yet.
Don't be shy. Have a gander at the. Good. Check it out. We've gone legitimate, and Mole put me in charge. What do you need?
Cloak of Cunning Broom is great on a thief, especially once I get Eversight Ring. I could just use a bonus action to disengage, blind everyone around me, and then line up a sneak attack. And it is very cheap.
Premium trinkets and doodahs. Don't want to far.
Your move, Maul.
It's quite the look, Raphael.
You trap me? I didn't even want to take this one.
Kalimshan rules, dear. The first piece touched is the first piece moved.
That's garbage. No matter where the night goes, I'm gonna lose it.
Then make the sacrifice useful. Guard your Mistra, or come for my Cyric.
Raphael.
Look who made it. For once, I saved your butt out there, didn't I? We're square now, Chief. Say, do you play lance ball by any chance? It's my first time playing.
The insight check is to notice that Maul is hustling. Rig the game. Oh, Rogue gets it for free. Cool.
What? She cheated, of course. And tragedy, my friend. But of course, those curious.
So I haven't had the camp event where I had the option to bite a companion.
Something
Because I just haven't rested enough.
no doubt. But what? A love letter? But of course, you'll have to do something for me first. You never know what you might find if you... See you.
Charlton and Spo. Be able to get one here too.
To your very good health.
Not every knave prefers a blade in the ribs or arrow in the back. Some prefer poison.
It doesn't spoil the taste if that's what you're want. No, but it does. But, well, still people. Answer me true and do not lie.
The parasite is changing you, isn't it?
What kind of saving throw is this? Con? Perfect.
Good. I have we tracked them to this ancient village. You are that hope. Fine. Once Gatherick is without his shield. She's upstairs in.
Okay, there's supposed to be an inspo for, like, resisting the poison. I thought it was Charlatan. Maybe it's a different background. Oh well. Let's get that money from Megan.
He was joking this morning. It was a good harbor. I think I...
You see. I could go for the mean locks right now. Their official launch, they said use Vulcan because they had to support it for Stadia. Now they say in hindsight we should go on DX12 work on originals and 2 definitive edition, but the entire studio is primarily using DX11. Yeah, that's the information I saw. Yeah, Mad Max.
I wish we had a bloody army.
Like, if I do this, they should be completely unable to hit me. Thunderflail would help here. Obviously unavailable currently. Yeah, I guess I still like Leviatars here because I won't have access to sneak attack. Yeah, so I'm going in to fight the Meanlocks without immunity to paralysis. But that doesn't really matter if they can't hit me at all. And even if they could, they can't really damage me.
Let's keep to the shadows.
Whatever you are, you can keep those claws to yourself.
Do I code it? Yeah, let's code it. Alright, Peg is keeping me immune to the fear. So you're willing to attack me. You have +8. Can't hit me. But even if you did, you do up to 16 damage. I have 5 DR and resistance. 8. 3 uncanny dodge. Taking that down to 1. Yeah, if I had Defender Flail, I'd be damage immune right now. They can technically hit me for 1 damage if they max roll. $19 with disadvantage, of course. Of course. And of course, I miss. do also have good con saves. I don't like risking a paralysis, but even if they did paralyze me, they would then have to actually hit me for max damage 54 times to kill me. So earlier when I was talking about how Abjuration Wizard is the second tankiest thing in the game, it's behind Rogue. Destroyed the book, but made sure to read it ahead of time in case that happened. This is, I think, the earliest I've ever taken this fight in Act 2. That's what confidence does for you, huh? Well, I'm a little sick of missing my attacks. I could swap elixirs, but I want to have vigilance on for other things. It's been over 9 hours already. I've been having fun. So yeah, I figure I should mention tomorrow's stream won't be more of this. Tomorrow starting a new co-op with Kara. So yes, I'm co-oping with all the friends eventually. Go follow her. Adding from her side of the shared chat will be the morally correct thing tomorrow. Bring promise instead of crushing, perhaps. I don't expend the resources on healing here. I'll just be patient. I'm about to drop a streamer collab album for the ages. Yeah, I've been passed around this much since college. Album title, it's yours. Their time is a surprise. Normal stream time. Normal-ish. Around the same time I usually go live. Oh. That was so chunky. That was so worth the wait. Oh. If you're curious why I'm not dashing twice, speedy light feet are limited to once per turn. They don't say they are, but they are. A contrast with linebreaker boots that say they're once per turn, but they're not.
We'll do it my way, while they're distracted. Over here.
Keep Monster Slayer on me for the jump distance. Bow of the Banshee I really like as well. Don't need those hand crossbows, I guess. Don't really need this many daggers. But they aren't that much weight. Alright, I could grab Harmonium Halberd. I should do that. Should toss the bonus fists. Let me buy the Persuasion Ring from Barkus, use that to buy the Halberd from Damon. I'm gonna put on Mask of the Shapeshifter. I intentionally avoid speaking to Roland on my first trip here. So that I can talk to him after I already have the Moonrise Waypoint.
You'll need it. The brilliant retort will aid you. What now? I'm sure you would.
Blows of the Automaton are pretty good. It's another source of advantage. I'm not in need of that right now, but it's something I'm keeping my eye on. Take a Fiend Slaying Arrow. Many target, sure, why not? Nah, I should have just bought the ring, equipped that, and then bought the other stuff. But eh. Candidates for biting. I could either go with the guy in the House of Healing and kind of leave him there indefinitely. I could go with Art. Just not wake him up for a while. I don't like the idea of trying to set up the guy in the House of Healing to be a reusable blood bag. I'm a fucking terrible person. Darkfire Shortbow is pretty great. That haste cast I've come to enjoy. Sword of Lifesteal is awesome. Thornblade's finesse. I could go 2 Thornblades. Maybe Strange Conduit Ring. It's a cool build. Put that in there. You were the American healthcare system. You take that back. Not even I have killed that many people in this game. Keeping him alive just to bleed him dry. Loric's still at 1 HP. So the halberd is getting me to 20 strength here. While Floric is here, there are 3 flaming fists that are worth XP. Dealing with that. Hopefully this Harper doesn't care. We'll find out though. We're good. May as well deal with her first though. In case. Athletics failed, means she must have also rolled a 1. Unlucky.
How's the barricade coming along? It ain't pretty, but it can take a beat.
Far off. 1500. I would like to hit level 7 before we go into like Moonrise or maybe even before Wraithwind. We'll see. I've started doing this over here rather than at the front because this way there's no chance of any of the Harpers interrupting me with heading out without Isabel's blessing. You got a death wish.
God's blood, this is heavy.
Your Graven Guard's still alive, you
2. This will be the 3rd one.
We'll leave soon, and we don't want any surprise.
Here we are perpetuating Tiefling stereotypes. Listen, this used to be perpetuating Dragonborn stereotypes because Dragonborn was first on the list, and then in either patch 6 or 7, they put Tiefling first on the list, so here we are.
I wish we'd gear up and head out. Movement out there. All this standing around is making me antsy.
Could toss more of them, I just don't feel like it.
Heading out without Isabel's blessing. Have you got a death wish?
Uh-huh. Never let the legend die. Forget what they took from us trade. Like how I can still see Karnas's outline from all the way over here. I don't have Eversight, but I don't think I care. Hello. Move too far. So the alpha has a fear roar thing it can do. Chose not to. But other than that, they can all knock you down with their attacks. Put the right boots on. Okay. No. No, I don't. Hiding in fog, they shouldn't be willing to do anything.
Time for discretion.
Well, this still works out. Surprise. Give me my ring.
The subtle approach. Just like old times.
Duration. For gore. Be able to watch in the against looting run if you read necromancy save from the ground. No. Learned recently it's a way to get the buff without attaching to the character. You still destroy it after getting the buff. Can't get the buff because I can't put the amethyst in there. You need the amethyst to open the book. Even if I read the book from the ground, I can't get the amethyst there. So I just destroyed it.
They won't know what bit them.
Cool. So Shadow Cloak Ring, huge damage increase. Put on Flawed Hull Dust Gloves, little less AC, but more damage. Put on Covert Cowl as well. Keeps my defense fighting style going for situations when I'm not doing Speedy Light Feet.
Subtle steps.
And we do like a minus crit. It is comfy.
On tippy toes. Let's prowl.
So, putting daylight on the roof and hanging out up there is like my favorite way of dealing with them. Suppose you could do the same with a moon lantern. Placed precisely enough. I'm willing to burn a stone skin here. They don't do magical damage.
Into the shadows.
can always just do this. Did Shrimmer forget Rog good? Yes. These are humanoids, right? I can also bite one of them. I'll bite the last one. Stone skin wasn't necessary at all. Where else can I use stone skin? Not all that many places.
Let's find some prey.
Yeah, I wouldn't have gotten too much value out of it. It would have been like boulette. It's fine.
Just like old times. Bamboozle them.
Shadow Thief applies to throwing twice.
Let's have a little.
Equip the dagger. It's another thing you can do to kind of lock down mean locks a bit. Leave weapons for them to equip. Forged Worker Archers, not that I've been thinking about all day or nothing. Oh, I'm sorry, Mark. Yeah, I took care of Grimforge earlier, but...
To the death. They won't know what
Call the Weak. Breaks hiding. Extremely common, Call the Weak L. Why it's good that I have some AC.
the subtle approach. This should work. On the hunt.
So, let's resurrect an earlier conversation. Is this cheese? This is very much a gameplay loop that is intended for Rogue. Strategically hiding,
Won't see this
prioritizing your sneak attack, using my subclass to have an additional bonus action to hide after I do my damage. Is this cheese?
all right. Now they see me.
So if you're hiding, the bite doesn't do damage, also doesn't reveal you. This is cheese. Cheese sitting very comfortable around campfire with the threats. Take my dagger back.
Let's move.
I don't care too much about the other daggers. What was the perfect argument in favor of a human combat DM? Right. Because a human DM would never allow that. And it's one of many reasons why BG3 should not be treated the same as tabletop. Because that's a situation that simply couldn't happen in tabletop. At least not with a human in charge.
There better be a soft bedroll in my near future.
Like how getting nobed getting to know how to play each class and ability is its own game. I agree. It's one of my favorite things about this. Always learning. Always adding more things to the repertoire. Let's kill some plants. I want to try to hit level 7. I'm sure it's super weird to mark seeing someone at level 6 here. Or it's a little weird to me too.
Quite the vintage.
This is my first playthrough and I skipped half the game up to this point. Levels of XP. But it's okay. No one can hurt me. We got Ham. We got Dusk. We got Uncanny Dodge. We got Stone Skin. I'm pretty sure something needs a magical weapon to hurt me right now. We're going to be at lower level than that arriving here. Oh yeah, because the amount of things you'll be able to kill, very limited. I guess getting here and then talking down the Thorms is probably a priority, huh? It's such an interesting run to route. I like it. You cooked, again. About to be shown why my rule set's actually preventing me from completing the game. Because no Restless, no region lock. Yeah. The mark is different. There's not a lot of people playing super restrictive rule sets. Mark and Kaylee. Say from time to time. Me very infrequently. Usually my content is focusing on, like, how far can you push things. And sometimes I'll swap in a, okay, how much can I restrict myself rule set.
We'll do it my way. Let's find some prey.
But how does Rogue do damage? This is me AI locking the enemy so they can't take any actions. What resources does this cost me? I'm very glad you asked, fictional chatter. Nothing. What level can I do this from? I'm very glad you asked, fictional chatter. Level 2.
Ready or no? Let's have a little fun.
Fictional chatter here.
Ready or no?
Level 1 with an offhand crossbow. True.
Time to move.
If I can push you off. How heavy are you? Kinda. I don't have the best strength right now. He said the B word. It actually entangled me. Good for you. I rolled a 1. Yeah, that'd do it. And I saved. Fictional lurker here. I appreciate the lurk for us, Fate 97. Lurkers are the background, the backbone, excuse me, of every community. Where are you going? What's my jump distance? Not great. But no. That's good enough, I guess. Yeah, I just needed the Swiresy shoes on. That's why a little more strength will be nice. That is also jump distance.
Time for a new approach.
Full Wrath, we got lightning charges. Big hit. That was a big hit.
Now they see me.
Neat. How far off? 381. Could get there. Tossing Harpers. Could do more plant fights. Let's do more plant fights.
Yeah. There's more where that came from.
Yeah, we got the one over here. That should do it by itself. Maybe just slightly shy. We'll see.
Time for discretion. They won't see me coming.
So having superior dark vision would be really cool. That would allow me to sneak attack here. This is outside of normal dark vision range. So I can't do that. That just means I do this.
Just like old times. Let's find some prey.
The idea behind the grease is to get them grouped up tight enough that I can finish this with one AoE. A couple of them got ahead. It's fine. If I aim for the middle, it might still be okay. I don't have the right boots on for lightning charge multi-bomb. Let's back up.
This way.
Knocking them out individually would be a much safer play, but I like the style of the group explosion. I could probably still chain that all the way across, maybe not to you. see. Almost. I'm gonna try something cheeky. No non-lethal. Knock you out. That's the level. Come on. If I go here, do I have the strength to throw you up there? I don't. Me. Just needlessly styling. Is that the dead one I just pushed? Fuck, it was. Doesn't see a damage roll, so it's running away from me. It's making this more difficult. Funny. Gotta go. Thanks for streaming the words of wisdom. Hey, thanks for hanging out as always. We linebacker stacking's very satisfying. No, just kind of passively mustard. Did a little of that today. It's a byproduct more than the goal in that instance. Alright, that's level 7. So I get more expertise here. Could take sleight of hand deception, or I could take deception intimidation. Could take perception. I'm not hag-eyed though, so I don't really care, and my rule set doesn't exclude me bringing a companion to hit a failed perception check, so like whatever. But maybe sleight of hand if I want to steal from people. Level 7 rogue gets me evasion. Be cool. But do I need more rogue right now? Yeah, I want to work towards another feat. So I like deception a lot. I don't really care too much about sleight of hand here. Rogbad? Oh, sorry, I forgot. Yeah, we'll just take the talkie-talkie stuff. Sleight of hand proficiency is more than enough. Okay, now I'm more willing to go to Moonrise. Show feet, please. For free? Feet pics. We're working way up. No, we're working our way up. I can speak. We're gonna have 2 feet soon.
A toll house? And people call vampires parasites?
PG-3 wiki feet. You know that's probably a thing. Little Bo the Banshee Gaming. This is tied into something that I was mentioning earlier. Shadow Curse Undead don't have Pursuit AI. They're just free.
Step lightly into the shadows, nice and easy. Leave no trace.
Plus 11 to hit there. Feels good.
Let's be quick.
Alright, back to awareness for initiative. There'll be a Mazora popping up here.
We're close. I can feel it. The absolute.
They're locked up in the cult's fortress, Moonrise Tower.
Sounds this may be your best.
And Will's back.
Interesting. Now, why should I go
Intimidation
letting
expertise.
my favorite pet off his leash?
I don't need the stone skin. We established that. Classic. Alright. Sure. Incredible. Alright. Sorry, Will. Easy. Fucking hell. No idea Lantern resets and you go to Act 1 zone, spent 10 hours trying to figure out how to run to the toll house. Just don't roll bad. Instructions unclear.
That's foreign.
His thoughts.
Ah, one blessed like myself. What news, true soul?
Little from the field, what news inside?
General Ketherick's advisor went off on a field trip. Zarel's in charge till he gets back.
You'll find Z'rell in the audience chamber, true soul.
Invitation.
She'll be wanting to hear from you.
In her name.
Who's the absolute?
Okay. Now, I don't get the exploration spot here at Moonrise because we knocked out Minthara. Since Minthara is still alive, she took the exploration spot.
The disciple will want to see you through the main doors.
I wanna get inspo before I talk to Lantar.
Even those we once called monsters.
Ah, a new face come to bask in the light of the absolute. How
You're
can I be of
elemental here.
service, true soul?
Shit. That's pretty good. Cloud kill. That'll help when we go to the crush. We do like Ring of Spiteful Thunder. We do like Poisoner's Ring. Or Poisoner's Ring because it's dirt cheap. Air Misser for force damage sneak attacks. This is quite a priority. Start selling stuff or work towards that. Throw everything off Moonrise Roof all by myself. Let's go, Dade. Well done. Never doubted you. These. Paella is almost done. Ooh, that sounds delicious.
Pray with me while we wait. Ever at your service.
Sell stuff for Drake Throat. I haven't really offloaded stuff to a vendor in a while.
Ever at your service. An honor.
We acquired Drake Throat, we acquired Nair Misser. Let's get some strength. Now, we don't have to gaslight Astarion for this. Isn't that great?
Should you be interested, with one drop, I can brew. We can learn exactly what that means.
Among the many crimes.
So let me adjust my offer. There we are. And ever since, and now, I'll even compensate you. It's not for sale, but it's yours if you bite me.
I had a nickel for every time I heard that.
Incredible. Incredible.
As her blood seeps between your lips, you realize something's off. Her blood is rancid, tainted by unnatural experiments.
Oh, hells.
taste. I feel exquisite, though. So here's my part of the bargain. I hope you find it
You
as
gonna try any other
satisfying
fluids?
as I found this. It was everything I imagined, and then more.
Sorry,
I'll
chat.
be able to
Sorry.
put this to good use.
No, what? What? Like tea. I'm drinking green tea. See, I'm hydrating.
Ugh, the reaction failed. Welcome back, true soul. You've come in the spirit of trade.
Pretty appropriate to be Quag. Thank you, Alcatrix. Somebody supports me. Surrounded by enemies. I could maybe do some cool arcane charge stuff if I... Actually, I didn't think about these in broader context. Snaring strike, arcane charge boots, thief dip. That sounds fun.
Come back.
Buy that much for now. Everlasting vigor. That's 20 strength naturally. Don't get why you don't get any kind of inner monologue about him not wanting to do that, but sure, +2 strength, +2 strength. Yeah, like, Avatar Astarion's just kind of whatever about it, apparently. For one tiny crumb of knowledge for not getting pissy over his reaction like she knows she's rank. Well, yeah, that's the point. I don't think she deserves acknowledgement because her intent is to see a vampire get grossed out by trying to drink her blood. Like, she intentionally made her blood rank. And she's just like, hey, I want to see what happens. It's like, if anything, you dock another point. That said, I'm happy to help for science. Gape. Right, no gape. New game show. Gape or no gape. Take the crit. It works. As long as Lincel is dead by the time the scrying eye gets involved, it's not against you. It's the premise of the show. Tell you when you're older.
Let's go.
Older than you, young lad? Yeah. Yeah. But, okay, you're older now. So you know Kermit Gape? It's like Drawful trying to draw Kermit Gape, except with your body. Friends, come help. Are you coming now? Nobody's coming? Okay, fine.
I'll do it my way.
There's a parasite in that corpse, brimming with potent magic.
Tread lightly.
honorable mention.
I'm not worthy. I never learned the words.
I have an inspo now, but I'd rather have more. Do I have a shatter scroll? I forgot to pick up the one in the Mycid colony. Again! I always forget that. I don't know why. Hey, Sukuna's left, Pinky. How are you? They both saved. That's crazy. They both rolled really high through disadvantage, and then the damage also rolled shit. Oh, I need to hurry my ass up. The patrol's gonna get involved. I guess we're doing that. Hope I roll good on a bomb throw. Oh, hi, Moonrise Guard. You don't see anything, right? We're good? We're chill? Oh, it seems we're not. If I shriek and then max roll on the shriek damage. I was hoping that would roll enough. Alright. That calls what, the Paladins? Okay, that calls all you. Purified Steam, do I care? First of all. Athletics failed, but you must have also rolled like shit. Resilient Scrying Eye, man. I'll be lethargic this turn. Start getting ready. I need more AC than what I have. 30 should be fine. Could go for 31. The Sparkle Hands be a source of advantage.
Ready or not?
Lighting charges, hide. Swap this out. Others. I like to think of the Quags as the death rattle of our last collective brain cell. What will chat do next? Will the streamer ever be punished? Find out in the next exciting episode of Quag and Ball Z. Not sorry I started this, nor should you be. Okay, Quag bans us all. You know why there's a limit on the number of times you can Quag? Because there was a time where it went on for several consecutive minutes. That's the day it got a cooldown.
This will do nicely. Sounds like fun.
GG, thank you for the 100 bits. Much appreciated. Hungy? Hungy. 0 damage from Hungy. You know, it'd be really funny though. Use his Hunger Avatar to give myself advantage for sneak attack. I attempted to play of knocking him farther back into it, but I still got damage.
Let's have a little fun.
No. Okay, not quite how I intended that to go. I'll take it. And crossbow range isn't sufficient here.
Let's find some prey. We'll do it my way. Leave no trace.
But how do Rog do damage?
Watch your back.
Need divine smite, need no read. Did I somehow never looted the lightning resist ring? Wasn't paying attention when I was in there, I guess. Okay, it's fine. Don't actually care.
The subtle touch.
hang out in there? Cool. Didn't have a reaction available for Uncanny Dodge. I could have taken far less damage than that, but it's okay. Shove you directly out the window. Good fight. Sleep till Merkel. I don't know about that RBF, but I have been hyper fixating and I didn't realize it's been 10 hours. I still got energy. I do have other stuff to do, but I still got energy. Leah sounds bloodthirsty. Oh yeah, Leah's got some anger in her. Justifiably. Seeming scroll. Neat. There should just be one paladin left in terms of guards down here. Guess I'll go do that 1v1. Ah, there's the torturers too. I don't want to risk breaking Minty by dealing with them before saving her. Slashing resist.
Being arrested.
Nice 0 damage on the slashing. You roll to hit me though. Surely my AC isn't that low right now. Ah, you rolled a 20. You need a 20 to hit me. That'll do it.
Again.
Interesting play. Actually kind of fucking galaxy brained. So her play there was to void bulb me into the fog cloud to get advantage on the attack roll. And it worked. guess I'll let the prisoners out now. I never get the XP from talking to Cal and Leah here. Like, ever. I don't know what I do wrong.
Didn't you and Zevlor take a long walk off a short cliff? If you're not at the absolute spec... Gnomes, whatever.
Yeah, that's not even it. That's just from the inspiration. There's a 55 XP chunk you can get from that, and I don't know how. Act 2 is pretty cozy, basically unrestricted. As far as this rule set goes, other than my rests.
What have we here? Neither seen nor heard.
No.
Yes, here.
Yes, one of them. They have blind sight, so I can't do the fog cloud trick on them.
They won't know what bit them.
Strength save proficiency helps a lot here. Act 2 suits Astarion, it does. Sure, let's go. Thank you for the 50 bits, GG. You kind as always.
Just like old times.
I'm getting that frightened's cool.
On the hunt.
The Helldusk armor setting them on fire every time they fail to make something happen to me.
On my way. Now they see me. To the death. Over here. Into the shadows. One step at a time.
I gotta rebind my shovel. Forgot I sent all my gear away a while ago. Alright, we didn't get the XP from Zealot Christ, but we will still get her Tadpole.
I'm all for blood,
But holy!
Oh yeah, Mark, if you're here, do you have a plan for these?
An illithid oubliette, right beneath the towers. A colony must be close.
Maybe you can like
That
bring a
must be
chair
where
and
the
chair through them
tadpoles
or
are
something.
coming from.
Or you could just fucking walk through them, apparently. Never mind. You just simply... Okay.
There's an illithid parasite in that.
Okay, I can walk
corpse.
through that one. Can I
should
walk through
take a
this
look.
one? Okay, I could walk through that one. I couldn't walk through this one. I don't know, man. This game. We'll attribute that one to doors being doors.
Excellent.
I do wonder if you can benign transposition to get through there instead of doing a brain cat jump. Man, misty step on every pixel. Could be, yeah. Light or something. Yeah, we're testing stuff out.
I swear there's congealed blood between my toes. There better be a soft bedroll in my near future.
Doesn't work back when not allowed. When I said no acceptance, I meant it. That's my streamer.
Let's see here.
Boat's good to go.
Wolverine almost
All that's
left them.
My plan for now is to hide out on the water.
Yeah, go to last light. Maybe it's that 55? I don't think so. Perhaps, of course, that's not the right ring. What am I doing? Prison clear, prison break done. We haven't been to the docks. Let's head over and do that. Oh yeah, second story work, right? Thief just has fall damage resistance. Forget about that sometimes. You can just jump off of stuff, especially if you have a ham. So Zealot Arden here is the owner of everything on the docks.
Stretch all the way to the sea of
And once he's dead, you can just loot whatever you want, nobody cares.
What's in here?
Using this barrel in combat sometimes because it's functionally an extra wide caustic brine. And yes, Wide Brine was your nickname in high school, I remember.
Quick step. Don't linger.
Got funny with this. And then check out that. I think you should look over there. But like farther. Check out over there.
Let's keep to the shadow. Watch the shadows. Yes, please.
Oh, you're cooking. Mark is doing a psychic damage only run. He's only allowed to deal psychic damage. If something needs him to deal a different kind of damage, he can't do that. Checking something on a whim because there's no way the game would do this to me, but because it's entirely possible that the game would do this to me. I'll pop over here real quick and check on something. Streaming experience. Yeah, the game didn't do that to me. Thank you, game. That's kind. When I go to Last Light, though, it probably does move Roland there. I'll have to keep that in mind. Okay. Bro, you're supposed to be elsewhere.
Ready or not.
Why are you just walking around in here?
Stepping softly.
Well, over there. Do I have the means to deal with you? Still no. Be forgetting to grab the Shatter Scroll by the Myconid colony. Ugh. If I Shadow Cloak Ring... Do I have an enlarged scroll at least? I don't. My expected damage here. Not high. Never bought Gloves of Archery either. I could switch to a Colossus Elixir. Means my initiative is now trash. Sharpness. I make one. Okay. This is a terrible idea. Oh, okay. Crit works. The crit certainly helps. Yeah, that'll do it.
Don't linger. We'll do it my way.
The challenges you come up with are insane. Gonna run out of things to do next week playing PG3, they'll leave my mind or something. That's the beauty with this game, you'll never run out of stuff. There's always more ways you could be consuming it.
Leave no trace. Subtle steps. Ready or not. Easy.
Dice, what are you doing? Dice rolls have been especially shit. They've been bad lately, but like still. Can't wait till I'm better at solo running, so I can do increasingly unhinged. Can you beat BG3 using only blank type runs? The progression is very satisfying, Fade. It's nice to be able to be like, alright, I know I can beat the game with a very bare bones rule set. So what can I do on top of that to keep it interesting? Like, I can, for example, lose my last brain cell from terrible sleight of hand rolls.
What's that?
Oh yeah, I should mention I'm considering Moonrise one area for invitation. I was invited to the tower, so...
Watch your back. Like a wraith. Nice and easy. Let's prowl.
I've never tried to fight them from up here. I think one of them has a void bulb, so I really shouldn't be doing this. I'm gonna pop a Featherfall potion in case I'm right. That's a cool spot. I've never fought these two from up here.
Let's go.
Can still have advantage on my throws. It's pretty sick.
On the hunt.
Okay, since that's not only chalkboard. Oh no. Oh no.
Quickly. This way.
I'll be able to grab those two tadpoles. But I won't assign them yet. Why are your wings erect? That's very uncomfy. I don't like that. I don't like that. I don't know why it makes me so uncomfy, but please die.
The sunset can't come quickly enough.
You know, like erect veiny wings. I can't say that I do. Now, I wasn't aware that was something I didn't like, but see, we're all learning things about ourselves and each other. Or clap? Yeah. I'm clapping. Hello. I'm new here.
You will turn around. Should the general learn you breached his in her.
Okay, so I turned around. See? Turned around. Just turn around. PG-3 character Quag isn't horny for it. Yeah, the erect wings, maybe a little too uncomfy. On it on the line we won't cross. Is winged horror, can't use wings. Yeah. Yeah. There's a few enemies like that in the game. They can fly, they just forget. I suppose they're panicking while they're falling, which, relatable. I can't say that I would be any better about that. So something you'll see a lot of us rogue enthusiasts do whenever we can't reasonably get access to sneak attack is just start moving the enemies around disrespectfully. Pushing, throwing, improvised weapon. Like, you're a rogue, you can do whatever you want. What's Raphael's excuse? He's impotent in every possible way. Or the wings, I have an observation. I'm listening.
Into the shadows.
Can I get in range of this one? I'll just sneak attack. I just found a lot of the Campion's wings have very ballsack-like texture. Yes, Mazora's too. I can't disagree with you. But just know that I still would.
Don't linger.
They got the old scoops of wrinkly ice cream wings.
Another parasite. Collect it. It might be useful.
Most balls flightless. I mean, I feel like any ball can fly for an amount of time.
Brimming with potent magic.
Need to not spend these yet. Slots that aren't will shock you. I'll let you cook. You seem to have some experience in this area. I'll defer to an expert.
If you have coin,
Please, bro. My hinges.
show it. The absolute needs war it. Prove it. Who's singing your name?
No one sings it. Hundreds have died sobbing with my name on their lips. Astarion, are you okay, man? I know the answer is no, but...
Always special when it's just for your ears alone, ain't it?
Want anything from my stash? You
That was
pay
dark.
less than the
That's how I want to go? Dandy. Bonk. Wasn't in that context. Probably. Could have been. I think it was other possible context. He meant like
The absolute war drums beat loud in your chest.
it's fine. I'm not gonna humor you. Nice lurking. Split fiction with hubby. Bye nerds, love y'all. Have a good night, Kara. We'll see you tomorrow. All sorts of gaming and flexing on the game and building and it's gonna be great. Co-op with Kara tomorrow, chat. Remember, go follow. Inspiration for Survivor Grow Defense. There's supposed to be a soldier inspo for that. It was bugged on patch 6. I don't remember if I got fixed on patch 7. It did. And I mean for the first Grove fight, I should say. There is not one for the second Grove fight, if that was the question. So there's your answer either way. We like slicing the short sword, I just don't know if I want to buy it yet. Big Boy's True Toy is also so sick. Fistbreaker? Maybe. My initiative is quite shit right now. Probably means I should buy this. Talk to Lae'zel about that disc.
What will they say?
Greeting. Your head buzzes in
Drivel, all of it. Thank. What more writing? This is more than a fable.
Oh, it's been almost 11 hours. Alright, alright. We're locking it. We're locking it. Time to save Minty.
We are each of us threads in her design. Even though...
I will not be slandered! Who's then?
True. Make her passing slow, disciple Zarel. Be creative.
He's a loyal servant. Serve faithfully.
I'm so sorry. No.
Or better.
Of course not. You heard the general. The goblins are yours. Do. Here.
Yeah. You ain't gonna do anything drastic, are
We
you?
need to wait for Mithar to actually be out of the room.
Nothing but loyal.
Third half of the stream. Oh, I spacebarred too much. Or spacebarred the earlier stuff. She's just still chilling here. Okay. It should be fine.
We must learn more about his power.
Probably. They're just they're not taking her downstairs. Well, that's interesting. This one's new. Ow. Oh no, man. How do you find this scuffed mustard? Help. Why does she always break? This is the first time I've ever seen this. If you're over here. Okay, what happens if I move you? They run over. Alright. So I'm going to take full advantage of the fact that I'm playing on custom on her right now, and I'm just going to save scum that shit, because if the game's not going to work, I'm not going to respect it. Let's spacebar slower this time. I don't know. Now maybe this is because I did the prison break ahead of time. I have never actually freed the prisoners before rescuing Minty before. It could be that. But let's see. Part is this scene where she's sent to prison or post-Catherick? I mean, post killing the goblins.
I will not be slandered. The facts suggest otherwise. If I had been given... Oi! What? You scrap! Enough!
A blast of metal.
Let me make Yes. No! You blame the Absolutes. Of course it is not. Whose then?
Everyone but the two gnomes, so that's exactly what I did.
The god. You. And what would you... They are put...
True. Ultimate Night Ward.
No.
Make her passing slow. Take...
No! Please!
I'm gonna let this part of it play out now.
Please!
Bye-bye, princess.
Kill the goblins, too.
Waiting, so she's actually moving. Hopefully. Now we spacebar.
Of course. You heard the general.
Can enjoy this. Wait. Nope, still here.
Absolute's power, occupied by a general that cannot be killed. But his followers are flesh and blood. We must learn more about his power.
What happens if you carry her outside of Moonrise? Absolutely no idea. I'd attempted to try to kill the guards, but she would help me, and she would definitely not survive that.
What a magnificent sight.
Adria, thank you for the 3 months. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. You're a half-orc. I can't even improvise weapon you right now. I don't have a cloud giant for this. Why doesn't this game work?
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quag.
Hi, thanks for laughing and being so smart, okay.
We could save her. Or not.
Yeah, I'm fucking trying, Astarion. It's not going great, man.
Excellent.
Quag unlocked, yeah.
Ready or not? Let's go.
Seemingly passing this turn. Nah, I got a surprise round.
When we win, there'll be loot enough to make us noise.
Let's do it.
Critical fail on a stealth check. Not gonna aggro, are you? You were prone. Maybe this is why I shouldn't stream this long. The game gets really upset. I'm losing it, chat. Anyone got their Prime subs available so that I can pay for the psychiatric care that this stream is gonna force on me? Okay, that worked. This week on Ghost Hunters. Like, Rather, thank you for converting from a Prime to a T1. Appreciate that. How do I get this one over there? Confirming that 22 is not enough. Do I need to check vendors for Cloud Giant elixirs? Roast Peony, thank you for the Prime. It wasn't supposed to work. I believe in psychiatric care. Thank you. Thank you.
Ever at your service.
Alright. I guess I need Tally to sell a Cloud Giant. Or Mattis, or fucking someone. Reverse pickpocket helium to their hands, they're a bit lighter. If those were in the game, I'm confident that would work.
If you're all right by Jahira, you're all right by me.
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quag.
Take care.
Alright, Mattis, please have a Cloud Giant. I don't think region traveling would be good for Minthara's health. Oh, also I came back to Last Light, so now I have to deal with the Roland thing.
We're all safe, Roland. No, thank you for saving you.
Yeah, you thanked me once, Roland, and now you're gonna thank me again by going off to find Cal and Leah. Switch to Vigilance. Oh, and oh no. No, 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 no. His torch doesn't work. We got that bug too. Alright.
I knew the tiefling was a fool, but this...
Please don't roll good. Thank you.
God damn it all! Yes, instead I found myself. I fed.
Going to Moonrise, or not Moonrise, to camp so he's not rendered in. It should functionally save him. Live, laugh, love patch 7. Patch 7 is like... What's an appropriate analogy? I've used a few different ones. I'm trying to come up with a good one. Patch 7 is like if someone offered you your favorite kind of cereal, except instead of milk, it was piss. That's patch 7. Imperial, yeah. Alright, we saved him. If you ever have that bug, the way you deal with it is you need to... So the game doesn't actually know what state Roland's torch is in. If you see him Shadow Curse and his torch isn't lit, or if it is and he's Shadow Curse, the game doesn't actually know what his torch is doing. So you need to put out his torch. And then you need to give him some sort of protection from the Shadow Curse. I put a Moon Lantern on the ground for that. The only reason I knew how to deal with that is because it's happened before, and I fucking hate it. Alright, what was... oh, right, we're trying to unfuck the Minthara situation. It's not gonna work. Her AI is in a state where she won't talk to me. I need to kill that guard that's there. But I don't have the strength to move the guard next to her. So I don't know what to do. Maybe I can try to minor illusion them all the way over there and push them off the ledge, but it's looking like I'm gonna have to kill every other guard in here without getting Minthara in combat, because she will try to help me and she will die. But what if I go kill the torturers down there?
Very well then.
Angel's cowering from Redcaps is a thing, yeah. He's not allied to you. He's not against them.
Just like old times.
Prisoners are supposed to fight back.
Yeah, the warden's dead. Melted the ice. Stupid bonus fire damage.
With finesse.
Alright, she probably aims confusion at me through the wall. Oh, he went for blindness? It's fine. I can deal with that. My solution just gonna be bombing everything. Yes. Yes, it is. Put her somewhere for safekeeping. Maybe, yeah.
They won't know. On the way.
I'm hoping for Cloud of Daggers. I'm expecting confusion. Ooh. We take those. I don't know why you didn't go for confusion, but I'll fucking take it.
All right.
So I did click a dialogue option with Minthara in Act 1 that I've never clicked before. I told her instead of helping her with the raid, I was like, oh no, I'm here to kill you. That's the only thing I've done differently. So maybe it was that.
Spill some blood. Just like the softest. Let's find some. We'll do it my way. A fine opportunity. On the hunt.
They're gone, find them. That just make her hostile? Yes, it did, and then I knocked her out. Gonna keep my reaction for uncanny dodge if I should need it. Shouldn't, but... Lightning burst.
Be quick. Leave no trace.
Game's confused that I'm here to kill you. Did not kill her, probably. Clever idea to kill the Torture Twins. I mean, it shouldn't be necessary. And I'm probably putting this in a further broken state, but I have kind of already resigned myself to having to kill Minthara here. Which means I just lost XP for no reason. But we'll see.
Make it hurt.
Like if I put her up here, then yeah, you'll go over there. Still don't have the means to deal with the scrying eyes. You a short rest cooldown?
Well, some rest's better than none.
An honor, true soul.
Pray with me while we wait.
Guard chases wherever you put her. Why not run out back? I could. I need this guy dead too, though. Oh. Somehow didn't involve Lantar? No, that's okay. That works out okay. War God's Blessing. Yeah, War God's Wall Hack. Classic. I can move back a little bit. This is still fine.
Let's have a little fun.
Lantar can't fight, he's out of resources. Yeah. Yeah. Reminder that Lantar is a paladin out of resources. War God's Wall Hacks. Uncanny Dodge got me.
Excellent.
Another Shield of Thralls. Really, you don't have more reactions. Okay. I don't want to move up anymore. Because, I don't want to move forward because I don't want Roa and Lantarv involved. I don't want to move backwards because I don't want Minthara involved. So we're gonna stand our ground right here. Hit squad here with the rocks, yeah. Move there. Witness over here. Okay. Doing a drow in a hard place, something like that. War God's Blessing to make the throw stone hit me, and it crit me. So they use War God's Blessing to get around my crit immunity. How? Because the result didn't land on my armor class. It also didn't land on a 20. They somehow made that crit me. Apparently, War God's Blessing, when used on a natural 20, will bypass your crit immunity. Now, we've known that roll modification effects do that. Cutting Words can do that. Lucky Warding Flare can do that. Apparently, War God's Blessing does it too. Which is super fucking dangerous. And I hate it. Please gape. Thank you for gaping. hoping that one doesn't get witness. Really wouldn't be surprised though. Oh, a witness out there.
Let's be quick.
Now we're gonna move Minthara down here. So that I can fight you.
I'm so tired. How do people do this all day? Now they see me.
The combo log down, we'll give you a second. This? .30 armor class, critical hit immunity. Keep 2 items. Damn it. Now there's this thing where I can't actually target properly. What is wrong with this game? I can't target you now. F5. F8. I'm on custom, so I can, you know, save scum. Single save should never have been implemented in this game if it's this fucking buggy. It wasn't this buggy before patch 7. But, you know, it's fine. Patch 8's not going to fix anything. There's no point complaining. War God's Blessing. I'm almost dead. So, more War God's wall hacks. Okay, Minthara's not helping. Good, I guess. Maybe. I don't know if that's good or not. I'm uncertain. Alright, I'm gonna be lethargic now. Don't attack Minthara. There's a world in which it does that. Okay, we're good. What's happening? No, I'm not hungry. Pretty sure you said you were hungry earlier. Oh no, get back here. Alright, yeah, she's fully broken. I wonder if I could throw cancel and bring her with me to the prison. I still haven't learned how to do that.
Time to die.
No, it's not time for her to die, Astarion. The opposite of what we're trying to do here. This is not something I've practiced. There are others who can do this with precision. I'm not one of them. Something I'm aware of, but I don't know which frame to do it on. There's a frame perfect, or at least frame specific animation cancel you can do here. To kind of stick someone to your hands and run around with them. I have a general idea of where in the animation to go for it. Not a specific one. That was almost way too late. Moonrise the Last Light End didn't help. Surge Maidenless and Desperate and Gale was there. I'm trying to get her stuck to my hands so I can take her into the prison. I don't think that'll help. But it's the only idea I have. This is why it's called a challenge run. The challenge is me staying sane through the game not fucking working. Yeah. Alright, I'll sort this out on my own time. I'll sort this out off stream. I've been live for 11.5 hours. Yeah, Dave, that's what happens. Just, I wasn't aware that a flat bonus without it landing on my AC for the game to consider it a critical could work that way, but it tracks. Other effects that work that way include, Light Clerics, Warding Flare, Lore Bards, Cutting Words, the Lucky Feat. Basically anything that is a post-roll modification to the die can cause that. Can cause a crit to happen through immunity. So yeah, I'll resolve this on my own time. That'll be it for today. Tomorrow, co-op with Kara. Guess I'll try to learn the throw cancel, and you'll find out on Wednesday, or I'll talk about it tomorrow. But We'll find out next time how to deal with this. Kaylee's on. Kaylee's been on for 5 hours. JD's on. Let's raid Kaylee. I know Kaylee will distribute the love elsewhere. If you got my emotes, feel free to jiggle. Thank you so much, everybody, for hanging out. I had a lot of fun today. Hope you did too. You'll co-op tomorrow. Back to this run on Wednesday. I can't think of anything else. Yeah, that's all I got for you. Don't be a patch 7. Be a patch 6 or a patch 5. It's my life advice for you. Bye.